Sono le 7 ore di sera.
Welcome to the Mega Hunt Final. I'm your host, Jay Party, head of our global developer community and longtime host of all things Roblox. And joining me today are some awesome and very special guests. None other than the wonderful esports commentator and legend, Mimi Wormkratz, and video star, Me and You. Or as I know him, just NU.
Thank you, Jay Party. I got lost and found my way here, but thanks for letting me stay.
Yeah, we're happy you stumbled into the studio because you're going to make this awesome. Mimi, how you feeling today?
I'm feeling great. I'm so excited to be here. We've gotten to see the contestants warming up and rehearsing for this one. And the stakes, I mean, they've just never been higher. $1 million on the line here, Jay Party.
That's right. You heard it here.
That's right. And I still can't believe that this is actually happening. Unreal.
Well, it is happening, folks. And we'll be meeting our contestants shortly. But first, let's introduce some special friends that will be helping us today. I'm thrilled to introduce the Hunt Mega Final Correspondence team. Coming to you live, it's going to be Dagichi Gamer and one of creators of RB Battles, Sabrina Bright. Let's go to them and see what's happening.
Hello, everybody. Hi, welcome. I don't know about you, Sabrina, but I am ready to go. Like really, I am ready to go. Like, if any of you want me to substitute for you, I will gladly step in for a chance to win $1 million.
Same. Keep us posted if we need to step in, Jay Party. Otherwise, we'll be here following all the action.
Thank you both for your generous offer, although today I think the contestants are ready to compete themselves. And throughout this competition, we're going to be checking in with this team to get their take on all of the action. Well, is it about that time, Mimi?
I think we're getting close, but first, we should meet our 10 contestants playing today.
All right, let's see who they are. Coming up first in maroon, we have the Deaf Eagle. They've been playing Roblox for 12 years, specializing in obbies.
And next up in red, we have Poke Dragon 100,000. Their forte is puzzles, thanks to their 10 years of experience.
Our third contestant, hailing from New York City, is Shafe. He's been playing Roblox for 12 years with a focus on obbies and more recently on FPS games. Today, he'll be representing Orange.
Coming up next, we've got Icicle. Sporting the yellow attire, he has been mastering puzzles on Roblox for 10 years.
Looking good. And then we have Anonymous Lime in Lime Green, an expert in Sims with over 15 years under their belt.
Following that, we have Roby 100. He's repping green today, and he's been on the platform for 13 years. Another expert in obbies.
All right, coming up in light blue, we have Dudadud, a 13-year Roblox veteran, especially when it comes to the find thes.
We have another obby expert here, Jay in blue, and has been playing for 9 years.
Our ninth contestant is none other than Mad Max. Today, he's rocking black, and he's yet another one of our experts in the obbies.
And in gray, we have our final contestant, N Terrell. After 16 years of playing RPGs, they know how to win, but this is no ordinary competition.
All right, right, folks, this is an incredible, historic moment. After millions and millions of players have fought it out, today we have our final 10 live in-house to compete for this prize. I cannot wait to get things started. But before we do, let's bring out a very special guest. That's right, the one and only David Builderman Baszucki. Welcome to the set. Come on down.
Woo!
Oh, and you brought something special.
I brought something special. First, Jay Party, Mimi, and you. Thank you so much for hosting today. Okay, so we set out to build something really special for our community. The competition, the action has been intense. The hub has been played over 183 million times. And then today, 10 amazing finalists live with us right now. Today, one of these finalists is going to be the grand prize winner. And Jay Party, what are they going to bring home?
That's right, $1 million.
Absolutely right. Finalists, good luck to all of you. Let the games begin.
All right, folks, you've heard it here. But now let's turn it back to Mimi to find out how some of the rules are going to go for today.
Thanks so much, Jay Party and David. It's going to go a little something like this today. We have a 3-round tournament consisting first of a qualifying round. Following that is the round of 4. Of course, all leading up to our $1 million round. There will be 8 games in total played today. Each has their own rules, so this isn't a tournament about being the best at any one game. It's about mastering them all. First up is the qualifying round. And Jay Party, why don't you tell us a little more about that?
Gladly, Mimi. We're going to have 10 contestants that have the chance to compete in 5 games. Dress to Impress, Super League Soccer, Blade Ball, Slap Battles, and Doors. But out of these 10 contestants, only 4 will move on to the next round, which will be the elimination rounds. All right, any questions?
Just one. How do you win at each game?
And the money question. Each game's a little different, so we'll explain the rules right before each one starts. One last thing to mention. At times throughout the competition, you may notice 2 Roblox admins, Holiday Beats and All the Swords. They are in place to operate, record, and make sure everything runs smoothly and fairly. That's right, all rules will need to be followed. All right, now that we've got that out of the way, we are ready to kick things off.
Let's do it. Our first game up is a fashion phenomenon. It's none other than Dress to Impress.
Game 1, Dress to Impress. There are 2 matches, and contestants will have to create a stylish look before time runs out. Judges will vote, and if there's a tie, they will also vote on who earns a higher placement. Everyone will collect points and advance to the next game. Here's the scoring for each match.
All right, folks, we also have a surprise. 3 of them, actually. Joining us as guest judges for Dress to Impress are none other than Twitch streamer Joe Bartolozzi, VTuber and variety streamer Iron Mouse, as well as music and reaction variety streamer I'm Dante. Welcome to the show, our 3 guest judges. All right.
Hello.
Hey, we are live. I'm Dante. Welcome to the show, our 3 guest judges. Very exciting stuff. How are you guys feeling?
Amazing. Can't wait.
Awesome. Very
Excellent.
excited. I was watching the intro.
Yeah.
This seems like a very competitive event.
Yes, it will. Are you guys ready to judge such competitions?
I'm ready.
Absolutely.
All right. Your judgment hats are on. You're feeling good. That is exciting.
Anything you guys are looking for in particular? Are you big on focusing on the themes? Is it just going to be going off the vibe? What are you looking for in the judging today?
They have to come to slay.
Real.
Thanks.
Mm-hmm.
Playing for sure. I think I really need them to fit around the category that I'm judging.
Okay.
They have to not only look good, but also fit the style that they're trying to portray. That's mainly what I'm looking at.
What about for you, Dante? Anything you're looking at here?
Yes. The poses. The poses are very, very important to me. And if they're not hitting it, those stars are going to be super low.
All right, folks. Well, our 10 contestants are set, and they are underway to serve some fierce looks. So we are jumping in the game to check out this action now as folks are just getting their baseline outfits solved.
Let's talk about some of the differences that we're going to be playing with today versus the game that you all are familiar with at home. It's a little abridged, only 4 minutes to get your look perfect. And for our first round, the theme is circus. And that is not a lot of time to get the look down. You have to have an idea real quick.
Right, and especially coming from somebody like me who is very well known in the Dress to Impress community by absolutely nobody. My opinion definitely matters here. I'm looking for somebody who looks like a clown, and it looks like that's what some of these contestants are going for right now. But yes, not a lot of time, so they better hurry up.
Yeah, it's a good thought. Circus can be really on the nose, but maybe there's something more creative you can hide within it.
Obviously, the qualification to get here was a little different than what we're playing today. It was about solving puzzles, getting those mega tokens. And I know you were playing through some of the qualifying games, as were, 140 million other people who were visiting that. What were you looking for? How much of a challenge was it actually to be one of the 10 players who made it here?
I mean, I played for a total of like maybe 5 or 6 hours and immediately realized that I stood no chance against some of these guys that are here today. So very, very challenging, very impressive that these 10 made it here today.
A little note, too, for the folks at home. There is some additional rules the folks are playing with to give them an edge in these short rounds. They are running with the custom makeup unlocked, VIP access, run faster, and, of course, the increased item limit for some really creative looks that hopefully can slay out there.
A lot of our players talking ahead of this event said that Dress to Impress wasn't a game they had played a ton, and with such a wide variety of games ranging from fashion to FPS to an obby, the players had to practice a lot and really come in with ideas for the games that they aren't as comfortable about. But I think it's been clear that every one of these guys competing today has put that effort in, and even in these less comfortable games, he's going to put their all out there because every point matters, especially in this qualifying round.
Right, definitely. And it's good to put them outside of their comfort zone for the first qualifying round to see what kind of miraculous outfits they can pull off. And I will honestly say with a minute and a half left, everybody is looking good.
Yeah, we'll see. We thought this was a relaxing warm-up, but talking to the contestants again, this is a high-anxiety round of fashion, putting some of their skills to the test here. And a good reminder, this is actually a newer game to the Roblox, and a lot of these folks are long-time players, but this came out in 2023, has already had 6.5 billion visits, truly has been a smashing success for the platform, and a pretty fun game, if I do say so myself.
Yeah, Dress to Impress, it's definitely been having a moment in these last couple of months, and I know a lot of people at home enjoy it, but this has got to be the most high-pressure match of Dress to Impress anyone here has ever played.
Yeah, I mean, especially in 2025, the day and age of aura farming.
Is that key for you, Enyu, aura farming?
Yes, aura is the key to winning this. If I was a judge, that's what I would be looking for.
That will be what you're going for? Yeah, it's going to be interesting having some of our celebrity judges get to kind of give a little look there. I imagine they'll have different things that they like. You have to play to a pretty different crowd of people who are going to be making these decisions, and a lot definitely sits in their hands.
Well, we are closing in on the final 30 seconds of this match as we see the final touch-ups, the jewelry selections and patterns moving forward here. Hopefully, folks have a cohesive look going, and this is just the polish and cleanup phase because that runway clock is ticking.
Last couple of seconds here to really fiddle with everything. There's almost infinite customization you can do in this game, and it's easy to overthink it, but with limited time, they've got to lock in now. 3 seconds, and we're about to head to the runway, Enyu.
Can't wait to see the poses.
All right, who's going to kick us off? We've got Roby 100 showing off his fierce looks. Look at that pose. Nice use of a prop there with the cane.
Yeah. Is that a cane they're holding, or is that a rose? I can't tell. That's a cane. Oh, you're right.
It almost looks like one of the batons you'd be spinning. Definitely fits the vibe here. You see him clicking around some of the poses here. Obviously, those guest judges right now, they're watching all of these players go through, giving their scores. This is only the first round of 2 that we're going to be playing for Dress to Impress.
The angles, choosing those poses has got to be a big part of the action here.
Definitely. How many poses can you choose from?
It's a pretty long list.
Yeah, there's quite a lot, and you got a lot of time right here on the stage.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of time.
Still going.
Absolutely here.
Just really living up the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. The extended. We'll see. He must have got that off complete. All right.
They finally got Roby off the runway. Our next contestant coming up to bat. It's Mad Max.
Wow, a sassy look. Taking it real fierce for the circus.
Yeah, I like the makeup going on there.
How well do you think this matches circus, Enyu?
I personally think this is what I was looking for.
Okay.
Yeah, this is great.
Yeah, it's an interesting prompt because you can really get very direct on the nose, but I think there's some subtlety that the fashion judges are going to look for. As we know, this is a different style than normal DTI, as we have extra fashionable judges judging these. And here is Anonymous Lime.
Yeah, I like the microphone. Definitely looks like a performer up on that stage.
Yeah, with the mask. What do you call those masks again?
Masks is a good name.
Yes, very good one.
Yeah, looking like the
Another
ringleader of
proper
the
name.
circus there. It's good stuff.
Another contestant down the runway.
Oh,
Looks like this might be Dada Dude and Giving Clown. Honestly, this might be my favorite thus far. I think it's right on the money with the theme.
Yeah, classy yet circus.
have you all noticed that red seems to be a very popular color? With
I feel like when you think circus, it's like red and
Red,
white. At least for
yes.
me, that's what pops in my
Definitely.
head.
Red
you
and
just
blue,
see
maybe?
the tent.
Yeah.
Maybe the blues. Yeah, the red and white color. How about here we go? Oh, only a touch of red here. A little more
Whoa.
subtle. I like it.
The cotton candy hair.
Yes, that is
Yeah.
a lovely addition. You're
Yeah,
right. Catching
very
that.
creative.
And wings.
I think Icicle is definitely standing out here amongst the crowd.
Yeah.
When we were watching them rehearse yesterday, I was super impressed with Icicle in this game. I thought he had super good fashion sense. So a really creative one there. And I think, honestly, standing out from the crowd of a lot of red and white, a lot of masks, might do him well in this one.
And we are Shafe with kind of a riff on looks like maybe a cheerleader's type circus outfit here. Complete with the mask and all.
With the pom-poms.
With the pom-poms. Definitely ready to cheer on some competition today.
And another red look. This is Jay, looking very similar to one we saw earlier with that cane.
Absolutely. But a strong look. Real Queen of Hearts style here.
Yeah, I think the hat really ties it together nicely.
Mm-hmm.
A lot
Another
of
use
layering
that
going
cane
on.
there. Yeah.
Cane. I assumed we'd see a lot of props in the circus one. Maybe not as much as I even thought.
Remember, our contestants, they don't know the theme until we're actually going into things. So it's a lot about sight reading, figuring it out on the fly. And this one, another bit of a different approach.
Yeah.
The black and white kind of look. Almost looks kind of like a mime.
I was feeling the mime.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like
Yeah,
that
yeah.
kind of mime style. Not like the main stage of the circus you think about, but still a fun aspect of it. And I think that's, again, a cool interpretation of the theme.
Astute observation.
Thank you, thank you. And you. All right, we are wrapping up things soon here. And Terrell coming out, one of our final contestants, if not the final here. Again, rocking the red dress. We're seeing that theme pretty strong as well.
And Terrell, our player with the most years played in Roblox, the most experienced guy on the stage today. Dressed to impress one of the newer games, but still putting something good out there.
Yeah, hopefully his 16 years pay off.
This is the Death Eagle, coming all the way over from Lithuania. Had to travel 14 hours to make it here to San Mateo and compete today. And honestly, another nice look. It's still the red and white theme, but a little different than the other contestants.
Yeah, yeah. A little lighter, a little simpler, and just spamming that post 28.
Post 28, you know, made famous by a handful of celebrities, brought to you by DTI.
All right, well, that's all our contestants now walking down that runway. The judges right now tallying up the scores and making their decisions. A lot for them to think about. Some good looks out there.
All right, yeah, and that concludes the kickoff round of the ultimate competition, the Hunt Final with DTI. We hope the players are finally shaking those nerves off, getting relaxed. As we've mentioned, we are going to have our hosts kind of collect these scores, and we'll come back to you when they're ready.
Yes, we will. Was there any outfits that were standing out to NU? Would you have a favorite if you were to be judging today?
Personally, I like Icicle's cotton candy hair look and his those furs on the shoulders. Yeah, that definitely stood out to me amongst all the red color choices. So that's my choice.
Yeah, I'd have to agree, right? I think Icicles was the most unique out of all of these, but also there's a reason everyone went red and white. It's iconic for a reason.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting thing for the judges if they prefer that kind of iconic red-white or people who kind of had a more creative interpretation of it. I think the mime was also a fun shout-out as it really kind of instilled a thought in you as it went forward.
This game is interesting because it is so different than every other competition or every game that we have as part of the competition today. Everything else is pretty much going to be last man standing, fighting, all sorts of different genres. But this one is very much about kind of like the artistic character, the vibe. It catches into a very different skill set, which I think is going to be difficult for some of our competitors.
Definitely. Creativity is huge in this, but also having the skill set to know where all of the outfits, accessories are located in the lobby. Will save them a lot of time.
You actually need quite a bit of game knowledge, right? Like
definitely.
even the way the different pieces of clothing layer, things like that, it takes a bit of effort.
I wouldn't have pulled that off in such a short time for sure.
Yeah, reminding us again, these are shortened rounds at 4 minutes, so you got to know the layouts, you got to know the plan, have a plan of action when you get in.
And it
there.
already feels short when you're playing with 6 minutes. Like I was playing a fair bit of Dress to Impress to prep for this event, and I was stressed out with no money on the line and 6 minutes to get set.
Yeah, very, very stressful.
All right. Well, we hope the stress is being relieved here as they're going to be warming up here for our next round. We are gathering folks in the lobby now, and we hope we're going to be breaking through soon with the next and final round of Dress to Impress. As a reminder for the folks at home, we're going to be playing 2 initial rounds here before we progress any of our users. So we've got more action coming.
Yeah, let's take a little look here, though, because the judges, they've tallied up our first round, and Dud repping that light
right.
blue is taking things home here.
Yeah, followed by Jay and Icicle. And again, all the points matter. Your spot is a big deal. You want to climb to that top as much as possible. So an interesting kickoff indeed.
As a reminder on format, this qualifying round has 5 total games. Points are cumulative throughout and at different phases throughout the day will qualify a contestant into that top 4. But performance is just as important at the beginning here in DTI as it will be later in the day towards doors. But it looks like we are ready to go. Let's hop into our second round of Dress to Impress and take a look at what that new theme is going to be. Looks like everyone's just loading in right now, so should be able to hop in there in just a moment. I'm hoping to see a theme that is going to ask something different. Maybe we'll get a little bit more variety, because a lot of contestants did have the same idea in that first round.
Correct. We saw some recurring themes, particularly some recurring colors. I'm hoping to kind of mix it up. That was definitely a whimsical one. We'll see how far-fetched we get, or if we bring it back to a more serious tone here. Looks like folks are just getting now into that lobby, so we're going to be able to turn it over in a brief moment and go to you live. Round 2.
Here we are, and let's see if we can't get in one of these contestants' POV and take a look at what theme they're working on today.
Yeah. It's interesting to see they're not all at the same booth. So contestants are spreading out here. I mean, again, your time is limited. What is your strategy for the two of you here? You think you're going wide dresses, specific on the makeup? This is an interesting start here from Jay.
I think you can't get too bogged down in the details. You want to start like as macro as possible. Like when I was playing this game, I always thought like, what's like the piece that is making me think the theme immediately, and then kind of tie everything else in around that.
Elf ears, definitely elf ears.
Elf
Pointy
ears.
elf ears and some wings.
Yeah, the wings, the elf ears. I'd honestly be shocked if anyone doesn't go for those kind of looks.
You know, that's the kind of thing, though. Can you create a look without wings that conveys fairy? Maybe that's going to be the winning combo just to stand out from the crowd. But for now, we are seeing a lot of fairy wings coming out.
And it looks like blue is the recurring color here amongst the contestants.
Yeah, here, ice, I think like light blue, white, those kind of colors. Seems like Mad Max getting the same idea here.
Mm-hmm. And here we are, another little larger gown here from Anonymous Lime. I realize I don't know if I know my gown styles here, but
I'd say that's a gown.
That's a gown, right? Nice and flowy.
I'm a gown expert. That's definitely a gown.
As a gownologist yourself, and you?
Yes. I'm interested to see Icicle's take on this, because he might be, he's always creative, thinking outside the box. He could be going with a different.
I'm not gonna lie, he's slaying already with
It's
this.
looking different.
I like
It's
the
looking
idea
different.
of like the antlers there.
Yeah.
That's creative.
Yeah, that is fun. Again, looking for those little subtle differences when you have something so direct as ice fairies as a theme here. Also, footnote, we see a lot of our contestants picking out very specific colors based on the hex code itself. And maybe not your typical approach, but these are some sharp players behind us.
Incredible. How do they have that memorized? Is there a cheat sheet?
No, I think they actually have internalized a lot of the hex code for the colors
That is wild.
throughout Roblox.
I know before the event, you were tallying it up. There's a crazy amount of experience between the players.
That's right. These are Roblox power users. I added up all of their hours of our 10 finalists here, and they have a combined over 76,000 in-game hours of Roblox time. So there are some experts here, and you're going to see that throughout the day, that these truly are masters of all trades.
Only one member on that stage with less than 10 years of experience in Roblox. Really a testament to the skill, to the dedication that it takes to have made it all the way here to the final.
The passion. The passion's definitely there.
Yeah, 9 years ago, the noob, where they've come. Could they have ever imagined they'd be here competing for $1 million, dressing as ice fairies? Not what you expect. But again, looking good here. And we only have, a minute 20 left, less than that in this final round of DTI, where we will get some more scores going forward. As a reminder, again, there will be another game before progression, but a wonderful start.
Yeah, I want to take a look at Roby 100. When we got the questionnaire from the players, he said not only does he love playing Roblox, but he loves trying to make his own games and get creative. It's kind of the beauty of Roblox, right? Being able to experience all of these different games while also having the opportunity to develop your own experiences as well. And I think you see some of that creativity coming out here.
Yeah, Roby, very fun one. Again, you mentioned he is a developer. He's been developing a long time, and he once created a game called The Easiest Game on Roblox, one of his hit games. And actually today he's competing in now the hardest game in Roblox. So a wonderful journey for Roby, coming all the way to the other side of the hardest competitions around.
Yeah, I played Roby's easiest game on Roblox.
Really?
And I was not able to beat it.
Is the game ironic? Is it
I think I'm just terrible.
All right, you've heard
Maybe
it
a
here.
bit of column A, column B.
Yeah.
That's why we brought you on, Enu, for your expert skill set at being terrible at Roblox. It
That's
itself
what
is
I'm
a skill.
known
Yes.
Just look from Mad Max here. Little different. Most people are going for like a really colorful blue look like we're seeing from Anon Lime.
Yeah, I like these wings though. Real alive. It adds a lot of flair. People are going for the more subtle fairy wings, but hey, just get out there with the real eagle, the eagle wings.
I don't know if this is possible. Do they have fairy wands in the accessories? Because that could be a good touch.
That's
Well,
a good.
If
We'll
they don't
find
have
out.
them now, they're out of time
Let's
because
find out.
we're walking the runway. Here's Roby 100.
Oh yes.
Our first look. I like the way he's kind of integrated that fur. It almost looks like a cloud to me.
Yeah. It feels fashionable, and that's the thing. This isn't a costume contest. There is a fashion element here. How do you mix these kind of creative, broad themes with a fashion approach here? And it looked great, and we'll see if the judges like it. Coming up next, we've got Mad Max here. Oh, he found a lovely prop for this one.
Oh, I like
harp.
the lute
Yeah.
or harp,
Harp, lute, hey,
some kind of instrument.
something. You got it. Strings that you flick and make lovely sounds. All right, getting those high heels, rocking that skirt. It's
Nice
a good
crowd.
look. More blue. We're seeing the blue.
Yeah.
Come through again here.
Definitely going to be a motif for, I think, all our contestants here. Next one down the runway. This is Anonymous Lime. I think the most bold look we've seen. A very deep blue compared to a lot of people going for the more subtle looks.
Yeah, I like it. This feels strong. It's making a statement. This is an ice fairy, maybe even queen of the fairies. We'll see. Annie, what do you think? Do you like those wings,
I like
or
the
you like
hair.
the
It kind of
traditional?
reminds me of candy cane.
Oh
Getting
yeah,
hungry now.
getting hungry already. Well, we've got a long show ahead, and you.
Dude coming down as well. Another very bright, kind of neon blue look. I like these wings. A little different than some of the other ones we've seen.
Yeah, he captured a strong blue, knowing it's a field awash with the color blue here. It's a strong one. And as a reminder, he is the winner of the first round, so it's important for him to really keep that lead here. He really secures a good spot going into the next games.
Another similar look here. This one going for a bit of a lighter blue from Icicle. I like how cohesive it is. I think that the hair, the makeup, it all matches really nice.
Yeah, he did a good job matching that color. And I think cohesion is important here. You really want to send a message. Whether the judges love it or not is up to be interpreted, but at least you send a strong, cohesive thought.
There's a wand.
There it is.
Like a sparkler. I really like that.
Full sparkle
Yeah.
effects. Now we're talking.
Shave.
Shave here.
Great choice.
Finding the good items. Look at that. And mastering the pose. He had a lot of starred poses here. He had a plan. He knew the good ones, and he marked them. And that's important. All right, a couple more contestants here to come down the runway. Who we got left?
Who's coming up? Looks like this is one of the looks we were talking about. Those antlers combined with the bow.
Wow.
This one looks super good.
I like it. A little bit of a forest ice nymph here. Or ice fairy. Who are they? Fairies.
Hair so high we can't even see the name.
That's true. A good cover-up. Keep it mysterious.
Definitely a nice look though.
Yeah.
Let the judges be objective.
Can they? Okay. Already coming out fierce.
Oh,
Oh, I like the idea on the mask there. I think that the players who went for these slightly more unique spins are the ones that are going to stick out in the judges' memory.
Yeah, what is on here? It's some sort of large arm. It looks like almost oven mitts here, but I'm assuming there's something
I
more
think that's the
fashionable.
fur
Oh,
again.
that is the fur.
But
That
you
is
see
our
the very
little
bright
boa.
neon
those are
color.
definitely oven mitts.
I was confused. What's happening here? I thought that might have been what's happening in fashion.
Antarel, one of the few players to not go with any kind of ears or antlers, instead just these kind of cold weather earmuffs.
Earmuffs, yeah.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Ice fairy, they got to be a little cold, right? Got to
Fair
keep warm.
play.
I like it. Again, trying to stand out. In a crowded theme here, you want to be having that unique look.
And this one is looking pretty nice. This is from the Death Eagle. Got
I
those
love
wings
the ice
flapping.
cream.
The
Does
ice
he
cream.
have two wings layered on?
I think that is a wing layering, and he's got a nice animation that kind of makes them flutter out. It's actually a
yeah.
great look, and I think the ice cream is a good touch here. Our first break from the blue color scheme.
Yeah, it's kind of I like that. A little tongue in cheek, not taking himself too seriously in this mode at least.
Yeah, I think you've got it. It's an intense day. Start out with a smile and a little bit of ice cream.
A few of these players knew each other from the online Roblox community, maybe from even trying to qualify into this event. But for a lot of them, their first time meeting or first time playing in person was here at this event. But we've interacted with them, and it seems like a lot of them have gotten pretty comfortable with each other, have been having some fun. It's definitely high stakes, but still a cool opportunity to meet a bunch of different other experienced Roblox players from all around.
Absolutely. It's been an incredible journey for them, I know, in their last 24 hours, all arriving from around the U.S. and around the world, actually. They've got to know each other pretty well here with some of the warm-up games, some of the practices, and it's wonderful to see that kind of camaraderie and teamwork from these folks. We know there's a lot on the line. Competing for $1 million is a lot of high stakes, but keeping that kind of general positive spirit and a good sense of camaraderie is important for the folks.
Yeah, so we have our judges tallying up the points right now. And again, this is going to be combined scoring from both Dress to Impress and our second game, Super League Soccer, which is coming up after this. But I know every one of these matters because it is cumulative. All of your points from this qualifying round count towards being one of only 4 players that is going to progress.
Right, definitely. You cannot take the first round lightly because the scores, like Mimi said, are cumulative. So going into soccer, though, is going to be a much different skill set that they're going to be showing off. Some teamwork, as Jay Party suggested. They got some time to spend with each other. So it'd be nice to see their teamwork.
All right. Scores are flowing in. As a reminder, in our first game, we saw Dude taking first place, followed by Jay and Icicle. We'll see if that holds again for this one, but I don't know. I'm expecting some upsets this time around. We'll see. A lot of those looks were similar. We saw the Blues stand out, so we'll see what the judges think again. I know DTI is not the experts of a lot of these players, but hey, a win's a win, and you got to come to win.
That's the thing that's brutal, right? It's like it's a category that you're having to sight read, figure out within 4 minutes, put a look together that's cohesive. But let's take a little peek at what our scores are. This is going to be the cumulative points from both rounds now, and it looks like our player coming out in front is the Death Eagle. A middling placement in the first round, but a strong 30 points in the second puts him out in the lead early on. A great showing for the Lithuanian.
Absolutely. And now total points coming in second, we had Mad Max, which is going to hopefully raise him a bit in the standings, but unfortunately still down here as Jay takes another strong spot and bounces up into the second spot here, up by 3 points, followed by Dud, who does fall into third from that one. An unfortunate showing in the second game, but hey, still in a great spot. You see the spread of points is still pretty tight. It will be anyone's game here going in to our next game. Here's some of the players. That is the Death Eagle there already. Out in first, feeling good in the first round, although it is not over yet. Because guess what? I think it's time to see some more of our next game here.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, even just going from the first round of Dress to Impress, you see how their rankings change so drastically after the second round. So it's good to be confident, but definitely stay alert.
All right, folks, the judges have put in their verdicts. Let's hear more from the judges themselves. See if we can get them here on the stream and find out what stood out on today's runways. Judges, how y'all doing?
I'm doing great. How are you?
Oh, yeah, it's fantastic. I mean, we are just getting underway here. All right, we saw some styles, hopefully some of them even fierce. Love to hear from y'all. What stood out on today's runway? What did you love seeing? Maybe we'll start with Joe here. Work our way down the judges.
Okay. For the second round, I loved the person that won for the Ice Fairy round. I think it was all very well put together. The accessories were great. The ice cream was great. Obviously, ice cream, Ice Fairy matched perfectly. I was really looking at themes. I took poses into account, not as much as Dante obviously talked about doing, but I don't know. I was surprised at how good some of these outfits were.
Yeah, here we go again, seeing the recap of the Ice Fairies round for all of our contestants here. Some of those exciting outfits, as you mentioned. I think the one you're talking about might have been the last one here to come up. That was our winner.
Yeah, that was the Death Eagle with that double wing, the ice cream look. Iron Mouse, I wanted to ask you as well. When we were talking the other day, you were saying you were going to put a lot of emphasis on how well the players were fitting into the themes. How well do you think they did overall? Did they impress you in how on brand they were with these?
I have to say, I think the second round was much better than the first. I feel like they struggled a little bit in the first round, but I think the first round was kind of like a warm-up. So the second round was amazing, and I was very impressed with all the different looks. They looked so good.
All right, Dante, how about you? How you feeling today? What impressed you? What stood out?
What stood out to me was some people were going too blue. It wasn't giving ice. It wasn't giving cold.
It was giving mermaid.
Ocean. Yeah, mermaid, more
water,
ocean-like.
mermaid.
Yeah, docked off some stars for that. But the white, the snow, the crowns, the antlers.
Yeah.
Antlers were good.
Giving very much Ice Princess.
We love that too. All right, folks, we're going to move on to our next segment as the players are antsy and getting ready to jump into Super League Soccer. But a huge thank you to all of the judges. That was a lot of fun. Joe, Iron Mouse, and Dante, thank you again for joining us as guest judges on the Hunt Mega Final.
Loved your outfits, by the way.
Yeah, y'all looking like you slay yourself.
Fresh.
So,
Super
good,
fresh.
Good stuff. Good stuff. All right, coming out of that first game, what do you think so far, Mimi?
I was honestly impressed. I think the players did super well at DTI, but we've got something more coming up. Super League Soccer, it's a team game. It's going to be super different than what we saw in Dress to Impress.
All right, folks, the players are ready. And while the Death Eagle may be on top for now, it is still anyone's competition. Let's check out the rules for Super League Soccer.
Game 2, Super League Soccer. There are 3 matches total, and contestants will play 5 versus 5 in randomized teams. The team with the most goals wins the match. The contestant with the highest cumulative score will advance to the round of 4. Here's the scoring for each match.
All right. Folks, I think our players are back there and ready to go. Enyu, how you feeling about this one?
Very excited. Sports is probably something I'm a little more into. Watching, not playing, but yeah.
Have you played many of the sports games on Roblox?
I played pretty much all of them. Like I said, just video games. In person, not so great. So I think I'd be a good judge of how good they are here.
Well, here we go. Our second game of the day. It's Super League Soccer. The players randomly assigned to teams 5v5. That'll get scrambled between every round, and we're off to the races. The Death Eagle first in possession of the ball.
Yeah, and a strong initial breakaway already from our leader, but there he goes down, and we've got a steal from the away team. As you see, we're going to have home versus away. Home in the, we'll say purple, and away in the green.
That they are. This game, the one where you're having to actually work with the team, trying to pass, find the right path to get that ball in is very important. Only 4.5 minutes per each of these rounds.
And I will say, for soccer-type games in Roblox, key is to stealing the ball from your opponents. Very easy to steal. So, as I say that, there's a goal.
That's Icy with the first goal for the green team here. Very nicely done by him. Gets the pass in from Roby and just sends that ball straight down the left side of the net.
All
nice
right.
celebration.
Strong opener from the away team here. And again, you see at the bottom of the first player screen, there is a boost bar for your stamina here. Something important to manage. Do not want to use it all getting the ball and then get caught out. You're going to lose it real fast. Wow, Icy
There's
with a
the
huge
steal,
breakaway.
like I said.
No one's
beautiful
on the offensive side of the court. No one can pick this up. Goalie should be able to drag
Oh, and it's
ball.
out of range. The goalie can't get it.
He
this could
can't
be a
get it.
crazy turnout. Oh, if this
Poke it
works
right
out
in.
for green.
Goalie's not
Oh, it's a
defending.
miss.
The shot's just wide. Assist from Roby. Roby set up the first goal, but he knocks it in this time. 2-0 lead to the away.
That was actually an incredible use of the mechanics of Super League Soccer. I'm not sure that pass could have been more accurate down the field. That did not allow the goalie to get it, and they did get the recovery.
Here's Roby again. Trying
There
to
you
get
see
onto
multiple
a steal.
steals per play.
This time the home team has to defend on their side of the pitch. A setup on the shot, but the goalie's got it, and he'll send it back away.
Oh, and that's unfortunate. The team down by 2 misses on that breakaway here. There's still a lot of game left here, as you see, 3:40 on the game clock. So they've got time to play. And
Interesting
again,
move there by Jay. Taking it to
Is
the
that
other
ahead
side
here?
with no teammate there. Not sure what he was thinking there.
yeah, brave to think about that. They're definitely going for this like deep kick strategy, hoping to find someone to recover.
Dud gonna have to defend here. Shot going just to the right, misses out, and a pass back into the middle of the pitch. Somewhat even here, and both teams have just been kind of clumping the ball. Not a lot of setups for passes thus far. Hard to get that teamwork going perfectly.
Yeah, a little too much clumping happening. We can hear the contestants behind us
Good slide, though.
getting pretty pumped back there. We're seeing a lot of yelling for the strategy.
They're into it. They're definitely into
Yeah.
it. Loving the energy.
Absolutely. It is an exciting and intense one here. I know Super League Soccer brings the competition a little more fierce in a different way than we just saw.
Chance for a goal here. Death Eagle.
Oh,
save. That's
beautiful
very
save.
nice from Ansarel.
The goalie, always an important player here. A big cheer from the players. He knows that was a big, important one to catch.
Oh, maybe another chance? No. Pass back up. Icy is set up for it. No one here to
Oh,
defend
no
but the
one here.
goalie. It's a one-on-one for this shot. Can he get it through? Left
Oh.
side.
Goes
Misses.
wide. And
The
you-
twitch.
The twitch, I know. Playing it like a first-person shooter here.
I like the fake-out attempt, though. Looked like he was going into the right side of the goal. Went left instead. Doesn't work out, but they still have a good offense going here, Enyu.
Definitely. Looks like the away team is definitely in the advantage here. Let's
Yeah.
see. There's still 2 minutes left, though. They can still turn it around. A goal can happen in 10 seconds.
Shafe sends it up to Anonymous Lon. Middle of the pitch, trying to find a person to pass to, but no one's open in time, and Icy's on the offensive.
Oh, here we go.
Still has the ball. Another chance for a goal. Passes.
pass.
Oh, he's on
Oh,
it.
it-
Trying to find it. The
oh.
goalie knocks it away. Repossession from the green team, but it's just going back and forth, and the goalkeeper sends it back down the middle.
Man.
The home team got to give a break to their goalie.
I know, really relying on that here.
He's-
Oh, that was
Wow.
beautiful.
Shot from the Death Eagle.
Absolutely, the one-on-one with the goalie. Not a chance there. Death Eagle has shown he has come to play today. He is an incredibly strong competitor.
As these few minutes have continued, we've seen the players, I think, doing a better job of setting each other up for passes. That was Shafe on the setup there for Death Eagle to get the goal.
Absolutely. We're seeing more of a spread formation here, playing a proper offense and defense, and that's going to pay off for sure, as this is still anyone's game here.
Yeah, I'm reading the chat here from the live stream, and the chat is rooting for Team Bloxy Cola, which looks like the home team here.
That's good to hear
They're
here.
rooting for a comeback.
Another pass up the middle. They've got to come back quickly. Minute and a half on that clock. And Chaves had to do a lot of work as the goalkeeper here. Okay, Dragon gets possession again, and the passing seems better from the green team thus far. A chance for Roby, too high. And he gets spun out of control as the ball passes back.
Almost gets the backboard shot for himself there. That would have been one heck of a pass.
Self-assist.
Yeah.
Stat padding.
1 minute left to try and tie up this game. And at this point, I mean, you're oftentimes just thinking about trying to keep possession of the ball, run down the timer. Every second continues to move in the favor of the team at advantage.
Yeah, this is an intense game. And as we've mentioned, these are some of 10 of the best players in all of Roblox. Each one of them deserves to be here in their own right.
But for these players, this is another game where a lot of them said they weren't experienced. They had to learn it for this match. Another chance at a goal, but the keeper's got it. Shafe doing so well to defend, but he just needs some offense.
Just a little overshot. And that is important to note here. We're warming up with some of their least experienced
This could be the
games
tie.
here.
This could be the tie.
Oh, and the steal over the shoulder.
Oh, they got it back.
No, he gets it back.
Yes. Just in the nick of time. He's tied this game up.
Oh, man.
This is intense.
30 seconds on the clock. This becomes anyone's game now.
Oh, gosh.
That Vigo was hyped. I like that.
It was. We'll see if we
Like
see the
the energy.
tiebreaker out of this one. 30 seconds is enough still to score.
That's the question. Roby and Jay in a competition for the ball. Roby takes it back, trying to make his way up the court. A pass out wide, a shot, an opportunity for da-da-da to end the game, and it's saved yet again from Shafe. Excellence from the goalkeeper.
Oh, man. Intensity is high behind us for the players. They are aware of what's at stake here. This is a lot of points for the
Wide
winning
open
team.
lane.
Oh, and another.
Duddy-dud. What a steal from him. 4 seconds till we tick into overtime.
Oh, boy.
And the time is up.
Oh, no. So I believe we're not playing. The rules today will not be having overtime.
You're
There
right. It is just going to be a tie here.
Tie scoring, which means equal points for both teams.
Great
Uh-oh.
comeback by Bloxy Cola.
Yeah,
All
seeing
right.
some of the reactions from all the players here.
Yeah, we are.
about
We
that
are.
round.
All right. I think we have seen the conclusion of our first soccer game. As far as I understand, unless the voice in my head tells me something different, I believe we saw a tie, but no, we're seeing a kickoff here. We'll have to
You hear
see
how
here.
passionate the players are. Everyone is getting active in this one.
Yeah, I'm not sure if the folks at home can hear what is this tiebreaker extra. We'll see if they're playing the extra innings. Oh, and these are free kicks here.
Still 3 kicks left for each team.
Yeah. All right. Oh, we are doing the free kick rule here. All right. That was a change from what I understood here. So as we see in the left there already, looks like the home team is up by 1 goal here, but more goals to go during the free kicks.
Let's see if we can take a look at Roby. His chance left side. Nice goal.
That was clean. That was
Great
clean.
fake.
And guess what? We're back to a tie here.
Yes, we are. 2 shots left for each of these teams. Lime, his opportunity. Antarell on the defense.
Oh,
Wow.
It's it. Just over the shoulder.
Dan on Lime retakes the lead for his squad. Another chance here. Dud-a-dud. Left side. Blocks
Wow.
up the
They
keeper.
are just
Save.
trading
No.
goals.
And no one is missing today. 5-4 for the home team. Last chance for away here. Saved, though. That's very good from Antarell.
So here we go. The final kick. This is it. Antarella to bring it home.
To tie it or to lose the game. All pressure's on. Oh!
Oh, that is a goal here. That
Tied
gets it.
again.
Sudden death. First team to get ahead wins in this one.
All right.
Antarell
And that's it.
misses. And it's a goal landed
No.
for the home team. Now another chance to bring things back here. Icy, the game in his hands.
Oh!
Save.
Shafe again.
Wow.
They were down the whole match.
Oh,
Thanks
my-
to an excellent goal keep, they bring things back and take the first round of Super League Soccer. What a sick way to kick off this game.
That was, and we all saw a lot of modes. It was a fast and furious game. We saw the overtime and then extended overtime as the skills of these folks truly is unmatched here. But we do have a win for the home team, which is huge. Starting behind in an 0-2 in the first minute of that game, they pull it out in the extended overtime free kicks. So that was exciting. I think it's time to check out these scores and see where we stand after that match.
Yeah, I think we're looking good on the winning team after being our winningest player from DTI as well.
Yeah, it's true. And we see Jay as well on that team. So this is a strong start for the folks who are already in the lead here, winning that match 1. As reminding the folks at home, though, we are going to mix it up. These are fully randomized teams for 3 sets of soccer. Although at this point, I think everyone's pretty excited to play as they do seem equally skilled in this competition.
Honestly, that was a lot closer than I expected.
Yeah.
It's clear that I think compared to when they gave us the info that, hey, like most of us haven't played SLS, they put in some work to go into it. And even throughout the game, really, I think built into it.
Yeah, very impressive teamwork, some amazing passes, some on-point shots. And like you said, Mimi, it really looked like it was over in the first couple of minutes for the away team, but the home team pulled off the unthinkable.
You guys got
Good for
any
them.
MVPs from that first round?
Boy, it started off strong, and I would say Dud setting a good pace for that one in the beginning.
Couple
Was
good
a big
goals from
score
him.
of those goals. Yeah, we saw a strong start, but again, unfortunately, his team did fall a little short in the end. But really a good player. Again, Death Eagle showing again that he truly is a strong competitor in this game, and I think we're going to see him excel in a broad array of games today. He has a very serious track record of being one of the best. So we'll see if he can keep that up today. Nerves is a big part of today.
Absolutely. I do think these early games are a good way to just get comfortable on the stage, feel things out, especially a team game like this. It's a little easier to just be a part of the group, feel a little bit more together than the competitors than just every single win being about making a step up ahead of them.
Definitely, yeah. It definitely takes a lot of pressure off you. You're not just out there on your own. And just to go back on my favorite player for the game, I think was
Please.
Shafe at the goal.
Yeah, I have to
Really
agree.
made some clutch saves.
I mean,
Love-
his team has a lot of him. He had to protect that goal
Yeah.
so many times in the first 2 minutes, and
Yeah.
then he's one of the guys that hit the penalty kick at the end too to bring things home.
Yeah, we talk a lot about the mental game in these competitions. It's a long day with a lot of competition. You got to not let yourself get down. I know there's a handful of folks back there who are going to be feeling the burn of a loss here, and not as high of a fashion score as they'd like, but it's never over. Again, qualifying from some of the other games, it just doesn't matter. Put it behind you. You got to keep the attitude. Momentum can't destroy you. You got to let yourself turn it around here. So, fantastic start from the folks here. I look forward to a day of good games ahead of us.
And I do as well. It seems like the players are just about to get into our second game, just picking their teams. Reminder, things are getting scrambled up a little bit. We'll have different players on the home and away. So an opportunity for any of these players to put another 20 points on their board, as it looks like the players just hopping into the lobby now. We get underway for our second round of Super League Soccer. And in the center field, Duddy Dud and Roby, the ones to kick this off.
After that first game, I'm really excited now.
Yeah, we'll see who can shine here. Again, and if they can keep their form strong here, again, we're seeing a lot of deep passes, but a hard cluster of all the players. Really want to keep that spread. All right, here is go. Our first breakaway. Do they have the stamina to go across the board here? The home team could come into a strong initial lead.
Flicks too wide to the left, and Duddy misses that shot out to Icy. A tough one there.
Yeah, and that's not going to stick there. Icy playing goalie this round, switching it up from offense in the last one. He's going to be the anchor man to stop those points from being scored.
You get that slide tackle every 3 seconds. Got to be precise when you're trying to steal the ball. Poke, a chance
right.
for him against
Lots of
Icy
stamina.
again.
Full
Right
breakaway.
side, it's too high.
Ooh.
Oh, he nearly had another chance as well.
Taken by the goalie,
out of the
Icy.
way.
Great
Yeah.
work.
Good work by the goalie. You got to catch that. You got to get them, charge them down, get the ball. If they're within the goal zone here, you have the power. Make sure to capitalize on that and ensure you don't let them get again. But wow, the home team unrelenting on offense here. I don't think away teams even had a shot on goal yet, while the home
They
team has
haven't
had
really.
full control
Nice.
the entire
Nice
time.
cross.
Yeah, good spin there, using those abilities wisely.
Nearly there. Icy saves it at the last second.
Gosh, Icy is just the ice wall here, not letting anything get in.
Another pass in. They just keep going. Poke, third chance of the game. This
one
lands it.
sticks. I mean, that is unrelenting here. Good work from Poke Dragon. I mean, they're going to have to step it up here. You can't rely on Icy this hard to just stop every shot here. We've already seen 5, maybe more shots on goal here. One was bound to go in.
But every kickoff, another chance. Roby in possession, and for the first time, a bit of offense going. The Death Eagle has possession, switches back towards Max. Goal somewhat open, but the defenders do well, and they push it back the other way.
Yeah, all right here. Can this happen
There's
for the
Poke
away
again.
team? As again, they lose control of this ball so fast. Okay, here we go. We got a breakaway here finally.
Great
for our away
cross.
guys. Oh, and look at that.
Amazing
Players
cross
down the
pass.
field. They are ready. No
Here we go,
offsides in
Roby.
this one. Roby, time to shine. Pull it back for the team.
Nice
Yes,
fake.
and look at that cross up. That is what you want to do. You want to bait one direction for the goalie, make them use the dive, and then switch real hard, real fast back to this side of the goal.
I saw somebody on chat earlier asking Roby to lock in, and it looks like he read the chat and sure did.
Yeah,
Great
Roby
goal.
is, again, a master gamer and a developer on his own. He knows every element of the Roblox world, creation as well as playing. Wonderful stuff.
Roby, one of those players who said he had never played SLS before qualifying to this event. Clearly learns quickly. You got to in this competition. Roby
Yes.
again in possession. Chance for back-to-back goals from this man. Can he make it happen? Defenders on him. A pass back wide towards
Oh.
mid, but possession changes over to Lime. Steal again. Roby might have it back here. Death Eagle, no, stolen. They keep
Amazing.
getting so close, but the defenders doing well here from home.
Yeah, Poke Dragon doing a good job here, actually shining in this game too here, coming to play for the home team.
That's a
Wow, that
long
goal.
Wow.
Through 4 or 5 defenders, the Death Eagle threads the needle. The one European at this event. You know, you'd think maybe a bit more of an expert on soccer. No, he was at his favorite team. Said a Lithuanian basketball team.
Oh,
Still
there
showing
we
up
go.
in soccer regardless.
Yeah, good to see some life out of the away team here, who now pulls ahead 2-1, which just shows you it's not about the shots on goal. It's about shooting accurately here.
Okay, got a little fancy.
Here we
there
go
for no
again,
reason.
Roby.
Oh, man, Roby showing he came to play in soccer.
Oh,
It's
gets
the
it
short
over
guy
his
from the
goalie.
goalie.
That's brutal. He dove just past the ball. Nearly made that save. Bit of a heartbreaker for Shafe.
That's his
Yeah.
second goal. Can he get a hat trick this game?
Yeah.
That would be impressive.
I know their team now up 3-1, just like that. What was looking as a rough scenario for the away team to start this is suddenly on fire. Home team's got to channel up what they were doing at the start of this and see if they can get that offense flowing. Oh gosh, and a missed pass.
Is this another opportunity? No. Goalkeeper's just going to take it and push it back down the middle of the pitch.
All right, we'll see here. Things get a little quieter here as the teams kind of cluster. Can they get the breakaway?
Here's another opportunity for the Death Eagle.
Good spin,
Shot
good spin.
left.
Wow.
It's
Oh, and he's
Oh,
there.
nice save.
Shafe, he's so impressive on the goalkeeper.
Yes, yeah. Great job keeping my goal coming from the first game.
Yeah, that last second save here. Again, you don't want to be staring down the Death Eagle with this soccer ball. He comes fast and furious.
Man, Shafe is on point today. That's another save.
Yeah, the goalies are doing a good job in this game. Offense is pretty unrelenting in Super League soccer. So you got to be on it. Here we go.
Icy, this is your chance, and unfortunately, Duddy Dud just better in that position. A great bait out from him, and that should tie this game back up.
Yeah, you know, it's hard. You can't blame the goalie in that situation. When you've got a one-on-one with that much time, it
Yes.
should be the offense's ball here. You need a defensive player to be there with you.
And that's the issue. We've seen a lot of these teams clumping heavy for the offense, and that can work well, but sometimes you take risks with that. You have no defenders, and your goalie gets kind of left out to dry.
Yeah. All right, closing into a minute left here. The score is 2-3, and again, anyone's game. I'm shocked. No blowouts happening here in soccer. We are seeing fierce competition. And can the away team pull it back? No, they lose it.
Oh, they have it back, though.
They
Line has a
returned it.
good pass. Goes a little wide to Duddy Dud. Off this left side, it's a tough angle to get a shot through, and the
that's-
pass is
yeah.
not in time.
Beautiful. You need that from your defenders there. A strong offense. Force the pass. Force them into the corner.
Oh, Roby, a shot maybe here. Can he get dove on in time?
Oh,
Pass
no.
back
Pass to himself. Oh.
You see that attempt of the self-assist backboard into a sliding kick? He almost had that pulled
Very
off.
smart move.
Yeah.
Jay just missed that slide.
Dud might go for a second goal in a row.
Here's his 1v1 against the
Tying
goalie.
it up.
Left side.
Hey, he ties
Oh, Duddy Dud lands it again. He's on fire this game.
Yeah, quick, short shot. The goalie wasn't ready for it. Overshot the dive and could not get the defense. And we are closing in to a potential tie on another 30 seconds remaining in this round.
I mean, you can see the two forwards on the team, each with 2 goals. A great choice in their position.
All right. What are you focusing now? You think you want to play defensive or go all out here in the last 30 seconds knowing you've got a tie game?
You got to go on the offense.
Yeah,
Duddy Dud knows it.
These are the best players in the world.
Yeah, it's true. Go for that win. Don't risk it in the free shots. You don't want to have free kicks.
Lime wants his chance here. Poke Dragon keeping possession for home. Is there anyone to receive that? Up front, Duddy Dud.
The striker.
Could he close it out?
The striker
Back to
for
back, the goal.
Bloxy-Cola.
Oh,
Oh.
narrowly misses out. And with only a few seconds left, it goes back down the middle of the pitch.
Yeah, that was a hard, low probability goal there, but the ball's moving down.
And it's overtime.
And it's over. Again, another tie into the free kicks. Let's see what we got here.
Poke Dragon
Intense.
baiting out.
Oh, that was
Great
a
movement,
strong bait. Pulls the goalie completely out with a whiffed dive and gets an easy tap in. Death Eagle here. Let's see if he can continue his streak. And boom, that is that patented crossover from the Death Eagle. He has got a good look here. Really baits goalies well.
He makes it look
Team's
easy.
Good
Yeah,
on
he
these
does.
goals. Chafe, the goalkeeper, hero of the first match. He's good again.
Mm.
2 goals in a row for home.
Yeah, you can see they've really developed a better strategy here, going again in overtime. They've all had some practice.
Man,
Oh, they definitely learned from game 1. No one is missing.
Ooh,
That's
Icicle
safe, though.
misses one there. That's a
Yeah.
little rough. The goalie finally coming out here, not as warmed up as the rest of the players.
oh, he had a chance for redemption, but Duddy Dud sneaks it by. 3 goals landed in a row.
Yeah, this could be time for them to really shut this down. If this goalie pulls off this defense. Oh, and he does. This is now a dangerous
Shame.
scenario. Do or die.
Shea Farnaway looking like the strongest goalie today.
All
Definitely.
right, if he puts this in, it's game over.
Icy, tough position, can't save it.
Wow.
4
Just
goals
like
landed, and
that.
that's
And it is
game.
over.
Home team.
All right, so we got on this team, Antarel, Death Eagle. I don't know if I saw the names here, but we're going to see it shortly after the judges tally up some scores. We will go back to the board and show you guys where the standings are. But here are our players here. Fantastic performance from everyone. Some spirits higher than others.
Shafe only got 16 points in DTI, but thus far, he's won both matches here in Super League Soccer and is starting to compete with some of those top players now. Goes to show there's always time to come back here.
Yeah, and again, you're never out here. Again, we've got many games on our way on what is a crazy Roblox octathlon today. But let's see those scores from match 2.
All right, so a couple players undefeated here. Lime, Shafe as well as Poke Dragon are all looking good there. But Lime and Shafe, the 2 members to win both matches back-to-back in Super League Soccer.
You know, when the folks needed that, I'm seeing a lot of the current leaders on the loss for that round. So that means the points are swinging back to the folks who need it most. An impressive display here on round 2.
Yeah, those guys trying to go 3-0 into this third round if they even can end up on the same team. Again, it's randomized every time of how these teams lay out. So we'll wait for the players to shuffle back in and have one last round here in Super League Soccer. I'm liking the development we're seeing throughout. I think they did a much better job this time of setting up for some of those passes, especially the home team.
Absolutely, yeah, the whole team. I mean, leading as striker, scored 3 goals that game, along with Shafe's amazing saves. Definitely deserved that win.
Yeah, you're going to be happy to have either of those guys on your team going into the last round. Still some players who have yet to take home a game here in Super League Soccer. Icy, Poke Dragon, those guys definitely have the pressure on them as we head into this final round.
Yeah, they'll need it because they had such a strong showing in that first round here. To fall in Super League Soccer is a little rough. But hey, it's a whole day of competition ahead and not the last chance here. Well, folks, this was an exciting one. Super League Soccer has been a wonderful game here. Some fun facts about Super League Soccer. Please. It is one of the top sports games on Roblox. And actually, the governing body of soccer for North America, Central America, and the Caribbean actually released a mascot through Super League Soccer specifically. That was their major announcement. So it's exciting to see these actually large governing bodies using Super League Soccer as a way to talk to their fans and do some major releases. So it is a legitimate and recognized game in the world of soccer.
And up there with some of the iconic Roblox games we're playing today, the super classic ones like the way we're ending, of course, with Tower of Hell. This is a relatively new game, but it's definitely taken off very quickly. Similar vibe to Dress to Impress.
Correct.
Let's take a look back and see some of the highlights from that second game. Was a very exciting one here, Enyu.
Yeah, taking a look here. I can't tell whose costume that is, but there's Roby. Yeah, Roby coming in strong at the beginning with 2 goals, right? So unfortunately, he has not won a game.
Yeah, that is painful to see. Such strong individual play here, but could not actually eke out the win. Look at another breakthrough, and that goal was beautiful.
That was beautiful. I love that one.
Yeah.
You got to feel bad for Shafe there. He dove just past the ball. Almost had that one.
To get past Shafe, I mean, it's not an easy task, so Roby's 2 goals are very impressive.
Yeah, Duddy Dud as well. I mean, I feel like we can't say enough good things about him in this one. He's looked so good on that offense.
Yeah, definitely needs to continue playing the striker for the next game.
Yeah, we've got some good stuff here. Maybe we can learn a little bit more about our players here. They're taking a brief pause here to get our next game ready. I know they've come from a lot of different places all over the world, or some from around the world, some from Canada, and a handful of them all from here in America.
Yeah, I believe we have a Canadian, and then we have one guy, the Death Eagle, coming from Lithuania. Everyone else here is living in America. We have a Korean American as well, born in South Korea. So a pretty diverse group of guys here from different places around the world and around the country to come out and compete today.
Yeah, we had some fun stuff. The Death Eagle on camera right there, a really impressive player. Not only did he come all the way from Lithuania, he actually turned 18 on the plane ride over 2 days ago, which is required for this competition. So we were excited to see that. That was fate. What did you do on your 18th birthday?
You mean yesterday?
Yeah, yesterday. That's right.
I don't remember.
Yeah, no one does, but I bet you didn't compete for $1 million. So that is an exciting twist on an 18th birthday that a lot of us don't get a chance to do.
No, I'm very jealous. I'm very jealous of these guys.
Yeah, well, I think they put in the work, and it's paying off here. Nothing like a couple thousand hours of real playtime dedicated and focused on the skill. And really, the competition itself, the hunt, was a wild competition.
Yeah, can you talk a little bit about the qualification? Because it was very different than how we're actually playing the games here today. A lot more about solving puzzles and having to do some really challenging stuff to make it through.
Yeah, absolutely. Playing through 25 events, these contestants, as well as 100+ million, had to compete over solving intricate puzzles, solving clues, solving tests, and actually dealing with a handful of missions across all of these games. The competition took over a week and hours of gameplay, and it was really a collective thing. We had some pretty master puzzle solvers build these internally, including a handful of PhDs within the company who specialize in puzzle algorithms. And what's wild about that, some of our top players here actually completed those puzzles over twice as fast as the PhD masters internally at Roblox who helped construct them and peer tested with each other. So really like unfathomable talent when it comes to completing complex puzzles.
Yeah, I think it's so cool as well. Some of the different backgrounds. A guy like Icicle here, he's native to the area, grew up in the Bay, but he went to college for robotics, and he said like one of his biggest hobbies is like web puzzles, is riddles, is trying to solve challenges like that. As I imagine, looking at robotics would be a similar thing there as well. So pretty cool that he got to cash in on that skill set, but now gets to show a pretty different one with actually playing a competitive game and coming out here. All these guys have had different backgrounds. They've obviously played a ton of Roblox, but for most of them, this is going to be one of their first times playing an in-person competitive event like this, and certainly will be the biggest one any of these guys have ever played.
I like that you guys just gave out some facts about where the players are from, because now the chat is going to supporting their home countries with Lithuania, the US, and Canada, along with Team Bloxy Cola or the Witcher's Brew. So a lot of competition in the chat as well. Very exciting.
Yeah, we have 2 Canadians as well. Poke Dragon hailing from Saskatchewan, and then
Sono le
another player in here, Anonymous
ore
Line,
di
coming
sera.
over from Ontario as well.
I'm rooting for Canada.
Yeah?
Canada. That's
I
where
am
you're
also
living right
from
now,
Canada.
and you. Yeah.
Yeah.
The folks don't know.
First time revealing it.
Now we know.
No one could ever guess. I imagine. Are you rooting for Lime then? Another guy from Ontario?
I am rooting for, honestly, I'm rooting for Roby. I think he deserves some points in this competition. He's been doing really well, scoring the goals. So I hope to see him win the next game.
Yeah, a lot of our players, when they talked about their expertise, I would say the most common games they told us was Tower of Hell. Tons of Obby players. You heard it in the intro.
Yeah.
And Rivals as well, our penultimate game, the first-person shooter arena game there. So for a lot of these guys, it's a matter of being great and being confident in the later stages of the tournament, but you still need to make it there. There's 10 players in this competition. 6 are going to get eliminated in this qualifying round. And even then, you have to play a driving game before you even get to some of the ones you're going to be the most comfortable with. And even when you are there, it's going to be the highest pressure you've ever felt playing those games.
Yeah, as a reminder from the folks at home, we are a couple minutes or hopefully seconds away from our final game of Super League Soccer, and this will be the first time we progress a player. So the first rounds of this are going to be a progression based, as you heard from us earlier. But just a reminder for the folks just tuning in here, we're going to be closing out one more match of Super League Soccer, and we will progress our first player who will be in the top 4.
Our players that we're looking at to be the most likely to make it here are going to be Death Eagle, 66 points, Jay, 63, and Dudadud at 60 points as well. Those are the front runners right now. Remember, a win in Super League Soccer gives you 20 points. There's no bonus points for being the best goalkeeper, being the best person who's going offensive and actually hitting those shots into the goal. So it comes down to how well your team can do. And let's say all those guys ended up on the same team. It would be the Death Eagle, thanks to his great performance in DTI, who would be the first qualified member.
Teamwork makes the dream work.
That's
Only
right.
for this round.
Only for this one, and then no more teams.
Free for alls.
Then the friendships end. But yeah, the top 9 are within 20 points of each other. So again, it is anyone's game. You definitely want to get that win here and secure your spot early on in this competition.
That you do. For some context, one of our players is having an issue with their headphones. We have our admins looking into it right now and working through that issue. We'll give you more updates as soon as they're available. We do want to make sure that everyone has properly working equipment and the field is perfectly fair before we start another round with stakes as high as this.
So for anyone at home wondering why we're yapping, that's why.
Very concise. Thank you. All right, well, it seems like we are still going to be waiting just a bit to get into that one. So why don't we go ahead and check in with our correspondents, Geach and Sabrina. How you guys doing? What do you think of Super League Soccer thus far?
Oh my gosh, we screamed whenever Roby hit the ball right over Shape. We were actually back here screaming. That was really intense. That match was amazing. I actually haven't watched a gameplay of Super League Soccer, so I thought that was really entertaining.
Yeah, and I'm not a big sports girly myself, but that move, my heart is still pounding from some of these moments. I've been in here taking notes, it's that real. Really impressed by Death Eagle, watching all of this gameplay. I mean, I don't have the coordination. You'll hear me say that a lot today. I don't have the coordination for something like that, but I feel like I've been literally watching the World Cup or something just on the screen via Roblox. It's so cool. It's amazing. It's been so fun to watch back here. I know everybody.
I have a fun fact for you.
Oh, yeah?
About the World Cup, by the way. Super League Soccer hosted an in-game integration with FIFA for the launch of the Club World Cup trophy, which is taking place in America this summer.
Rightfully so, because look, I mean, you would think that I was out here in South America screaming from the streets the way I've been hollering back here. I'm surprised.
She's not kidding. I'm just
Yeah, I hope I don't scare you. Like,
No,
please,
you didn't.
Bring me
This
back.
has been very entertaining.
Yeah, I've been having a lot of fun. Who do you think so far? Who have you been impressed by so far? The most?
I am rooting for Roby, Death Eagle. I really liked Jay in Dress to Impress. Yeah,
Jay had some good looks.
Yeah.
in Dress to Impress.
And Death Eagles, obviously, the last one was the really good.
the ice princess fairy.
The two wing thing was very impressive.
That was a good technique. It's always good in Dress to Impress to try and see how you can layer your stuff to make it look more, exciting and more fancy, more cutesy, more demure. I'm not good at that at all. That's not my thing. I'm not a fashion girly, as you can see.
Shall we take a look at what the chat is saying?
Yeah, let's see. What's the chat saying
All
today?
right, chat. Who do you think is going to win this next match? Let's see what they all say.
When we came in, I saw a lot of people rooting for Death Eagle, which I can understand why after seeing
I've been seeing a lot of
gameplay
Shafe as well.
Yeah,
a lot of
let's
fans
see.
of Shafe, Death Eagle, Chicken Jockey. What does that mean?
I have no idea.
Blocks Fruits. Yes, Blocks Fruits is a great game.
Blocks Fruits.
Okay.
Lithuania. We've got some Lithuania. Okay.
It looks like the chat is enjoying this, though. Go ahead and hit the like if you are watching.
All right, so Sabrina, if your avatar in Roblox had a soccer celebration, what's that gonna look like?
Oh my gosh. It's probably gonna be sort of like a big galaxy explosion.
I can understand. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and kick it back over to our casters so we can get this last match started for Super League Soccer.
All right, folks, we are back here. We've got hopefully we are closing in on the opening of this last match here, but a couple more seconds for you to enjoy the soothing sounds of our voices with our faces. It's a wonderful thing.
We just take a look at, just stare at Jay Party's beautiful face.
Yeah, that's the real stall content. For some context, viewers at home, they're still sorting out some of these tech issues, making sure the monitors and the headsets for one of our contestants is working perfectly. I pulled up some trivia for you guys. You guys are Roblox experts, right? Would you consider yourself such?
Yeah, absolutely. A historian.
Would
if
you consider him an expert?
Yeah, and you is, regardless of his opinion on it, he is a master of all things
Don't
knowledge.
put me on the spot.
All right, I'm going to ask some questions. Just slap the desk to buzz in. This one should be easy. What year was Roblox officially released to the public?
Here you go.
I'm going to say 2006.
Ding, ding, ding. Good job, NU. That's the first point to you. Another year question. What year did Roblox introduce the ability to create and sell game passes?
Okay, I know this one. It's about
Go
the
ahead.
birth of the expansion of our developer program. I believe it's 2012.
You're correct. Another one. This one about number of players. In chat, you guys should play along too. Write in chat who you think this is. See how well you know Roblox. Which game on the Roblox platform holds the record for the most visits as of 2024?
It's probably the wrong answer, but I'm going to say Blocks Fruits.
Incorrect.
That is correct. I'm curious. I'm going to give the folks on the chat a couple seconds to respond here. I think they know this one, and it is a surprising favorite amongst the roleplay community, if I know correctly, as I do love numbers, and that is
How are they doing, Enya?
Brookhaven.
That chat?
Yeah, what they get? They get it right. The answer, I believe, is Brookhaven.
The chat is still rooting for the players.
RP. Well,
They're still rooting for
honestly,
players.
Good for them.
Yeah,
That's what they
absolutely.
should be doing. I love to see that passion coming out. All right, another historic question. What was the original name of Roblox before it was officially launched?
Oh, this is a fun one. Dude, the folks, this is a good one for chat. I wonder if they do know this one.
Yeah.
I might even be wearing those socks. Oh, no, wait, I'm not. We didn't. It's different ones. I believe it was called Dynablocks.
You're correct.
Dynablocks was the original, and it was a physics simulator at the very start here. It was a pretty impressive little creation here to kind of demonstrate science and physics to kids and everyone around the world to kind of learn. And it turns out if you allow logic into a block, you can pretty much make any game the world has seen.
Yes.
And that's kind of the origin, I think, of all video games. And we saw it here in Roblox kind of evolving over the years from the old world of Dynablocks into the Roblox we have today. Full-fledged game engine. So, for the folks at home, we're waiting. Go ahead, open studio, start publishing your own experiences and find out what it means to create and build some of the coolest things around in the world.
What experience do you guys have with actually building games? Have you spent any time in the creation studio and tried that out much?
Yes, actually, I have. I went through a tutorial with some of the developers here at Roblox. They went through a simple one for me, but they threw out some terms that was very complicated. I did not retain any of that information. So whoever can make games in Roblox are very smart.
It's so impressive what people actually put together and how much work it takes. I know you get to work with the devs on a day-to-day basis. Must be special to see what creative things people put together in this Roblox game.
I do, and it is fascinating to know our developers from around the world. They are incredible folks who do awesome and wonderful things, but they're also good people. I think that's such a fun part of Roblox. A lot of our creators are building things they want to play, they want to create. It's both a hobby and a profession for them, so we see incredible stuff.
Yeah, and for this tournament as well, we had to ask a lot of developers to change things up about their games and make modifications for this tournament, and it seems like everyone was pretty willing to do that as well.
All right, folks, so here's the deal. We are trying to ensure this is a fair competition as much as possible, and I believe we're ready to get back in it. But to solve some of this out, we're going to be removing the headsets for this next round of Super League Soccer here to ensure it is an even playing field for all 10 of our players. And guess what? I think they're on the pitch.
It's going to be new teams, a new look, and a last chance to make it. 2 players competing for that top spot. Duddy Dud and Death Eagle. One of them will be able to be the first making it through. That or 3J, who's going to be on the same team here. Mad Max in possession, sends it up. Good pass, but a little too wide. No one super well in position to receive. Another pass going back. Chance for a goal, and it's not in. Shafe again on the defense,
Shafe
and you.
once again.
Yeah, almost bobbles the ball from the goalie there. Thankfully, he recovers that, and it is out of there. Another chance for another play.
I'm looking for Roby.
Yeah.
Which team is he on?
A crowd favorite, again, without a win under his belt and maybe the most goals on the field. Hopefully, Rovi gets his big break soon.
He's going to be back on the green team there, joined by Duddy Dud. Jay as well, rocking with the home team.
Indeed, indeed. Again, a little slower of a start here. No one really securing those quick goals in this third game here. I'm sure the defense is starting to shore up and understand the strategies from all the players.
Good defense from Lime. A new person stepping into the goalkeeper position.
That's true. This is the first time with Lime here, and I know they discussed briefly beforehand who would be the goalie as they need to rotate that with their new teams.
Wow.
The quick
Looks like a lot of fouls there, but nothing being called. What is happening?
Where is the referee? Those slide tackles are not coming in from the correct angle.
It is vicious in this game. The only way to change possession other than a missed pass is to just go for those slide tackles. Not going to get the red card.
Oh, and definitely. This is not in the sweet spot. I know they try to put it just out of the goal box here. Definitely a specific strategy tied to SLS, and that's what you got to understand here with the best players in the world. Understand the mechanics perfectly well, and we see that kind of sweet spot in the corner. When you don't have an out-of-bounds mechanic, it's definitely where you want to put it for some of the safer passes.
Let's check in with Jay, one of our top performers thus far. Passes it to his goalie, and he'll send things back into the middle yet again. This one a bit more reserved from our teams than the first, but maybe a chance here. No. Shafe, again, very good on the defense.
Yeah, closing in on that first minute. It has passed, and we are still 0-0. Lowest scoring by far, and really low shots on goal in general. Nothing too serious. It's been pretty casual. Defense playing it up.
Maybe that long pause really slowed down their adrenaline.
Absolutely. Gave the players time to breathe here. And I think, again, we're seeing a bigger plan. These folks are learning just as much as we are, again, how they play, how they perform, what the strategies are. But here's the breakaway, and that is it.
Oh, Death Eagle.
Our top player in the standings thus far, Death Eagle with 66 points. If he can win this game, he would bring home the first spot in the top 4 for himself, and he wants to do it with his own hands.
I know we've talked a lot about his skill in so many competitions. If anything, the players maybe need him to get out now. Give other people a chance here, as he has demonstrated he has a strong fortitude for a broad array of game types.
It is truly a luxury to qualify this early. But it seems like there is a bit of a technical problem with the match. For competitive integrity, the admins have made the decision to reset this game. So forget what you saw in that one. We're resetting to where we were. With 2 games finished on Super League Soccer, 1 yet to play, we want to ensure that with stakes is high, everything is perfectly competitively fair for our players. So they're making that call. We'll get you guys back into game with the proper third match as soon as possible when that technical issue is sorted.
All right. Well, it wouldn't be a sporting event without something to solve in the physical world. So we're going to get that resolved here, folks. Thankfully, that was a much slower game here. Defense was really dominating that one. Not a lot of hard breakaways. So, it is what it is, but still an exciting day of competition. So while the team figures that out, we're going to talk about a couple other things here. Maybe get to know some of our players. Maybe some fun facts about the folks competing today. As you can see behind me a little bit on the screen here, they each have a color. That is the player's corresponding color. So as we go about the day, their outfits will be marked with that so you can understand who they are.
And it matches the monitor back there, so you can kind of reference the face to the player as well of who the real person is repping that Roblox avatar.
And they've got their outfits to match here, a very stylish way to identify folks and keep it cohesive. So very cool stuff.
Indeed, it is. It looks like they also have pretty jackets as well with their names that are matching up for this event. And you,
Yeah, can I get one of those after this is done? Or just steal it off their backs? I really want. I like those jackets.
well, don't let him in the player room. He's going to start pickpocketing people for jackets.
If somebody wins the $1 million, they could afford to give me their jacket.
I want to see if we could take another look at those points maybe, because we're starting to get to the point, like we were talking about, where the first player is going to qualify their way into things. And every time you win at Super League Soccer, you get 20 points. You see it thus far for Shafe and Duddy Dud. But the overall standings right now have the Death Eagle and Jay and Duddy Dud as the top 3 players. So basically, if any one of those players is to win this next round and they don't have someone with more points than them on the team, that's basically their ticket into the top 4. So definitely important things to look at and important players to keep watch on as we get into this final round of Super League Soccer.
Exciting times. But don't worry, after that, we're going to be playing some blade ball. We're going to be playing some slap battles and, of course, doors to round out this progression system in the first set.
I want to ask you guys, we got a lot of games today. What are you most excited to watch?
My favorite on the list is definitely Blade Ball, and that's coming up next, so I can't wait to see that.
Why do you like it so much?
I like that it's fast-paced, action-packed, and not a lot of teamwork because I'm not into that. I like individual competitions, so I like to see that bring out their fierce competitor in these players. So I think that would be very exciting. A lot more shouting in the back, probably.
Yeah, Blade Ball is an exciting game of reaction speed. You know, I'm pretty excited for Rivals myself. I know we've talked to a lot of these players. Rivals is one of their favorites, but I think as just an internal employee, we play a lot of Rivals. It's actually how promotions are decided within Roblox. Fun fact here. So always ensure you're on a team where you're better than your boss at Rivals.
How do I apply?
I know.
That sounds like a great job.
You'd love it. So that's going to be a real exciting thing to hear.
I think I have to agree on Rivals. When I was prepping for this event, I played all the games, and I gave myself like a good few hours to practice them all, and I think I spent half the time just playing Rivals because I got a win streak going. And I was like, I can't stop now. It's really addictive. I love how the movement has so much skill expression in it. You can really go back and forth with the slides. You can out-movement your opponent in a lot of ways. And with that main AR only having 20 bullets, precision, movement, it's all super important. So a super fulfilling game to play, and one that even for players that hadn't played it before, I think a lot of them had the same feeling we did, that it was one of those games that just gets you hooked once you start playing.
Yeah, high adrenaline, high-paced play, and a fun competitive mode to boot. It's really got the perfect recipe.
Looks like it's 2-1, Rivals versus Blade Ball. I want to see what the chat says. Let us know what your favorite games are on here today.
Yeah, we talked about a lot of them. You know, in the meantime, I think we might just toss it over to our correspondence team. I know they've had some time to think, some time to talk. What's going on over there?
Hello, J Party. We are just talking about our experience in this event ourselves, right, Geach?
Yeah, so I'm going to tell you right now, I'm not good at any of these games. So I already know my strengths, and I just, when the hunts start, I do my thing. I jump in. I just kind of like dibble and dabble here and there, nothing too serious. But Sabrina, you actually had a chance you got all the tokens, right?
I got all the mega tokens. I did. I think I did a total of 19 hours streaming live. It's not as long as some other people. However, I did have the help of the community, so I had a little bit of a people helping me through.
W community. Which would you say was the most challenging game?
Oh my gosh, definitely Pressure. I literally there's a clip of me screaming. I'm like, no, like I tried for 4 hours straight before I beat it. Yeah.
What?
So I got the mega token after like 4 hours. Yeah. They did nerf it though. So
did they nerf it before or after you got the mega token?
After.
Of course.
After.
Because that's how it goes. That's what happens. And so when you were working through that, did you have your community helping you with that as well, or were you just
and they're in there just giving me moral support because I was literally just doing the same thing over and over and dying over and over. Yeah.
And you didn't.
But I became a pro by the end. Like I felt like my last run was so good. I should upload it as a video.
You definitely should, because after 4 hours, Pixar didn't happen.
Yeah.
Yeah, you gotta put it out there for the people to see. So how did you actually what was your intro to Roblox? How did you get into Roblox?
I started in 2017. I had a gaming channel already. People were, commenting, you should try Roblox, you should play Roblox. I actually played it with my little brothers at first. And then I was like, this is kind of cool. There's so many games. And just, within like that year, we became Roblox exclusive DJ and I.
Nice.
My boyfriend, who also is part of the channel Terabyte Games.
Shout out to DJ. Yeah, so similar to me as well. I actually started because of my children. Hi, children. Yeah, so it was one of those things, you know, where they kind of introduced me to it. Is of course, mommy, you should play this game with us. And then I get on, and now that's like all I do is play Roblox.
That's awesome. That's such a good thing to bond over.
It is. It's really cool, and it's nice because it's, you know, you can there's such a wide range of options when it comes to Roblox. Everybody who knows me can tell you I drive them nuts all the time. I'm just constantly preaching the gospel of Roblox.
What's your favorite genre of game on Roblox?
Horror.
That's
all
your
day.
favorite?
Yes, I love horror. I like horror games.
So you
in
like
general.
Doors?
So about that.
Oh, okay. I guess we'll talk more about that later.
We'll get to that later. But yeah, while we wait to get into that, we're gonna go ahead and get back to our caster so we can watch this last match of Super League Soccer. Thanks, guys.
All right. We are back again, folks, and hopefully we are getting through things here. We are just checking out what's going on in game and hopefully testing the replacement equipment to ensure the playing field remains even.
Yeah, so it's going to be our third round of Super League Soccer. Reminder of the stakes. Our first player that qualifies to the top 4 double elimination round will be decided here. The player with the highest points at the end of our our final round of Super League Soccer will be that player making it through. So exciting stuff here. And let's talk about some of those guys who are going to be the focus here as well. And actually, we're ready to go. Let's get into the game. Enough yapping from us. Let's start this last match of Super League Soccer. It looks like the players just getting their ready checks right now and getting set on the teams. I can't wait on you.
Yeah, and just to go back, a couple minutes ago, I asked the chats what their favorite game is, and it looks like the most popular answer is Doors. So all 3 of us are wrong.
Doors is fun.
Yeah,
all
Doors
of
is
us.
great. So stay tuned, everybody. Doors is coming up really soon.
Yeah, Doors will be the deciding match in this one. But for now, the deciding match of this first session is underway as guess what? They're on the pitch. The players are ready. Let's get this kickoff here. Again, the final round of Super League Soccer. The first winner will be chosen here. And boy, you get a long break if you win this first cluster.
And our 2 strikers, the 2 center fielders, Dud. And of course, on the other side, the Death Eagle.
Death Eagle.
Trying to compete to make it into that top 4.
Yeah, Dud showing he's not a dud in this game at all here. Doing a great job. I believe scoring our inaugural goal of the entire set here. Let's see if he can do it again in this game.
Can I just make a prediction here? We got Dud. Oh!
I mean, he's not going to let you talk, and you Dud another goal. He started us strong here, and he wants to qualify.
Hey, my answer has not changed. Definitely the away. They got Dud and Roby on the same team. 2 amazing strikers. I feel like they can pull this off.
Yeah, this is his chance. The Roby comeback here, he deserves it. He's been doing such a great job here. And look at this. The team gets the breakaway again. Can the away team do it?
Jay and the Death Eagle are 2 top players thus far on the same team here.
Yeah, we'll see.
Oh, nearly another goal there. That would have tied the game, but not today. Death Eagle has it back in possession and will pass to his teammate off the side.
Ooh.
That pass was a little dangerous.
That was a dangerous. The old crossover on your own goal there.
Set up for another one, though. Pass back to Death Eagle. Oh, he can't get it. Goes a little bit wide. No.
He got it.
Time. Here's his shot. His chance. Death Eagle.
Oh, whoa. It looked like it went in, but it didn't.
It was very close.
An attempt there, a little short. Not the Death Eagle's usual style of a cross goal. He kind of kept that one a little too short and easy, and they're able to recover it.
Wow, great teamwork there by the away team. A lot of amazing passes.
That's a scary spot. When you see the cluster just gathering on the net, it's hard to tell what's really going to happen there, and it's a good chance for the offense to get a score.
Looking at this match, on your home team, you have the Death Eagle with 66 points. On the other side, Dud has 60 points on the away team. If home or away wins, their respective top scoring player will be the first one qualifying. So especially for those 2, this is where their performance counts.
Everyone must be really hungry for this win.
Yeah, we're hearing a lot of commotion from the players in the back. Passions are high here. Oh, slip and fall results in a quick goal there.
That's 2 goals in a row for Dud.
The world's greatest striker.
The away team showing they came to play in this round here. Dud gets the 2 goals for his team so far. Off to a really strong start, but again, with 3 minutes remaining, we've seen major comebacks.
Dud is truly doing this for himself. Trying to get himself in.
Yeah, again, his own breakaway. We'll see if you see that backboard shot. No, I like it. Baits in the defender a bit, but it's not enough. Jay gets the steal, and it's out.
Here's a chance at offense. This game has been all about our top scorers, but maybe a new member stepping up. Antarell needs to score some more points in this group stage, and with the help of Icy, here's his chance. Open goal. It's in.
No, it is not, but the chaos continues here. A dangerous spot, and they're going to get it out. I think that's the right move here. Just get some time to breathe. Death Eagle is a one-man army here on offense.
Oh.
Antarell again takes possession, passes to Icy. That duo back at it again. Can they land it? No. Lime, good on the defense.
Yeah, absolutely. That's an important goal to save there. You really want to keep your hopes alive here. 2 goals is nothing to catch up to. That third goal gets a little dangerous.
We proved it in our first game. It was an 0-2 comeback to make it to overtime there.
Yeah.
Great save by Anonymous Lime.
You're not going to get the charge down on the goalie there, hopefully. Ooh.
Oh, another save.
Death Eagle cannot catch a break.
I know. He's trying his hardest here, but the offense has been rock solid for the away team.
It is really tough for Jay and Death Eagle here. They're going up against Shafe. He's been the best goalkeeper of the day.
Roby went from an amazing striker to a great defender, really holding it down for the away team.
Yeah, and they need some of their best players there trying to play defense on the Death Eagle, who shows that he is unrelenting on offense.
Antarell's done well. A couple key steals for him, but he's yet to actually get a goal off of it. Another steal, but it's back into the possession of the home team, and again, they steal it out of the clutches of the Poke Dragon.
Oh, and here's the breakaway.
movement.
Can he do it? His best shot at it yet. And it's easy peasy. Death Eagle keeping their hopes alive here. He is unrelenting on offense.
He wants to keep that first spot in the competition so bad.
Yeah, absolutely. And that is important. It would be nice for him to get out early, get a little rest, stretch the fingers out, take a sip of water, and watch the rest of your competitors compete. Really see who the competition is going to be in the finals.
And it's just serendipitous that, again, it's Death Eagle and Dud on the kickoff together. Those two trying to make that qualification happen here. Dud back on the offense. No one defending but that goalie. However,
Not sure what that was.
Home team's going to be a little ahead of it, and they'll pass back to the goalie safely.
Yeah. Easy exit, end that play. Oh, no, the goalie gets a missed kick.
Wow.
Oh, no.
Bit of a fumble there. Lime had his chance, tried to send it back up the middle, but a great position played in from Icy.
That was an actual mistake there from the goalie. Played it too short, and on a missed pass, it just comes right back to his team.
Same 2 players up at the kickoff.
Yeah. And
Okay,
again,
Dragon this
still
time.
down by 2 with a minute remaining. This is not over yet here. They're going to need to step up that offense as we see the Death Eagle again trying to get in position. Oh, but Dud plays it well. Slight delay allows him to break away with the ball.
Dud is still on the offense, even though they're up by 2. Oh, no, looks like he's killing time.
Yeah,
He's
he
doing
is
well
definitely.
at it. Down to 40 seconds. Tried to pass it out, but stolen by 3J at the last second. They need goals, and they need them quickly. 40 seconds to try and lock this up. But Antarell again, they're just
amazing
killing
defense.
time.
Lockdown defense by the away team.
Yeah, that was a big steal here. Very important stuff here.
Lime defends yet again.
All right, back down the field. Another shot for offense. I think the Death Eagle needs a support player here. He can't do this again all on his own.
It is 3-on-1, so
my
Antarell
gosh.
with how many steals?
Antarell really came through in the clutch here as defense. That was a 3-on-1 and manages the steal and ends the play.
And that's just not enough time left. Dud. This is his opportunity. If they can wane down these last few seconds, they'll lock this game up. And that's time.
They're just standing still now. It's
3-1, the away team. They take things home, and that's Dud. Our third place player heading into this round with 60 points. We'll claim 20 more, and that should be enough to put him ahead.
Yeah, we'll have to see here. We're going to let our judges tally some of those points. In the interim, we're going to talk through some of the incredible things we just saw there as we bring to a close Super League Soccer, our only team event in the day here, working together to start because things are going to get fiercely competitive right after this.
They absolutely are. Really impressive stuff across the board from our players. I think my biggest takeaway players were honestly just the 2 stars. Dud and the Death Eagle were both looking excellent on the offense this game, but you can't forget Shafe and Lime, honestly, in that last round as well, holding things down at the goalkeeper.
Antarell did great, played amazing defense there. But if I was Dud right now, I'd probably feel like the main character. That is just, I must feel on top of the world if I was him.
It's the game that mattered for him. He was just in that tight race to make it into the top 4. And that win there, of course, we have to officially tally it still, but that should be enough to push him across the line. And let's take a look at those scores and get official confirmation. And there it is. Dud takes home 40 points there from that one, but that's cumulative with their first points from DTI as well, where he had an additional 46 points.
Yeah, worth noting, Shafe, the only undefeated player in Super League today, holding it down with 60 points. You know, it's interesting. We didn't see as much of him on offense. He was a really strong defensive player and even a strong goalie.
Yeah, he had a pretty tough DTI as well. Only picked up 16 points in that round, but bounced back here in Super League.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that's a big opportunity for the comeback, which means a lot of our scores have shifted dramatically. After this, we will do the full calculation and show you where we stand. And again, we will crown the first progression in our tournament. And that player is going to go take a nice break in the back room, put their feet up, sip some water, and watch the competition from there until we get to the top 4.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, really cool stuff there. The competition, though, only going to continue to heat up. We have a lot more games in this qualification round, but while we wait again for that final tally, let's go ahead and check in with our correspondence team.
Hello. Thank you so much, Mimi. Geach, I have 2 questions for you. Number 1, do you call it soccer or football?
Honestly, Sabrina, it depends on whether or not I'm wearing socks. You see, if I have socks on my feet, I'm going to call it soccer because that just makes sense. But, if I'm barefoot, it's got to be football. It just makes sense. I mean, why I'm playing the game with no shoes on, we're not going to get into that. Maybe it was a wild night.
We're not going to tell her. We're not going to tell her.
No.
Okay, I have another question. Number 2, who do you think was the MVP today?
I'm not going to lie. It was different for me each round. So, the first round, I was really watching Icy. Icy's goalie work was insane. He was really going for it. Second round. First round, it was Death Eagle. Just straight out of the gate, just the juking and just ripping the ball and taking the shots. I was really impressed by Death Eagle all the way through. And then at the end, though, Daddy Dead came through and really just showed, I'm not here to play with y'all. This is a game, but I'm not playing with y'all today. I'm coming to win this $1 million.
I think Shafe also is putting on a very good game today.
Shafe definitely did a great job. Shafe's defense, except we got to talk about the Roby shot. We got to talk about the Roby shot.
Somebody's got to clip that.
Listen, it's getting clipped and both of you are going to be forever immortalized in Roblox history. Not necessarily for the best reason, maybe, but Shafe, great job regardless. I probably it would have gone the same way, real life or in Roblox for me.
I agree. All right, let's take it back to you. Thank you so much for answering those questions.
All right, folks, we are back again. Exciting stuff here as we draw to a close. The first 2 games, you saw it here, Dress to Impress and Super League Soccer, done and dusted. Now we're coming into our officially first contestant into our next round. Mimi, you want to let the folks know who it is?
Let's do it. After our first 2 games played, we have our first player advancing to the top 4. It's none other than Duddy Dud. Congratulations to him. He'll have a chance to step back, take a bit of a break before coming back for the top 4. He's already 1 step closer to that $1 million.
All right, incredible stuff. Duddy Dud really showed up with some fantastic scores in both of our first games. Let's see if we've got the leaderboard. We can pull it up and see the total scores of the day. Always fun to see where our players stand. Duddy Dud advancing, and I'll let you know his score was 80. So 4 points ahead of Shafe. And then a little bit of a stretch from the Death Eagle. But you see all top 5 of those players within 20 points, which means that game of soccer mattered.
It definitely made the biggest difference because if I remember correctly, Death Eagle was very far ahead in the first place.
He was the best player of DTI.
Right, yes.
And as we take a look back at some of the replays from Super League Soccer, we can think about some of the best players from it because Shafe, really, that guy, he went from 16 points in Dress to Impress to then rally back and win every single match of Super League Soccer. He was the only through line across our 3 victorious teams.
And here are Duddy Dud's goals for his last 3 matches. Incredible.
Yeah, showing it. He started the competition off in SLS making those goals, and he ended it making goals.
And there's the Death Eagle.
With games so close, 2 of them going into overtime, you got to feel a little bad for the Death Eagle because he was performing so well, but only managed to actually get the win in one of these. It goes to show that no matter how good you are, it always comes down to just your team and how good they are. Let's take a look at Duddy Dud's reaction. This is him feeling things out and getting that win there, and you see how excited he is when he found out he was progressing to the top 4.
Oh, man, that is awesome, folks. Well, there are still 3 spots left, folks, and I think we're getting ready to see it. And you want to tell us what game's coming up next?
Yeah, that's right. So with 3 spots left, no one's going to go down without a fight, though, definitely. I hope you're all ready for an absolute battle now because Blade Ball is up next.
Game 3, Blade Ball. There are 5 free-for-all matches. The goal is to deflect the ball and hit your opponents. Last one standing wins. The contestant with the highest cumulative score will advance to the round of 4. Here's the scoring for each match.
All right. We are getting ready for Blade Ball, and this is one of the hype games of the day, I will say. And you said it was a favorite of his, but I'll say it's one of my favorites as well.
Yeah, so what should we be looking out for here today? Is there any strategies, anything like that we should get excited about as we are about to hop into our first match here, Enu?
Fast reaction time. Who can click their mouse the fastest?
That's all it comes down to. And who can click it at the right time? Because you misclick there, you mess up, you don't have the block.
Yeah, I'm not very good at that part.
Yeah, and here we are. We're into our first match of Blade Ball. With Dud gone, it is just going to be 9 contestants competing for 3 spots. And you see how quick this gets going. A real back and forth rally here.
And there we go.
Wow.
You see how tough it is to react.
Yeah, the first player falls. And again, it's a quick game here. Slow to start with. Every hit speeds that ball up a little bit and a little bit more until we have the showdown at the end here.
By the way, guys, there are only 4 abilities unlocked in the Blade Ball match
Tell me
here.
about them.
So there is going to be Freeze, which freezes the ball until parried or until 5 seconds. There's Blink, which allows the user to teleport up to 3 times before the cooldown. Rapture, which unleash a ferocious upward slash. And of course, Pull, which pulls the ball towards you. Not sure if anybody wants to use that, but that could be an interesting strategy.
Yeah, you see there a couple players with one of those abilities you were talking about. Largely, you're just going to be spamming that left click and making sure you're blocking, making sure you get the timing down right. It is going so quickly. Our players clearly adept with the reaction time. Freeze in play. Ball will come back going pretty quick onto Icy, and you see how fast it is out of that freeze.
Oh, misses it. Jumps and jukes himself there, throwing off his timing. Yeah, that's all it takes is a second. And that's why some of these abilities matter so much. Freeze, you'd think slowing the ball down matters, but you throw off the defensive timing, waste your block too early, and guess what? You're a sitting duck.
Yeah, it's actually, you'd think on hearing the ability that it would be more about using to protect yourself, but you're almost always going to be using it to grief other players and freeze it right before it hits them and screw up their kind of internal clock.
Yeah, and there's that hit. Another player goes down here, and we are getting to the finals here. Roby's still in it. Exciting stuff here. We'll see if he can come back in this one. Sure. And there's the rundown. We see it there, an elimination. A final approach, so strong of a strategy.
That was one of those strats you were talking about. We see it here again. The reaction time's impeccable. Death Eagle. Great from him, and it's a 1v1 against Antarel. This ball is only going to speed up. They run each other down.
Oh,
Antarel
pulls it off.
Oh, there's one more left, though.
Oh,
Roby
yeah.
avoided being seen, and now he has this 1 versus 1.
He's been sneaky.
That he has.
I did not see him all match.
Roby, the
run each other down.
Oh, the Rupture.
Very nice from Antarel. Great usage of all of those abilities there, and taking home our first of 5 rounds here in Blade Ball.
Yeah, you know, it's hard to see from the folks at home when you see that slight arc change, but it really comes down to a millisecond timing here. Anything matters to throw off your opponent, and it came down to that, and a quick mistake from Roby gets him second place with that one.
Yeah, impressive for Antarel, the oldest player that we have in the competition today, still looking really on top of things in what is basically just a reaction time test in Blade Ball.
Yeah, I mean, reaction time plus good gaming chairs definitely makes a good difference here. So great job, Antarel. Amazing defensive player in Super League Soccer, and you can see that in his blocking abilities here in Blade Ball. So definitely translated well.
Yeah, he wins the first round there. That's going to be 15 points to him for winning that first round. And, you know, it wasn't a great TTI for him, but he won 2 games of Super League Soccer. He won this first match of Blade Ball. So he's starting to sneak up those standings real quick.
Absolutely. That's what matters. Can't lose spirit. This game is still very close. Looks like we've got some scores in here. Maybe we can check those out and let the folks at home know where we stand after that first game.
Yeah, Antarel, they're up top with 15. Roby, second place. The Death Eagle following along there as well. And whittles all the way down to 0 points with 3J. The player unfortunately eliminated first in our opening round of Blade Ball.
As a player, though, I really like Death Eagle, always on the offensive, you know, very brave, showing off his quickness. Unfortunately, it didn't work out for him, but I like to see him keep that going in the next match.
But placements are still important in Blade Ball. Making a top 3 across, 4 or 5 of these games, or even less than that, is still going to be enough, even if you're not winning every single one.
Yeah, we are seeing that as well. It is tight race amongst the top. So anything matters, every win. Can't let yourself get down. Momentum, be darned, come back and win it. And we're in here.
Here we go.
Match 2 of Blade Ball.
I'm looking at 3J here. I want a redemption run for him. He went out first in that opening round. Here's his chance to do a little bit better here. And thus far, he's mainly eluded the ball. Nice defense from him. And he's going to get into a bit of a rally early on.
Yeah, playing with that delay. Use those abilities now. Let folks kind of hopefully screw up their timing at the base level here. Knock out some of the good players with a surprise.
Freeze looks like the most popular abilities the players are electing to choose.
And there goes Icy down. Where is Death Eagle? This is a real cheeky spot.
finding his way onto the tree. He knows things others don't. Look at that stylish avatar right there. Let's see if they can find where he even is. People might get a little confused when the ball disappears into the trees.
Yeah, you can also kind of aim when you're bouncing back. So if you're not paying attention, you won't see him up there.
Again, Rapture.
Quick Rapture.
Very well.
Yeah, Rapture's showing a good job here. Everyone is really focused on that timing of a direct flight. When you see that arc and that increased speed, it throws things off.
So for viewers who haven't played a ton of blade ball, what does Rapture actually do, and how does it change how that ball travels?
Yeah, so Rapture is an upward slash where you're seeing a different kind of velocity coming from the ball.
And that's that flaming sword icon we're seeing on a player like PokeDragon.
Significantly increased curve and an influence on the power here allows for, again, a shift in timing, trying to throw off those reaction speeds.
Personally, I've never avoided a Rapture before. I've always died when it's used on me, so like to see somebody survive that here.
It's going real quick here. Frozen up in midair. Who's it going to go after
play.
here? Death Eagle in the hot seat. Needs to reply. That's good from him.
Oh, wow. Actually, incredible anonymous line play there. You saw Death Eagle hit a direct shot to the person right to the right, and they still recovered it. At this point, this is where things heat up. People are going to be falling real quick at this ball speed.
Even with the freeze, he did not cover.
He did not count to 5 effectively. We'll have to bring that back to counting. Oh,
wow.
Look at that. Double. Roby turning it on. He could do it.
He was kind of the unsung hero of Super League Soccer, scored a lot of big goals, but only actually managed to win one round of it.
Oh, good freeze there. Giving PokeDragon enough time to back up, though. Hopefully he's got the space. This ball's going to become nice and slow.
Going to max, yep.
And this is as fast as it's going to get going. Zipping back and forth. Our players doing well to react. It seems like it all comes down to the abilities with how you survive. And just the flick to the left there is very nice from Mad Max. I don't think Shafe was ready.
No, sending him back to the AFK zone to observe this match from afar.
Now Roby's on a tree.
Yeah, we'll see. It didn't work out for the Death Eagle, who did go down on his tree, but Roby, king of the jungle right now.
Rapture used. Actually, I think the first time we've seen Rapture not end in an elimination, but there's one back with the Rapture as well.
Look who we see again. Antarel, defense of the soccer, now showing this is what matters in Blade Ball.
I want to try and check in with Antarel. Let's see if he can go back to back here.
Yeah.
And win both rounds of this one. Has looked so good in this mode thus far. Clear the practice is paying off in a long rally. The Rapture, he avoids it. Back
Rapture
it goes
and
again.
Rapture.
Antarel staying alive.
Incredible. Double elimination.
Impeccable from him.
All right, Roby is in it, though. Let's see what he can do here. We've seen some of these favorites already coming out here. Is he going to stay on the street for the one-on-one? Interesting. A good position. We see the rundown strategy happening a lot. Folks close that gap, force incredible reaction speeds back and forth really, really quickly, but we won't see it here if he stays up there, which means, no, he's coming down. He's going to play off this field. Doesn't like the angle for himself either.
It's going so fast. Who's going to make a mistake first? Who messes up at the beginning? Roby is down.
Again for Antarel.
Back to back for Antarel.
That is huge for Antarel here. Really suddenly securing his spot here so far in Blade Ball. Really important stuff. Incredible to see. Back-to-back wins showing he does have what it takes.
Truly impeccable from him. I mean, just looking so clean with the reaction times. I think having really good positioning throughout and definitely not afraid to take fights. We saw a lot of players trying to hide, almost play placements up in the trees, and it worked pretty well for Roby to get second place. We'll take a peek at the scores here, which is going to show us another 15 tallied up for Antarel, adding 30 to his running total.
Can he go for the perfect score in 5 matches?
That would be ridiculous.
That would be
clean
insane.
sweep of Blade Ball, and unfortunately Roby going for the clean sweep of second place. But hey, that's still a lot of points here, keeping him in this game. A couple wins might be what he needs to pull ahead.
We got to see more from Jay. He lost first in the first round, went out early in this one as well. There's 3 matches left to turn it around, but definitely has to step things up for him.
Yeah, scores are tight. I will say again, anyone's game still just got to get a couple more wins here, and it's not over yet. Blade Ball is just the beginning. We've got some slap battles indoors still in the progression round, so there will be some more folks moving on. However, after Blade Ball, we will have one more progressing. So, all right, the folks are getting secure. They're getting in here. Final game. All right, and how you feeling? Who's going to take this one?
Third game. There's still
3
games left
after this.
Third game.
I'm just gonna go with Antarel. He's shown nothing but perfect gameplay here, so I don't want to be wrong here.
All right, you've heard it here. The master of Blade and Ball. We'll see how this progresses. Look at that. 2 players already running into each other. That was a quick close.
I like that from PokeDragon. Had a couple rough runs here in Blade Ball, but starts things off with an elimination.
Yeah, impressive stuff here.
Tough positioning for Icy right at the start there.
That was.
Freeze onto the ball.
No obstacles on this one. The folks are on a flat, even playing ground. There'll be no hiding in the trees.
Death Eagle Very interesting strategy. He's just going into the center of the map here. Clearly extremely confident in every one of these games we've seen thus far.
There's no tree to stand on, so he's got no place else to go.
Yeah, Icicle and Poke out already. The remaining players still on the board here, doing the spread out, slow play for the beginning here. No one wants to get sloppy on these easy hits. All right, good catch on the freeze here. You don't have to wait for freeze. That is important. People can close in on that gap and just hit it, which I think is part of the mental bait. They want you to run forward and forget your timings on defense.
Yeah, the thing is, though, sometimes when it's frozen, you basically have to choose, do you back up and take the risk on the timing, as we see doesn't work out from Lime, or do you close the gap and do that? Because it is tough to get the timing perfect with how fast that ball gets moving.
Indeed, indeed. We see Shafe playing with the jumps there. The jumps is a dangerous one. It can throw off your ability to see when exactly that timing matters, but it can confuse your opponents as well.
Yeah.
It's interesting. It almost looks like he's reacting less off of actually seeing the ball and more off of just like feeling the timing. It's a very cerebral way to play it. Is unfortunately for the Death Eagle, he's eliminated early this round.
Look at his expression. That must have been devastating.
Yeah, that is devastating. But I will admit his fun fact on his player card was that he is a good loser. Unfortunately, we don't want to see that today. We'd like a good winner.
I don't know how fun that is.
Sad
It means he's a
That's
good
a sad
sport.
fact.
No, it means he's a good sport, and that's what matters in a competition like this.
Oh, it's going real quick here. Couple freezes from both sides. Shafe ready to receive this one. Does he have the timing perfect? It's not going for him. Another freeze, and that's an elimination.
All right, but still some important folks in that. Unfortunately, that is Jay, and this was an important round for him. But guess what? Roby is still in it. Antaral is still in it, and these folks are on pace right now for the top scores.
And honestly, I'd love to just watch Antarel here. A chance to go for the three-peat. And thus far, he's playing a little bit back.
Yeah.
Letting the other competitors eliminate each other. He does a great job of choosing when to get proactive, when to actually become a part of this fight. His ability's online. It's going real quick back and forth. Antarel not finding him yet. Frozen for a moment. Roby hits it in.
Wow.
Mad Max is gone.
And that's unfortunate, coming right to him from around that corner. He might not have been looking the right way.
Roby has been our other best player of Blade Ball, and him and Antarel are both in this. Another competitor, though. Someone who was good in the last round. Shafe here as well with his chance to dethrone Antarel in this mode.
Yeah, I think we saw some impressive goaltending or goalkeeping from Shafe. Oh, in that last round, but
That's Roby gone.
that's Roby.
1v1. Antarel. He's three-peat on the line here. Up against Shafe. The goalkeeper extraordinaire. It's back and forth so quick.
Wow,
And
3 in a
Antarel,
row.
3
That's insane.
in a row.
Look at that fire emoji on top of his head. That must feel real good.
That is an important win from Antaral, who takes 3 top spots in 3 rounds here. Boy, he must be feeling good. You've got a little room to breathe here, a little bit of a buffer. Yeah, that is the face of the champion of the Blade.
Yeah, I'll tell you
And
what,
ball.
if he gets a little bit better, he might just be able to match up against me.
Yeah, we're going to see that.
Yeah.
in the
I
Casper
feel like he
Throwdown.
might crush you. No offense. He looks kind of undefeated right now.
After this competition, I challenge Antarel to a 1v1
Okay.
in play ball.
Let's see it.
Yeah, you know, we did have one of our teammates warming up with these folks earlier as a 10th sub-in 10th player who we consider a very good player, and he was destroyed by every one of these guys. So
Yeah.
they are good. All right, folks, looks like the scores are in. Let's check it out and see where we stand. No surprise there, Antaral sweeping Blade Ball with 3 victories and 45 points on the board.
Antarel had 66 points coming into this one from 2 wins in SLS and a solid performance in DTI. This should now put him out in front of the lead. If he can maintain this through the rest of the rounds of Blade Ball, he is setting himself up for a bit of a break to not have to play through doors, to get to skip out on slap battles as well, and put himself in a great position to win $1 million.
Yeah, we'll see if he can, though. But again, our top players are still within 20 points of each other, which means a single bad round of Blade Ball could put you down on the scoreboard pretty quickly.
Not it could. I mean, it's a lot of the times comes down to which way that ball is going. You can get caught off guard. One slight mistake, one slight slip up, and you lose a lot of points. And we're into our 4th round, the penultimate playthrough here of Blade Ball.
Yeah, sometimes I notice when playing Blade Ball, you get caught up into other people's battles and you don't notice that the ball is coming to you next. So you got to be always alert.
You got to watch the cross. We see in the movement, they mostly want to keep space with the players next to them, no surprises, but that cross-up is a dangerous time for both players. Try to avoid, I think, in general. Again, Antaral playing it safe, and this has worked for him in this initial round. Carve out your own corner and just play it easy. Let the fools charge in.
We've seen 3 rounds thus far. I want to ask you guys, how are we feeling about the ability choice of our players? I think we've seen some value from the freeze, from a couple different ones. What would you be choosing if you were competing?
Well, I think Rapture's really shown its shines here. Just being able to change that arc and mix things up has been awesome. A little harder to notice the magnet that pulls people in with the pull, but that is an important one because when you sneak up on someone a bit there, use the pull and get a quick return, and that's what's going to throw folks off.
My go-to ability is the Infinity, which unfortunately is not in this game. But,
yeah, this was hand chosen by the developers to ensure we had the most competitive mode here, and these are the 4 they deemed fair, balanced, and a wonderful sport to watch.
That's one of the things that is so cool about this tournament, the involvement of the developers. I know talking to them, you were saying a lot of the devs of these games were so excited to see them played here at the Hunt Final. Yeah,
we appreciate all the work the devs did, adding some custom tweaks to some of their modes, and we know even some brand new modes, as we'll get to a little later in this competition.
Yes, we will.
And that's one of the special kind of magical fun things about Roblox is working with our developers so hand in hand to make awesome competitions and awesome tournament games that can stand the test of time.
Well, our three-peat winner here in Blade Ball is alive yet again. About half the contestants are gone, and another, that's Death Eagle, falling yet again here.
Oh, and that's rough. Unfortunately for Death Eagle, that was a real important game for Win. He's still high in the standings, but needed a good first place here to really secure a top spot.
The players that are closest to Antarell in score are going to be Roby, who's doing pretty well for himself. Shafe up just a few points behind. Those are the guys you're looking at here. It's Jay taken out of this round, and we've whittled things down to a final 4. Again, Roby, Antarell, those are the guys to watch in this final.
Yeah, an important one. I'm not sure they're paying attention to these scores as much as we are back there as the competition's fierce, but if I was Antoel, I'd be going for some of the folks who I know could compete with my top spot, and that's Roby, who's still in this game.
But Anonymous Lime, a third contender trying to step up. He's closing the gap. Antarell somehow always avoiding getting involved in these early fights.
Yeah, they really should be teaming up on him.
Yeah, that's right. They're kind of playing a little passive here, just splitting the board across this triangle.
It's just going back and forth around the triangle. Lime hits it in. Who slips up first? Who makes a mistake? Roby, abilities being used. It's going so quick, but every one of them up to the task, still staying in it. And finally,
amazing freeze.
I mean,
this is going to be hard to recover.
Let's see if Antarell.
And he can't do it.
Oh, I thought it went to Antarell.
No, that was
still in it. A 1v1 between two of our top performers. Antarell, Roby, back and forth.
Oh my goodness.
They go. Down, and Roby
clutches up.
Uncrowns the king. And is the first player besides Antarell to take home a round here in Blade Ball.
Well, that was an incredible run down there. An important win for Roby. That is a key moment for him to capture those points and put himself up there where he needs to be.
So stoic and so relaxed.
Yeah, that's his
Zero
vibe.
pressure.
Yeah, he knows it, man. Just keep it cool, keep it chill.
Look at him.
$1 million what? Doesn't matter to me.
Yeah, seems like he's been there many times before.
You got to be stoic when you're doing it. Our scores are ready to go. The umpires have tallied things up, and still it's Antarell leading out, but Roby is close behind. The issue is, if it keeps going down to those two, another 3 points is not going to be enough for Roby to overtake there.
No, we're going to need some tactical plays here because, again, they can win, but they need to knock Antarell out early. I'd be hunting, I'd be looking, and try to use those abilities fast and get him out of this competition.
58 points across DTI and SLS for Roby and 66 for Antarell. So not only would Roby have to do better than Antarell in this round, but significantly so to be able to pull ahead there. So he basically has to win and get Antarell out early if he wants to overtake here.
Right. And another name that's not mentioned enough here is actually a chat favorite, which is Death Eagle. Everybody wants to see him come back, and let's see if he could pull off a win in the final game here.
Yeah, I think we've seen a couple emotional reactions from him losing out in some of these early rounds, and he's definitely going to have to step up here, only taking home 22 points across the first 4 rounds. We want to see some more from him in this final one.
But a reminder, it's never over for all of our players. We need to keep on fighting because this is a progression system with points that count across each game. So you do need to try your hardest in each and every round here. It is important to secure as high of a spot as possible in each round. But here we are, the final round of Blade Ball. And here we go, Anonymous Lime.
It's almost over.
I know.
I'm having a great time.
I could watch Blade Ball, I think, all day. It is a beautiful game of art.
It is really fun to watch. The pace at which it plays, it's kind of unlike anything else that we're going to be playing in the tournament today.
Absolutely. And a nice, quiet, distraction-free map here to just show this is a game of skill. As, again, there's a boom, and I believe a first player goes down here. Exciting stuff, but Shafe will not be remaining in this round of the competition.
Yeah, the brand new classic V2, I believe, the map, a fan favorite here.
That's really tough for Shafe. He was one of those players just on the edge. Cumulatively, 101 points for Shafe. He could have if Antarell and Roby had been eliminated early, maybe looked to overtake. But unfortunately, today's not his day, at least in this one game. There's still more for him to play, but that opportunity to qualify straight to the top 4, not really looking too possible.
All right, Death Eagle takes down Icicle quickly there with a click, and a sweep, and that is down for the count.
That play just before that, too, with Jay freezing that Rapture was amazing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's one of the best direct counters, I think, when we're talking about the abilities in this game.
Absolutely. Great reaction time there.
All right, well, Antarell's still in it, and that is the player to be watching in this round. If they can take him out early, there is a chance here. It is an important moment for him. We'll see where this freeze is going. I'm not sure they saw the trajectory.
Mad Max.
Oh, going
Another
with the
good
counter freeze. Absolutely.
Oh,
and that is Antarell out.
Wait, this is a chance now for
Huge
Roby
play.
to
The
come
king
back
has
here.
fallen.
It's true. Now, suddenly, this is a moment of truth here. Roby can claw this back. That was an early knockout.
It's really going to come down to how the points roll out. Did Antarell go out early enough? Can Roby actually win this? It'll be neck and neck between the two of those, but to have its absolute best chance at the points working in his favor, Roby wants to win this round.
Yeah,
Chad is still talking about Death Eagle. They can't stop talking about him.
As
Very
neither can
popular.
we. Neither can we. And he's going to shine still. I have a lot of faith in our remaining matches here. But for this one, this is a moment for Roby. If he can place top 2, I believe, he might have the points to move on. We'll find out.
We'll have to see the umpires tally it, but all he's thinking right now is that a win would be so important, and that's Death Eagle, the fan favorite, going down. And I think we're down to 4 contestants. Jay's still in this one, Lime's still in this one, but they're fighting each other, and the real man who's winning off of that is, of course, Roby, sitting in the corner, letting his opponents fight each other off, and buying time, buying placement in this round.
Yeah, good plays for Mad Max. He's been a little quieter in the earlier rounds, but he's done a good job this round eliminating some important players and actually sticking to it and staying alive.
I like that we see Roby use the fully zoomed out camera and get as much situational awareness as possible. He's not looking at it from his character's perspective. He's looking at this almost bird's eye view and staying in the race.
Yeah, it's interesting timing. That means he knows the distance to the map because you're not going to see the collision with your character here. You got to just watch the ball, your opponent, the timing, and know the second count each and every bounce of this.
If you've played Blade Ball, you know you're not even really looking at the ball a ton. You just kind of feel it. You feel the momentum. You get in a rhythm, and that's why the abilities are so strong because they break that natural rhythm.
Yeah,
that's why I play with my eyes closed.
I was going to say we should have the blindfolded Blade Ball competition and see how far anyone gets.
You probably could play off audio. It would be hard, but.
Also, shout out to Jay. He's sort of been moving his way up the ladder in each and every match.
Yeah,
And
doing a
he's
great
still in the
job
game.
here.
Yeah.
All right,
Roby,
we've got a top 3. Anonymous Lime also doing great today with Roby. Who was that? Who just
I think
goes
that was
home here?
Roby that just went down.
That
Roby is
was
out of the round.
Roby.
And
I'm not sure if that score is going to be enough at
I
third.
don't think so. Antarell is going to have to be really kind of getting a sigh of relief out of there, knowing that he's getting a pretty comparable number of points
Jay
here.
with
Jay,
the
though.
win. Wow.
Final win of that one. He needed that one. Was sitting at 77 points going into
Definitely.
this round, adding 15 more to the total from the win. We're going to have to tally everything up, of course, but I think that's likely to be a position that Antarell is feeling good about. He took 3 out of 5, got a runner-up position in the 4th, and got about a middling placement in that final round.
Yeah, it is cumulative. So as you get the scoring, even if you don't clear this one hurdle, it is important going on to the final. But
Yeah,
again, wonderful stuff. We'll find out from the judges.
And that's why we're talking about, right, our top performer being the one who gets that insta qualification. But there's still the other players who have to go and now play slap battles after this and then doors after that. Getting into 2nd, 3rd place and being competitive in that way means that you're in a way better position once that top number is taken off the board to sneak in and qualify in that next round.
Right. And I feel like, in a way, Slap Battles coming up next is very similar to Blade Ball, fast-paced, individual competition. And here are the scores. So let's take a look.
All right. Oh, wow. Look at that. 1 point lead for Antarell over Roby in that
Close
one.
call.
Yeah.
And
That's
we'll wait
huge.
for that official tally, but Antarell did go in with more points than Roby as well, so that should be enough. But we, of course, want to wait for that official confirmation from our referees. Antarell, though, what an impressive performance from him. 2 wins in SLS, a solid showing in DTI, and now 60 points tallied up here in Blade Ball. Looking like a fierce competitor there.
Absolutely, absolutely. Well, that was epic, everyone. Let's all take a deep breath after Blade Ball and see what's going on with Geach and Sabrina and what they have to say.
Yes, thank you, Jay Party. I needed that. I'm over here losing it watching these games. They were so good. Oh my gosh. Now, Sabrina, who surprised you the most?
Well, Antarell, because I did not expect those skills, and then they started going after Antarel. So that was a good strategy on their part.
Of course, because you've got to get out the guy who's getting everybody else out.
3 wins in a row. That's scary.
Yeah, and especially with the intensity that I really enjoyed watching Antarel and Roby go at it, because I just knew that Roby was, I don't know, Roby had the strats. It's just like, you just couldn't quite
the
pull
reflexes.
It out. Yeah. And then just the back and forth so fast, man. But, Jay pulling it out the last round.
Yeah, that was unexpected. I didn't expect it.
Mm-hmm.
So it could be anyone's game at this point.
I don't know.
We have no idea what's going to be happening in the next few games.
Yeah, I definitely didn't expect Antarel to get knocked out in that last round, especially the way that he played the first 4 rounds, and then for Mad Max to come and just take him out. I think I had to double take when that happened, because I couldn't believe that Antarel got eliminated. I was like, wait a minute, did I say Antarel got eliminated? I didn't expect that. But then, for it to end in Antarel and Roby to only be 1 point apart.
Yeah, that's insane. Only 1 point apart. Right now, those two are the top for $1 million, right? That's crazy.
Man, I mean, if I played like that, I feel like I'd have a pretty good shot. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not a blade baller. It's a little too fast for me. I don't think my eyes
Fun
can
fact,
keep
they
up.
said something about playing blade ball blindfolded. I actually did do that.
How did that go for you?
I got on a voice chat in Roblox, and I asked a random player if they would help me.
You trusted a random?
Yes, I was blindfolded.
Girl.
I played the game. They told me when to hit, and I won. That was amazing, though. Thank you so much. Now back to you, Jay Party.
All right, riveting analysis from our fancy correspondence team. Y'all doing great stuff. Appreciate it.
Blindfolded. That's
Sono le
crazy.
I don't believe that.
9 ore
I'm
di
into the
sera.
blindfolded blade ball competition. That's going to be for the next hunt. We'll see. All right. Well, another game down, which means a new contestant is advancing to the round of 4.
And it's official. We are happy to announce the next contestant making their way into the top 4. It's the 3-time Blade Ball champion, Antarel.
All right. Give it up for Antarel here. He is deserving of a good break after that performance. Wow. Such a strong showing. So he's going to join our first contestant. And just like that, 2 folks have progressed. Exciting stuff. Dudadud and Antarel get to hang out and talk about how they're going to strategize for the top 4.
Yeah, let's take a look at the scores here as well, because we're getting all tallied up. We're getting towards the last 2 games here in the qualification stage, Enya.
Yeah, that's got to feel good. They're now 1 step closer to the $1 million, looking at Roby and Shafe here with each over 100 points.
Yeah, that is strong. But hey, players in the 90s still have a major chance here. As we've seen, the points start adding up in these 5-round games that we're going to see.
Yeah, I want to give some credit to Jay there. He lost first in the first game of Blade Ball, went out early in the second as well, and then rallied back in those last 2 games, or the last 3, getting deep placements to tally nearly 30 points on the board and bring himself now into the top 4 of our standings.
All right. Well, things are heating up here. We've got our 8 contestants left. And now would be a great time to get up, stretch, grab a snack, and take a brief pause. But don't go too far away. Don't change that channel. We're going to be resuming the stream here. But first, we're going to see some stories of some of the incredible creators that make Roblox possible. I think we've got some fun stories, some fun content for you folks at home. So maybe we'll check out some of these creator stories. And we'll be back with live competition soon for the $1 million prize that's coming.
It was funny being the art director on a high-end fashion game. And I wear Crocs on the daily.
The difference between this and all of our other projects is there's very little.
The color pass is actually just kept blank. I'm an art director for Sawhorse Productions. Sawhorse makes interactive brand experiences on Roblox.
Enoch McGuccion, thank you for subscribing. Pumpkin Patch, thank you for subscribing. The Epic Duck is coming. All right, chat, we'll give out some Robux, don't worry. Irina, thank you for subscribing. Yo, Shorts, thank you for the member. Poncho, thank you for subscribing. Here, let's get some epic member shout outs. Oxy, thank you for the member. Chicken Jockey. Yo, Maxine, thank you, thank you. Oh, man. Oh, here we go. Denise Mur11 has gifted 10 members to viewers.
Hey Creek.
Hey.
Can you listen to Creekcraft by me?
By you.
It's available on YouTube Music. It's uncopyrighted.
I can't right now, but thank you for the super chat. I appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you so much. I don't know how to pronounce that name, but thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Pouting face, pouting face. Pouching face. Oh, man. Breaking news, Queso's lost brother has been found. According to police, his last name is Big Back. What? The Hunt Mega Final. Man, it's a good thing I bought some diapers and I'm wearing diapers because I would have had to go to the bathroom by now. So it's actually really good that I'm wearing some diapers right now. Yo, what's up? Rio Berry. Thank you for the super chat. What? What you mean, what? Hey, yo. Underscore, 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 A, underscore, 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 underscore. Thank you for the member. Oh, man. Yo, Rip Phoenix, I love the drawing. Thank you. I showed it on screen. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. STN, thank you for the member. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I don't know how to say that name. It's just question marks. Yo, question marks. Thank you for the member. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. In Lenny Nimt, thank you for the super chat. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Hey, Creek, can you add me on Discord? I don't add people on Discord, man, because then people want to talk to me. And talking to people is one of my least favorite things to do. Gibran Gaming Pro, thank you for the member. Ben, Uncle Ben, thank you for the super chat. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Underscore, 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 A, underscore, 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 underscore has gifted 5 memberships. Let's go. Oh, man. Man, I wonder what they're doing. They're probably taking pee breaks or something. Yo, imagine if Andorel, wait, is it Andorel? Andorel. Imagine if Andorel wins the million. Andorel, yeah. Wait, who is the other person? Who is the other person that moved on? Dennis Mitaj. Thank you for the member. Who is the other person that moved on? Oxy with the gifted member. How you doing? Sword Blocks. Hey, man, how you doing? I'm doing fantastic right now. Just great, just great. Roby. No, Roby didn't move on. He's still in it. Yo, Zord, can you put some oil on your bald head? I'll put some oil on your bald head. Yo, Mad Dog 99 with the member. Thank you, thank you, thank you. 7 Gamer with the member. Thank you. It was da-da-da. Oh, yeah, da-da-da. Da-da-da and Adderall moved on. Yo, Aniko Priest, thank you so much. What was that question? Would I like to what? Yo, Oxy, thank you for the member. All right, chat. All right. A, yo, underscore, 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 underscore. Thank you so much. Epic Bear Sports, thank you. How do you be a member? You click the $ at the bottom of the chat or the link at the top of the description. It's 99 cents to be a member. You get a check mark next to your name. Your name turns green. It's awesome. Access to member videos, member streams. Freezing cold. Thank you. Oxy, thank you very much. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
You know how long
Fabian!
Roblox YouTubers reached out to you curious about RPO back then?
Yep.
Did that also happen with the Hunt Mega Edition?
Yep. Yes, it did. Yes, it did. Mandeep Barra, thank you for the member. I appreciate that. New 32 with the gifted member. Wait a minute. Matthew Steverson, thank you for the member. I appreciate that. Let's go, baby. Creek has more viewers than the actual stream. That's right, baby, because we're Roblox now. Hey, Roblox, we're Roblox now. It's us. We are Roblox, okay? And our number one, the first thing that we're going to say as Roblox are chicken jockey. Roblox about to copyright strike this. They're like, get out of here. What are you talking about? Yo, Mr. Lightning, thank you for the member.
Chat, should I gift you guys 50 memberships?
Travis Richardson, what are you doing out of my basement? Get back in the basement and stop spending money on my credit card. What do you mean you're going to donate 50 members? Chat, should he spend 50 members on my credit card? What in the world, dude? Yo, Oxy with the gifted member. Thank you so much. Oh my God, he did it. Well, there went my credit card. There went my credit card. Smile with the one gifted member. Chat, I will do one push-up for every member that gets... Wait, never mind. I take that back. Never mind. Wait, what did that say? There's bots who are promoting... What did that say? There are bots who are promoting... there are bots who are promoting links, and there's popular YouTubers. All channels check. I'll check that out. Check that out. Thank you so much. I'll check that out. Thank you. Yo, Vayak, thank you for the member. Thank you for the super chat. Love, I love you back. I don't know how to say your name, but I love you back. Especially your grandma. Tell your grandma I said hi. Space. Oh my God, Space became a member. Oh my God. Yo, everyone say W Travis. He just gifted 50 memberships. W Travis. Thank you so much. Are you a furry on the weekends? Only from 12 a.m. to 3 a.m. That's the only time I'm a furry. That's the only time. Yo, French Empire with the super chat. Thank you so much for spending your mom's money. Thank you. W. Chat, what else should I buy with his credit card? Wait, you know what's funny? I think you actually do have my credit card. Like if you wanted to, I think you actually do have my credit card. I think he actually does, chat. Imagine. Oh man, wait, what is this? Travis Richardson just bought a Lamborghini.
Roblox event? I would make it for you.
What?
This is my last dono, because I'm broke now, and here's some of my friends. Person in suit levitating emoji. Person in suit levitating emoji.
Thank you. Yeah, I'd like to have my own Roblox event. We could call it The Bald and the Beautiful. Yo, Boxing Man, do 10 push-ups. Oh, he said 2 push-ups. I can do 2 push-ups. That's easy. Check this out. 2 push-ups, easy, chat. Easy. I got y'all. Y'all ready? 2 push-ups, baby. Wait, hold on. Y'all can't see. Wait a minute. 2 push-ups, huh? 2 push-ups, huh? All right, 2 push-ups. All right, 2 push-ups, baby. 2 push-ups, baby.
And
2 push-ups, baby.
Back, everybody. Thank you for your patience because the wait is finally over. The even more chaotic slap battles is about to begin.
Let's trim it out.
Game 4.
Oh, wait, they back. Wait. They back.
Free-for-all matches.
They back. Wait a minute. They back.
Everyone else
They back.
One in the chat if Creek should mod.
The highest cumulative score will advance to the round of 4.
If I should mod you. Are you not modded? You should be modded. Wait, I'll mod him, chat. I'll mod him.
Don't let that charming music.
This
is a serious competition.
Mod notes. Wait, how do I mod?
There is a pretty close scoring amongst our top.
I'll mod you. I'll get you.
5 rounds of slap battles. If you go out first, you ain't getting any points. If you make it to the top, you're getting a lot. So, again, the competition.
Thank you for the gifted member.
We've got some exciting stories from our players, and I think they're doing good stuff here. Mimi, what are you thinking?
I'm thinking that this is going to be exciting. I think we're going to start to really shake out who our true top players are because it's down to the wire, and we're into our first round of slap battles. There's going to be 5 total, and this one is a little bit fun, a little bit chaotic. Normally, this is a game with a ton of different gloves, but in this version. We're only playing with one to keep the competition fair.
Yes, the basic white glove. And of course, the fart ability is the only one that is in the game. And as you guys can hear, it's already being used.
Absolutely. You're going to hear that flowing here. As this game's going to have a little bit of a slower pace start, the players are going to kind of jockey for position in the middle here with this basic glove. It doesn't have a massive knockback, which is kind of an important part of this, as the terrain will start to burn down around them and force them onto a smaller and smaller island.
I gotta say, everybody must be trying their best, fighting for life to win, because losing in slap battles must be the most disrespectful way to go out. I will not take that.
Yeah, you hear a fart sound effect and you fall off the map.
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't want to go down like that. Pressure definitely on. I think it's a lot of strategy in it, as silly as that might sound for how silly the game is. You have to calculate your risks. Do you play towards the center where there's going to be a lot more conflict? Do you stick more to the side but risk getting hit off in just one or two slaps? Positioning is a lot of the game in slap battles.
Yeah, as you get a breakaway, we'll see as players start to get knocked towards the edge, you kind of see the whole mob move towards them a little bit, trying to get an extra slap, push them off the cliff, because it takes a little bit of time as all players are still alive here. But this board is getting smaller.
You are incentivized to, not take too many risks, because you're not getting points for eliminating other players. You're getting points for surviving and being the last man standing on that island as it slowly whittles away. Still, our competitors all up, but players starting to get a little closer to that edge.
Yeah, we see with this next drop on the layer on fire now, when that falls, we're going to see people dropping real quick here, as we might be a single slap away from the center, and that's where the action really heats up.
This is getting intense.
All right, yeah, still 8 players alive, actually, which is a high score. I'm surprised as we saw folks falling a little quicker here.
Oh, no, Death Eagle, the fan favorite.
Tough for him. He had a couple slower finishes in Blade battles. Still, one of our top half contenders points-wise, and another one falls down. Shafe, making a lot of noise on the way down.
Wow, and we're going to be making it to, it looks like, our final small pedestal here with a lot of players still in this.
Yeah, 6 up on a very small island. Who's going to be the first to slip? Another goes down. Second player falling as well. It's down to a final 4. Who can stay up? Who can hold on? Mad Max in the center. It looks like a 1v1 against Lime. Max falls, and that should be Lime taking the first round.
All right. Wow.
Congratulations.
That got a wee bit chaotic here, as all 8 players made it to a really small form of the island here. But Anonymous Lime taking our kickoff match of slap battles, and a whole new array of top players coming out in this next game.
And that's instantly going to shoot Lime way up the standings here. The pack was super tight in the middle of the group, and getting those full points for the victory is big for Anonymous Lime.
Yeah, it seems like his name's just popping out of nowhere now. Didn't really see him much in Blade Ball there. And me personally, I played a lot of slap battle, and I have some overpowered gloves. Just seeing them use the basic gloves, it must be really, really difficult to knock somebody down. This is the game that induces the most rage out of me. So
really,
it's nice to see the players are still keeping their cool.
Yeah, I mean, we already saw some emotions starting to come out in our last match of Blade Battle, and I imagine it'll only get more intense as the games get closer and players realize that chance to make $1 million is slipping away. But our scores are set to go, so let's take a peek how we're doing. No surprises, Anonymous Lime up top, earning 16 points from his win.
Yeah, Mad Max coming in second with 13, and Jay needing those 10 points. And it's good to see some folks popping up. Ice Skull had a rough round in Blade Ball, but takes 4th here. We'll see if that's enough to keep his hopes alive. Unfortunately, an upset here with the Death Eagle falling first, and Roby going down again early on in this match here. So that's unfortunate. We'll see if that's enough to knock him down, but I think they've still got a shot here.
Yeah, looks like players are getting into the match now. So let's go ahead and hop in. Our second game getting underway now. And the island, for about a moment, is back to being calm.
Looks peaceful, right? Not for long.
And there's the countdown. Again, no early knockdowns that last round. We'll see if that sticks to be the case, because it's anyone's game, but the player's still playing safe. Everyone kind of jockeying for that King of the Hill in the middle there. That's the spot to be. You could see a bit of a rundown if anyone shows weakness on the edge there. I think we see the Death Eagle playing a little more outside the pack. No one needs to get their hands dirty up front here. Take it slow.
It's funny because you actually see him kind of actioning a similar strategy to what he did in Blade Ball, staying back, playing the fringe of the map, trying to just basically avoid attention from other contestants until he runs out of time. Icy, Roby, both doing the same. Definitely feels advantageous. But there's a fight towards the edge, and Lime goes aggro, knocks Jay off the world.
Ooh, that's rough for Jay, who needed some more points here, but goes down early in this round. Again, this is only round 2 of a 5 cluster of slap battles here, but yeah, an early knockdown for Jay.
Jay was having a good run back like you were talking about. Good placement in the first round, as well as back in our last game of Blade Ball as well.
Maybe that's why Lime was targeting Jay right off the rip.
Yeah, you wanted to go for that. Go for the people who are leading right now. You know, while the map burns down. Oh, wait, we did lose another one. Poke Dragon goes down. Fun facts about slap battles. You know, the devs develop and update this game all the time. There has been a one glove released every Friday for 4 years since this game's creation. So that's a lot of gloves.
Yeah.
And there goes Roby.
Roby again going down early, and that is rough to see. Roby has a pretty comfortable position here, but if he goes down early again, that's going to slip away. Oh, but that's Death Eagle, one of his main competitors here. Oh.
Close call.
Yeah, that was a close one. Anonymous Lime holding on.
Well, but he couldn't hold on for long.
Couldn't hold on there. That was a close call. He tried.
Yeah, so our winner of the first round off, and it's 3 contestants working for it. Shafe, one of the top standers right now in terms of points, a chance to win a round here. 1v1v1. Shafe pushed back towards the edge.
You gotta get
gets
up
back
quick,
up just
and he's
in the
back.
nick of time, and Icy falls off the
Icy
platform.
goes down, but takes third, and that's an important score for him. He needs those points.
Wow,
and Mad Max
wow.
falls.
Look at what he means to him. You can see the players heating up with their reactions as we go on. So for Mad Max, back-to-back second places as Shafe takes that win.
Yeah, a big round. You know, it's interesting to note here, Icicle and Poke Dragon were hurting a little bit, and we might see those in the scores. They're making a comeback, but why it's important is both of them are self-described doors experts, which will be the final game in the progression round. So if they can keep it forward, they're going to be in a good spot.
It's also weighted a little more heavily because we're playing 5 rounds of slap paddles and blade ball. We played 3 of SLS, 2 of DTI. There was a lot of chances for repetition. We're only going to be playing doors once. So that is the real, blue shell comeback opportunity for our players to get a ton of points if they win doors.
100 points. Everything will be on the line for doors, which is coming up next. But first, we still have a couple more matches of slap battles left to go. Let's see if any player can pull ahead here.
Yeah, I'm kind of looking at the Death Eagle here. He's, like we've talked about, one of the fan favorites. He's the player who had to travel the longest to make it here. And with a really strong early start in DTI, he's struggled a little bit in these more recent games. We've seen some reactions, getting a little, energetic when he was losing these, a little disappointed to be falling off. So you're looking at him to come back here as we see our scores. Mad Max, the back-to-back second places, pushes him above Anonymous Lime.
Yeah, consistency is key as demonstrated by their 26 points. Our leader so far, but right behind him, Anonymous Lime, 24, 18 for Shafe. And again, the rest of our players down the line. Unfortunately, Death Eagle in last place right now with slap battles. We'll see if we can turn it around.
Yeah, that we will. We're getting into our third round now here of slap battles, the midpoint of this game and the penultimate game here of our qualifying round before moving on to doors.
Makes me wonder how Enterel would have done in slap battles. Doesn't look like the skills are translating directly from blade ball to this.
Yeah, we've seen a whole different set of folks come out on top here. And the initial high fives are happening. I like to pretend they're all just shaking hands at the start here.
Doing very important business deals as they slowly fall off the world.
Those slap sounds bring back some nightmares for me.
Is this how you do the Roblox business deals when you're off talking to developers around the world?
Just slap.
That is true. More fun facts about Roblox. After you compete in Rivals for your promotion, you will compete in slap battles to have the best ceiling of the contract. So it is a wonderful world to live in, the whimsical life of a Roblox employee.
What's up for IRL slap battles after this?
We'll see. Do we get to choose our own glove?
We'll leave that one to you. Still, all 8 of our contestants are standing in this third round. We're watching the Death Eagle, the guy we've talked a lot about today.
Yeah, it's an important run for him. He needs to place in the top 3 here to keep his spot alive in this competition. It's unfortunately a lot of pressure for slap battles, a game of whimsical fun, but serious money on the line here. And we'll see Roby again, also someone in an interesting spot. Oh, but Poke goes down. We missed his fall there, but he is out. And all right, that gives a lot of our players still a chance here to get that score. I know Roby's going to be looking for it.
The second round now where Poke Dragon has gone down pretty early. I believe he was the first eliminated the last round too, and that's Jay falling.
Yeah, a bit of a gang up on Jay. Gets down in the corner.
Yeah, he's been eliminated pretty early in the last 2 rounds.
Yeah, it's an unfortunate spin for him here. And I'm surprised that first round we saw a long, drawn-out fight. But in this one, folks are dropping. With Poke and Jay out, only 6 remain. All right, platforms are applauding. Okay, Roby getting hit, but staying in it. Now we see back to that King of the Hill, jockeying for position, staying in the middle.
Oh, that was a far knockback there.
Yeah, a lot of these platforms starting to drop.
Yeah, that power is a quick boost. Very important to kind of recover your position or sneak up and get that push slap and get them over the edge as folks show signs of weakness. The platform's burned in a weird way this time. It's going to leave a funny shape at the end here. And we're going to see a lot of folks dropping
Can
real
Shafe
fist
make it
here.
back? Oh, good use of the blast there to boost his way back in. But
An icicle shape, anonymous line. They all fall one by one, and it's Roby and the Death Eagle. Oh, this is an important one here.
Oh, Death Eagle, can he make it back onto the platform? Just in time. The slap connects. Roby stuck on the platform. They're both falling. Who makes it down first? Roby competing. Who wins it? Roby's just above the
Death Eagle.
Death Eagle steals it away at
Wins
the
it.
end. The most intense round we've had as slap battles thus far, and you see the elation on his face, disappointment the first 2 rounds, and now feeling good off that win.
Oh,
the fans must be real happy after this one. They've given him a nickname. They're calling him the Deagle in chat.
The Deagle. Oh, that is a good nickname.
Wow.
All right. Well, a win that he needs, that is for sure. However, the person he didn't need to get second was Roby. So that's going to keep things tight here as this race is getting into, what was that, our third round here? I think we had 2 more rounds left of slap battles.
To go. Yeah, our umpires, it came so down to the wire. They're still tallying things up to make sure we get everything right here. But you were mentioning it earlier. Doors, a maximum of 100 points here. So even if you're one of these bottom players right now, I'm looking at Pokey Dragon, Icicle, the guys who have been struggling a little bit more. As long as they are not more than 100 points behind the first player, they still technically have a chance to rally back.
Exactly. Yeah, it's still anyone's game. So do not give up on your favorite player here in chat. Go ahead and show your love for whoever you're rooting for. But yeah, it's really interesting to see that all 3 matches had 3 different winners.
Yeah, a little more competitive than the domination we saw from Antarel in the last game there with Blade Ball.
Right. Yeah.
Good stuff. Good stuff. You heard it here. Important for our folks. There is still points on the line in the 2 remaining matches. Hopefully, Poke Dragon and Icicle can step it up. And again, our friend Poke Dragon, the player in red from Canada, is a self-described expert of doors. So is Icicle. So that is their time to shine here. But keep it alive with the right slaps here as we are getting underway and getting our next game ready.
Maybe that's what they're doing. Maybe they're conserving their energy for the final match to pull off that miraculous comeback. I would love to see that. That would be intense.
It's a good way to do it. How to shark your opponents. You got to just let those first games flow away and then turn it up when it matters.
Get their guard down, right?
Yeah, when the money's on the line here. So, impressive stuff. Very exciting.
Yeah, back in our last game of Blade Ball, it was Jay who pulled off a last-second win, taking home the 5th game of that one. He's in another position to kind of have that rally back towards the end. Born in South Korea, moved over to California when he was young. One of at least 2 players that are local to California playing in this competition today. So for him, definitely looking to get another late win on the board and start to rally his way back up the points.
So, Enyu, as a master of the slap arts, are you seeing kind of a meta forming in this competition? Anything unique popping out here that you weren't expecting in the slap battles rounds?
I personally haven't played the slap battles where the platform falls down, so that is definitely making a huge difference in the players' play styles, I think, rather than just having the original platform. And like I said, I've always been the one to use the OP gloves because I don't have too much skill. I just like slapping people out of the map for fun. So these guys are very good compared to me.
We do have such a mix of the games that I think very naturally fit into like a serious esport. You think something like Rivals, it's an arena FPS. It's like a ton of other arena FPSs that have been popular esports before. But Slap Battles is one that is so unique that it's funny to kind of have the tonal dissonance of this incredibly silly game with these super high stakes and seeing the emotion come off the sleeves of our players while duking it out.
Right, and that's kind of the fun here, as I've nicknamed our Roblox Octathlon, a series of skills you would not expect to see in the gaming world here. Again, starting with fashion all the way to shooters and platformers. And today, we're in the reaction speed games with Blade Ball and Slap Battles here. And it's a broad array of skills, which again, these players, again, with the millions and millions who competed in the hunt initially, was a game of puzzles and skills and ingenuity and working together to solve really complex kind of mental challenges. Now you're tested on all these other elements of gaming. So these folks truly are masters of so many ways to engage in a digital world here. It's quite impressive.
We talked about it a little bit earlier in the show, but I want to go back because Enyu, I know you played some of the qualifying rounds to make it in. Can you speak to the challenge that it is? Because 183 people visited that main page for the hunt. Only these 10 made it. It was truly a difficult run to qualify here.
Yeah, definitely. I think it really goes to show what their perseverance, as we mentioned earlier, over 70,000 hours combined from these players.
Right.
The amount of, and it's not just about the skill. You could be very good at the game, but if you don't have the dedication and perseverance to put the time in to the actual event, then you wouldn't have made it here either. So it's very impressive all around.
All right, scores are in. Let's see what we're up to from this match. And it's getting tight at the top here. Anonymous Lime now tied with Mad Max for first place with 32 points each, and Shafe at 28. All right, big comeback from the Death Eagle, who goes from the bottom of the board to fourth place here.
Very good from him. Lime, Mad Max, not just tied in the points for this game, they're both sitting at 123 across our cumulative score here. They're pretty close to Roby and Shafe, our top two.
Is it the same person?
Could be. Just move back and forth really quickly. You'd never know.
They might be. It's Anonymous Lime. We don't know who he is. He could be the Mad Max we've been missing. All right, folks. It's underway. The folks are getting ready to go here. I think we're just getting them in position, and another island battle will be heating up. Scores are tight. We just saw there. I think it's still anyone's game, as we mentioned. I'm excited. Let's see what happens.
Here we go.
Focusing on one of our front runners here, Roby. He had a really good showing in Blade Battles, taking home 59 points there. He only has 21 to his name thus far here in Slap Battles, but still leading in overall points. We'll need to step things up, though, if he wants to keep that position and be the third player in the top four.
Yeah, we're underway. The music is a-bumping and the slaps are a-flowing. The respectable candidates all shaking each other's hands here, saying, hey, let's just hang out in the middle and relax. Although we see some players on the edge here. Let's see if anyone falls. No, Shafe looks like he's going to be sick. No!
Oh.
Anonymous Lime. Big knockout for the team. He has been leading so much here. Him going down first is going to be a crushing loss to his score.
As you can tell by his expression there, devastating.
Yeah. Yeah, that was an important one to keep his hopes alive here. He'd really use Slap Battles to come back in this competition. All right, some more folks jockeying for position at the edge here. We'll see Roby in a dangerous spot. This could be it. If he goes down here. Oh, and he does.
Hold it.
Oh, that is crushing. Oh, but guess what? Death Eagle falls on the other side of the map. Oh, man, the two finalists of our last round, an important game for them, both fall in the bottom three here.
It's been a new winner every time thus far for Slap Battles, and someone else up high in the standings is Shafe. He's going to be one of these final 5 players alive, but close to the edge. He has a battle against Icicle. Knocked off. Shafe is gone. It's going to be all new players in this final 4.
Gosh, that is rough. Poke Dragon, maybe this is his climb to the top here. A first place here is a lot of points he so desperately needs. He's going to have to play this fierce competition at the front of his glove.
His avatar looks like somebody who's just been slapped really hard.
That is true. He's shocked by something.
Those eyes popping out.
Yeah, hopefully it's not his score at the end of this game here because he's going to need it.
Yeah, he said his rival was John from Garfield when he was asked. Interesting response from him. I don't know if that's going to be playing in his head here as he's into the final 3 up against Mad Max, the 2-time runner-up in this game mode thus far. Maybe trying to get his first win on the board against Poke and Jay. And Jay, he's gone down to Mad Max and Poke Dragon. And 1v1, they're both falling. He's on the platform. Who jumps higher?
Oh, was that delayed?
Mad Max! He pulls things through a last-second jump, and after 2 second-place finishes, Mad Max takes home a win in Slap Battles.
Well, that was incredible. I think he actually did get a delay on the dropping platform there, and that was the millisecond he needed to get that win, and just like that. Mad Max is going to take our 4th round of Slap Battles. That's an important one.
Very lucky positioning right there.
It was. Another interesting round, coming down to a different set of top 2. And as we've mentioned before, Slap Battles, a lot of variety coming out of our top contestants in that one. Unfortunately, Roby and the Death Eagle fall early on in that one.
And those are things you're never really going to practice for, being both on a falling platform and having to time your jump perfectly to know when you're going to actually die falling off the map. Like, you really got to feel it out, have a little bit of luck, a lot of bit of skill to make it there. And good thing for Mad Max. I mean, looking so good in the points thus far here for Slap Battles.
And I also noticed in the fourth round there, it looks like a lot of players kind of spread out to have some 1v1 battles. Let's see if they do that again in the 5th.
Scores are up, though, and taking a peek, Mad Max, two-time runner-up, first-time champion, leading things by a solid amount of points there. Up 14 over Shafe in second.
Yeah, that's a big breakout. He needs that. Mad Max now at 48. That is a huge lead as we see a clustering of all the other players.
So again, as we ready for our final rounds here, I have to look back at Roby. He has the lead in terms of points right now, but Mad Max has whittled it down to 1. Shafe is only 5 behind as well. So this final round very well may decide who is going to move into the top 4 and claim that second to last spot.
Yeah, and we see Roby in the center of our camera right there. This is so important to him. He came in as a massive leader in slap battles and unfortunately has fallen quite a bit now, and his competition is right on his heels. With multiple players within 5 points and another within, looks like 15, this is still anyone's game.
Roby wants to win this one, not leave it down to the math, get a clean lead out ahead of his opposition. That's his goal in this final round.
You'll see if the players recognize it. There is some chance here for kind of some teaming up on folks as we get a push to the edge here. Who's involved in this? Is that Jay and Roby here? They don't want to go down early.
Managed to escape that.
Yeah. At the same time, though, the players, they don't see the points that we do. They're definitely going to be locked in on the game at hand and just trying to win in every single one of these games.
Yeah, and that's all that matters. Again, these collective points. All right. No one falling early on this one yet. They're all taking it pretty seriously, playing it safe. This is our final round of slap battles. No, as I say it, what happened? We missed it off camera. Roby goes down.
Oh, no.
And that's a last place elimination. That opens the field wide open. So the player down in 4th place, Anonymous Slime, was trailing by 17 points, maybe just out of reach for him. But Shafe, Mad Max, those are the players we're looking at here to be able to do it.
That is crushing for Roby. Mad Max must be really excited right now. This is his time to shine. If he can stay on this platform for just a little longer, he might be in the spot to move on, which is kind of a sneak attack here. We didn't see him on the leaderboard at the top coming into slap battles, but showed consistency is key.
Shafe against Icicle.
Mad Max
really wants to stay alive.
Down.
And there goes Mad Max.
That is huge for our score, and I'm not sure. We're going to have to turn to the judges after this to see finals as Jay falls in 6th place.
The way I see it, this game is in Shafe's hands. He was great in SLS, winning every match there. Now needs to secure this win, get as many points as possible to lock in that 3rd spot in the top 4.
Yeah, this is his redemption arc for what was a rough SLS. Triple win and not enough to progress here.
He's in the final 3. That already might be good enough. It's going to come down to the wire, though. Icicle near the edge. Shafe in a commanding position, pushing them both back, spamming out the 2v1 and into a 1v1 now. He's falling, though, and Icicle out of nowhere takes home the final round of slap battles.
Pumped. That was huge. All right, well, huge implications in our last round there. This is going to mix things up, and I'm not even sure I know. We're going to have to wait to see that scorecard after our judges add that up, and we'll reveal the excitement in this round.
It's such a big question. Did Shafe win enough points to take it over the players up top? Roby, Mad Max, they both went out early. This is going to truly come down to the wire for a 3rd spot.
All right, folks, the dust is still settling. The scores are being added. It is some exciting stuff ahead here. Hopefully we'll find out soon who's moving on.
If I had $1 million, I'd put it on Shafe.
Yeah.
I think he really secured his spot being second in that last round. That was very clutch.
Yeah. All right, folks. Well, let's tune in to Geesh and Sabrina and see what they have to say before we get our final results. Oh, they're here with someone else.
Man, my hands hurt from just watching all of that slapping. Sabrina, if you were a glove, what kind of glove would you be?
Oh my goodness. I would probably be a glove that's similar to Rapture because I really like that ability, but it would probably spray out Bright Juice.
Bright Juice. Okay, well, we're going to check back in with the casters really quick and see what they got going on over there.
None of that. Just because it could be like controversial. Hello, world. No surprises here.
Yeah, I mean, well, we were just talking about it. They're still figuring out the points for this final round, and I think we have them tallied up now to see where everyone is standing at the end of slap battles. This is just the points for slap battles, though, so not necessarily determinative of who's actually going to be making it through, because it is cumulative, but a very close competition. Mad Max and Shafe came in with a lot of points themselves. You're looking at them as the front runners to make that 3rd spot.
All right. Yeah, an unfortunate final round as we see there. Some of the top players early fell. Roby getting 1 point and 2 points the round before. That is crushing coming in last in slap battles.
Yeah, and for him, I mean, definitely a tough time there. Some moments of greatness, and, well, our umpires, they're still tallying everything up. So let's go ahead and check back in with Dagichi Gamer and Sabrina in our green room.
All right, you guys. Yeah, I'm so sorry. We just had to make sure we knew who was on top before we got back into it over here. So you were saying if you had a chance to be a glove, it was going to spray bright juice?
Yeah, that's something I use for luck. Never mind. I can't explain it. But yeah, what do you guys think about the standings?
I'm pretty happy that I saw Icy up there. He was really doing bad on the last game, so I'm actually glad that he kind of came back from this one.
Okay. With that being said, with Icy, kind of pulling back up, are you not worried about having to go up against him?
No, not for the next games. I'm pretty confident for these next two, especially in the top 4 ones. So I think I have a pretty good shot of getting to the grand finals here.
All right. Well, time will tell who advances us next. But joining us now, we have 2 people that you may have already seen or maybe not, who have already punched their ticket to the next round. We have Daddy Dad and Anterel. Welcome, you guys, and congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Hello.
Oh my goodness. Daddy Dad, you've advanced after playing Dress to Impress and Super League Soccer. How did you prepare for such a wide variety of games?
I played Dress to Impress for like hours and hours and hours with friends because I think my sense of fashion at first was really bad. I was not confident for Dress to Impress at all, but I was really surprised when I got first on that one round. So, and then Super Soccer League, I mean, I don't know. I thought I did pretty well there, so.
Oh, yeah.
Just a little bit of practice on that one.
You definitely went crazy on the
Your
third
event
round.
was my favorite on Dress to Impress.
Thank you so much. I like the first one was really good. My second one was pretty bad, I think, but that's okay.
You thought it was bad?
I thought it was bad because I saw everyone else is doing the ice fairy way better than mine, and my colors didn't match, I think. So I thought
okay.
It's
Well,
okay.
we are definitely our own harshest critics, for sure.
Yeah. I beat myself up a little bit because I thought I could get first, like way better there, but it's okay. It's okay.
Well, that's how you do it. Just play with your friends and let them be your critics and let them judge you and troll you. And then eventually you end up in a competition where you can compete for $1 million maybe and pull it out,
Shout out to Makio for that friend that helped me out.
And so, Anterel, what was your strategy? How did you approach Blade Ball? Like, what was your strategy for that?
Just survive.
Right.
Oh my goodness. Well, clearly it worked.
All right, so we're going to take it back to J Party. Thanks, guys, for kicking it with us, and we look forward to seeing you in the next couple of rounds.
Thank you so much.
All right.
Good job.
Yeah, thanks so much, guys. It's good to hear from some of our contestants that have already made it in. But we have another player joining them, and I'm happy to announce our umpires have tallied the score. And the third finalist making it through after the conclusion of slap battles. It's Shafe.
All right, Shafe, congratulations. You've made it through. You get a slightly shorter break, but a break nonetheless. Rocking the orange outfit, it is Shafe. There he comes, the Slap King. Really came back. I think he deserved it. After a really, really impressive Super League Soccer wins across the board, swept it. He needed a big comeback. And this was his redemption round. All right, let's check out the leaderboard and see where everyone stands coming out of that competition. All right. And again, a tie now. Roby and Mad Max. But right on their heels is Anonymous Lime. And of course, the Death Eagle going into a massive scoring game here. Hey, we know by this math, this is a huge point score. So guess what? Anyone could still make it, although Poke Dragon, the man from up north, has a lot of work ahead of him.
That he absolutely does. Roby, though, got to be feeling a little bit rough after placing last in slap battles. Had just a couple points more, and he would have been making it into that top 3. But he has another chance indoors and is still our leading contestant heading into that next game with a lot of really points on the line here, J Party.
All right, good stuff. Note to myself, don't try to shake Shafe's hand after this. He might just slap me. But that's not important because right now we're going to hear the rules of our next game. It is the final round of the progression system, and it is an exciting one. If you weren't already on the edge of your seats, you will be, because coming up next, it's Doors.
Game 5, Doors. There is just one free-for-all match. The goal is to avoid attacks and survive. Last one standing wins. The contestant with the highest cumulative score will advance to the round of 4. Here's the scoring for each match.
All right. We are in with Doors. This is an exciting game. I know a game that a lot of the folks at home are very, very familiar with, but if you heard there, this is something a little different. This is actually a brand new mode released on April 1st. What a good timing for a new mode. That's a whole battle system indoors. This is going to be a whole survival competition between all of our remaining contestants to see who can stick it out, make it the furthest, and survive the longest.
Yeah, I was playing a fair bit of this leading up, and it is so different than normal Doors. Doors is a slow horror game about staying alive and pushing your way through, but now it's really upping the tempo when you're playing in ranked. You run a lot faster, you can slide, there are power-ups, and your main goal is to grief the other players, not work together. The monsters are a problem, but your other contestants are tough as well.
Well, folks, it looks like we might be loading this game and getting into it, and I think we have. This is the kickoff for the last chance to keep someone's hopes alive. One more player will be progressing into the top round of 4. Who will survive and who will fall? One round of Doors is all that stands in their way.
Looks like they can't wait to get out of that elevator.
Yeah, seeing them practicing their jumping. It is worth noting there is some new movement mechanics in this mode, including a slide. And you're going to see when it starts here, I think we're going to delay a little bit here and have them reconnect. But in that time, you're going to see a lot of aggressive forward momentum, a lot of movement. It is a whole different game on Doors. It looks more like a parkour game sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, having reached door 100 many times, being carried by my teammates, I am definitely an expert in doors as well. But you can see these guys will probably make it past door 50 within less than 5 minutes because of how fast-paced this game mode is. It's going to be intense.
It goes pretty quick, and it also ends a little early. I don't remember exactly what door, but once they get to the end, you get into like this basic sudden death mode where any damage you get from a monster, another player, anything like that will knock you out. And I imagine with how good our contestants are, you were mentioning a few of them have even said that this is one of their specialties. We should be expecting them to go deep here indoors.
Yeah, going to be exciting competition. And maybe we can give a little more background indoors. This mode also has an array of new items that have been added. So while you might be familiar with the monsters, there's a whole new array of objects, different bombs to throw, knock down players, slow them down, do some damage to their health bars, and of course, heal that back up, as well as some fun, unique items hopefully we'll discover throughout the match. Some fun surprises.
Yeah, there's a couple different weapons you can use to basically PvP with the other competitors. There are props, things like chairs, plants, random stuff like that you can throw at them as well to deal damage and put them into a stun state. There's also still limited places to hide, so you can grief other players, steal a closet from them when Rush is coming through and knock them out of the game.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think one other important thing is all the players, they're very fast at playing the game, and all of them cluster together. It might block your vision with some entities coming your way. You might not even be able to see them with people blocking your vision. So that's going to be a key thing to look out for as well. Could be some unlucky players in this.
Yeah, there absolutely could. And remember, it's only one round of Doors. This is a longer one, so we're only playing it once. But that means pressure is on for players like PokeDragon, like Icicle, who are sitting lower in the overall standings right now. This is their last chance to compete for that $1 million and make it to the top 4.
All right, folks, you've heard about Doors, but let's talk a little about the creators behind Doors. Doors is made by Lightning Splash, a really awesome and wonderful dev I've had the pleasure of working with and hosting in one of our last award shows. He helped me actually announce some of those prizes. But not only does he make this game, he also produced the entire soundtrack and makes and the
music's good.
The music, right. And that is such an absolutely important and critical part of the horror game world is that sound, that complete immersion you get from wearing your headphones. And so really an incredible work here.
It is truly an atmospheric experience for sure. Another one of those games that I think has really taken Roblox by storm. But here we go. It looks like the players are all loaded up in the elevator, and we're ready to get things going here. This is Doors competitive. One round and a last chance to make it to the top 4 and have your shot at $1 million.
All right, the first door is open and we are underway here. Gosh, is anyone breaking out in the lead early? Well, I'll tell you, it won't matter. This is a lot of game flow, and that's what you're seeing right there. This is a parkour-like experience.
Speed boosts.
Incredibly fast. You're seeing players slide past each other constantly, and while you're playing for speed like it is a race, again, you got to survive to the end. If you're out, you're out, and that's what's so important here. With up to 100 points for the victor and 0 for the loser here, you do not want to go down early.
No, you do not. 6.5 minutes. That's the maximum time that we're going to have to play this one through. You can see there's different strategies to go for. Do you want to be blazing the trail, being the first player up? There's risks associated with that. You're going to be the first to see the monsters. Or do you want to follow behind? There's risks there too. So in a very fast-paced game mode, you're going to have to make decisions quickly and make the right decisions to stay alive.
There's the first bomb you see being dropped on his opponents.
Yeah, small amounts of damage being done. We see those health bars above. Again, if you're an expert on doors, this could be a new mode for almost everyone out there. So those health bars do matter. That's what's going to be reduced to 0. And there is ways to hurt each other with those items. There are also ways to heal. And there you just saw it there, picking up a heal. That's important there. Keep that topped off. You don't want to get low. It's an unfortunate way to go with another player doing damage to you.
There is also these boost packs on the floor. You see now how ridiculously speedy these players are that can help you go just that bit quicker. And on top of that, the heal items on the floor. That's another thing there. The golden gun picked up and a lot of damage onto, I think that was Lime, knocked down to quite a fair little bit of XP or HP.
Oh, you see another player get hit by something there, and look at that. One health bar is very low on one of our players, and that's a dangerous position to be in. You never know when a single monster sneaks up on you and knocks you out of this competition.
I hear something coming.
I do. I hear it. Could we get...
So what monster is that we're hearing, Enya?
I barely heard that, but it sounded like it might have been Rush. I didn't see any lights flicker, though.
Yeah. There is a lot of monsters that have to deal with. A lot of this game is kind of having the game knowledge, figuring out which monster you might be facing, what the proper reaction is. If it's something like eyes, you have to look away, but hear that little psst, and you got to look exactly at the monster. So
Yes.
a lot to think about.
Yeah, and Rush is a big one here because you can steal each other's
there's the
items.
psst right there.
And there it is. Yeah, we see that sneaking up on you. That's a good one to keep out for. Why the sound design is so important here. We'll see what happens. Uh-oh, it looks like we have our first player falling here. We're going to find out in a little bit who that was here. I'm not sure exactly, but...
Looks like it was Anonymous Lime, I believe, that fell. He's looking into the spectator seat, and that's going to be tough. He had 132 points heading into this round, but that could be the end for Anonymous Lime.
Yeah, the first to drop is getting 0, so it's a crushing blow as you could be in first place and still drop to last just from this competition if you don't place high enough.
Unfortunate for Lime there, but the rest of the players still
Made
in
it
the running.
just in time. Wow.
And that was Rush that we're seeing, right? So
Yes.
what's the deal? How do you avoid that monster?
Must hide in the closet, or if I noticed one player had a hiding box, might have used that to avoid death.
That's an important one. Allows you to keep your place in the lead if you bring the box with you. But again, health dropping low here. Looks like Poke Dragon is running real low on health. He's going to need a health pickup, or he's in a rough spot where another player could knock you out.
Remember, coming into this Roby 100, Mad Max, they were tied 141 points apiece. So
Yeah, both
just
still
one
in.
place difference for the two of those will make or break your chance at $1 million.
Yeah, but it also means all of our top 4 players, including the Death Eagle, are within 20 points of each other. Meaning, you take that first place spot, you can knock all of the other competition out of here and secure the last spot.
When you look at someone like Icicle, like Poke Dragon as well, towards the lower part of our standings, they're preying on the downfall. Not only do they have to win, but they have to prey on the downfall of our top players. So for them, Anonymous Lime losing out this early actually gives them a greater chance as we go deeper into doors.
Yeah, it's huge. It knocks the tournament wide open here and allows some of these players to have a real shot at getting at the last spot in the top 4.
You have a lot more agency than in the other game modes of how to take other people down. So if I was someone like Poke Dragon, like Icicle, I would be trying my hardest to grief Roby, grief Mad Max, try and get them out, because those are your biggest threats right now.
Don't give them any ideas.
We'll see. They all seem pretty focused. And again, it is a dark and fast-paced world here. I know it can be challenging for the players to get a sense of where the competition is at while not falling too far behind, which is a quick way for a swift exit. If you fall too far behind, the game has some mechanics to ensure you're out of there. As we hear another monster close in here, just taking a second to enjoy the sounds of what is an incredible top horror game in the world.
And you talked about this music. It's so impressive that a dev was able to just put that together as Poke Dragon gets a little jump scared, but still alive on a sliver of health.
Yeah, his dreams of this competition are still going on that last sliver. We'll see if he can find any relief or if he's going to get knocked out by even another player with that low of health.
Still 6 players alive, but as I say that, someone falls. Who did we just lose?
that was Icicle.
And coming into this with 107 points, only receiving 10 from his finish. That should be the end of Icicle as well. But good news for the lower players, Mad Max is gone.
Oh, this is huge with Mad Max dropping again, one of our leading players. This means Roby and the Death Eagle are still very much so in this.
Okay, Dragon's dream stays alive as well.
Okay, we've got a lot of points still ahead here as we're getting deeper and deeper into the doors puzzle. I'm not even, do you guys know what door we're on here? I'm having a hard time just even keeping track of how quick they're moving.
Our contestants are moving so fast, it's almost impossible to tell. Eyes spotted Screech as well there for Jay. He avoids it and stays alive.
Yeah, good camera work. And it's important to note from the observers, those quick spins, those quick turns, they matter so very much in this game. Those are all tactical. You are looking for monsters. You are getting the response. Did someone fall here? No. Death Eagle gets caught. We hear some emotion coming out behind us, but he is not out of this. Thankfully, he had the HP bar to deal with that.
I think I saw door 68 there. 69, 70. They're still going.
I think narrowly avoiding eyes there, and Rush as well, but someone falls to Rush. Who was that we just lost? That was Poke Dragon, and coming in with only 75 points, receiving 30 for that finish. It's not going to be them moving on either.
All right, well, folks, this actually is an exciting trio because this order does matter as you are fighting for your life here. Roby and the Death Eagle in a good spot, but guess what? I believe 3J still has a chance here if he can be the top finisher and knock Roby down.
Every one of these positions gets you 20 points ahead of your next opponent. The Death Eagle is within 20 of Roby. 3J is just about 22 behind the top finisher as well. So he basically needs to win and have Roby be the next out if he wants to make it here.
Time is ticking. After these final 5 seconds, HP bars will not matter. We'll drop down to 1, which someone has an offensive item.
That's a very
Sudden
big pickup.
death has begun.
Stop sign could put an end to it. Jay has his chance. Death Eagle is gone.
Jay goes down. And this is it. The winner of this will actually be the survival. Wait, who just went down here? Was
It's
Jay?
Roby against 3J.
Jay. All right.
1v1. The first one to land any damage will take this one home. Roby, though, came in as the points leader, has his chance to shore things up, and finds a hiding position.
Wow.
He wins it.
Oh, and just like that.
He led in points heading into doors, and he'll come out with 100 more. Roby, an incredible performance by him. We'll have to tally it up, but that should put him in a position to make it.
His usual stoicism broken for a brief smile. We hope we enjoyed that. That is a huge victory. The winner of doors and a massive return to form for Roby, a definite fan favorite from early on in this competition.
And, you know, it's amazing. He was a step away. He was the worst performing player in slap battles after coming in with the most points. He comes in with the most points again, finds his redemption indoors.
Didn't have to call him out like that, but yes, congratulations to him. And also, amazing commentary on you guys' end there because I was just trying to keep up the whole time, and I could not.
It is an overwhelming game.
What was going on. Like I said, I've always been carried indoors my entire career, so seeing players play individually is very impressive.
Well, that's a wrap for doors, and more importantly, a wrap on our qualifying round. And, well, the umpires verify the ratings and update the leaderboard. Let's get some reactions from Geach and Sabrina.
My initial reaction, wow. Just wow, that was some next level gameplay. How long do you think you would have survived, Sabrina?
I would have ran into the wall and died immediately. That was way different than normal doors that I've played. It was so fast.
Yeah, my eyes could barely keep up. It's already moving fast, but then we're zooming between the screens too.
How did they know what to do?
I couldn't tell you. There was so much going on, and that level was really different.
Yeah. And they were able to sabotage each other?
Yeah.
Was I seeing that?
That's a pretty cool addition to doors, you know, as complicated as it already is. And then now you're playing against people, not just alongside each other. Because I guess typically when you play doors, you're working as a unit, you know, working together to get as far as you possibly can together. And now we're adding in the element of competition, which takes it to a new level.
So in that case, I would not survive very long.
Yeah,
to
no.
answer your question.
I hear you. I'm not making it out of the lobby. Like, well, I guess the elevator. I'm not making it out of the elevator.
Is that as far as you've made it?
Actually, I think I've made it to the library before, where you kind of have to be stealthy.
That's pretty far.
I'd say yes. You know, maybe I've had to use a Robux or two, you know, to buy a revive because
I have had my fair share of pay to win.
Yeah, I mean, well, I can't even say pay to win because
you can't really pay to win.
I didn't win. I just came back a couple of times to try and get a little further. Once those chase scenes start with that big long monster, like down the hallways and stuff in the library, that's just kind of like it for me. You gotta
the soundtrack too, and all of the monsters, like all the sound design is so phenomenal. I am curious, did you experience April Fool's indoors last year?
No, because how things work for me is once I get to a point where I just realized that it's not really for me because I love doors.
You said your favorite genre was horror.
Yeah, but see, it's the stealth factor because I love horror. It's fun, right? But then with doors, it's a little different. You have so many other factors. It's puzzle, which I also like that too. But it's the sneaking through. I'm telling you, because that's the furthest I ever get is that doggone library with that monster kind of tiptoeing around. And somehow I'm not good at that. I can't really get through. So yeah, the furthest I've probably gotten is that. But no, I didn't get to do the April Fool's one. It's been a minute since I played doors.
Yeah, the April Fool's one was totally done by mouth. All the sound design. It was the developers. They mouthed everything. Like the music and everything. It was very funny.
Do you remember how it went? Can you sing it?
Dude.
Are we gonna get copyright?
No, I don't think I'm gonna do it.
No, are we? No. Okay. Well, let's
Okay. Should we take a look at the chat?
See what
the chat is saying?
The chat was really excited for doors. That's all they were asking for all day: slap battles and doors. So I feel like they finally got what they wanted.
They are screaming, "We believe in you, Eagle."
Oh,
okay, Eagle.
And the chat's been rooting hard for Eagle from the beginning too. Eagle, you had a solid fan base.
Dang. Okay. Roby though. Roby is doing a really good job.
Let's talk about Roby being the sleeper here for real, because I feel like Roby's been kind of killing it all the way through, but it's always just been like he's always been falling just a little bit short. Yep. But it's like he's been really pulling it out. Last minute. Roby is clutch. Roby is the definition of clutch. That's what we really got going on here.
So you said that your favorite genre is horror, but you haven't beat doors. And I'm just curious, what makes a Roblox game instantly fun for you?
For me, definitely shareability. I just made that up because I love to play games with my friends or my community. Shout out Geechee Gang. I love to be able to play games and introduce people to the things I love, including
That's what Roblox
video games.
is about.
It's perfect for that. So I really love that. Funny enough, I want to say Slap Battles was probably like the first game where I really said, I have to tell everybody about this. This is hilarious. It's a lot. It's very fast paced a little bit, but it was so funny to watch.
I'm really bad at slap battles, but I did beat the developer and he did say he could give me an admin glove, so maybe I'll follow up on that.
What does an admin glove even consist of? What can you do with that?
I don't know. I have no idea, but that would be pretty cool.
You know what I would do if I could create a glove? I'd make a zombie glove, right? Hear me out. So,
okay.
You take your zombie glove and you start smacking people. And every time you smack somebody, you're now in control of them. Now they go do your dirty work for you. And they just go wipe out the rest of the map for you. So now you can do like Roby, kick it in the tree somewhere. You know what I'm saying? And just sit back and kind of just watch your work, I think I'd go with that.
Okay. I'm going to look more at the chat over here now that we're probably caught up.
And so with that being said, I talked about how I really enjoy being able to share, my moments in my games with my friends and stuff like that. And this was a really cool opportunity for that as well, because, this is the first event of its kind. What are some events involving Roblox that you've been able to participate? Because you said you did the hunt itself. So what are some other events that you've done?
My favorite event was definitely RPO Egg Hunt 2018. It like changed my life kind of. It made me really look at Roblox differently. It was all about community, all about working together. And so we made an event that was really heavily inspired by it, called RB Battles.
I was going to say the chat has been talking about that too. Yeah, tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, we make a championship series sometimes. We've done 3, and we love to do something similar to this. And so this is exactly what I think the community was asking for with the hunt, with all the secrets and the hunting and everything. Roblox super delivered on that. And I think it's been really, really well done. I participated in the whole thing, and I love it. Awesome. Okay, it looks like we are ready. I am dying to know who's moving on. Any updates, J Party?
Please tell us.
All right. The results are in, Sabrina. And a quick reminder that scores are cumulative for this round. So the contestants with the most points from all 5 games will be advancing. And even though only one of you will be moving on, you all get a good shout out and be proud of yourselves. With 180 million visits to this hub, you had a lot of competition and proved these were the top 10 best in the world. You did incredible work, you solved incredible things, and cemented each and every one of you in Roblox history as legends in the Hunt Mega Final. But without further ado, while we celebrate our last progress into the top 4, we want to say goodbye to our heartfelt competitors who had a good run today. So let's find out who's going home right now. Heading out first, unfortunately, we're going to say goodbye today to our friend from up north, Poke Dragon 100,000. You did great. Take your final walk away from the stage. Thank you, Poke Dragon 100,000. All right. Going on next, we're going to have a heartfelt goodbye to Icicle. Come on out. You did fantastic. I think you had some wonderful wins, some wonderful moments. Unfortunately, we're saying goodbye today. Coming out next from our competition is, unfortunately, Anonymous Lime. We have to say goodbye today. You did fantastic work. Can't say enough. Again, beating millions and millions out for their spot today in the top 10 Anonymous Lime. Thanks again. All right, heading out next of our competition is the one and only Mad Max. We're sorry to say goodbye. A fantastic run. Again, thank you so much for all your hard work. That was exciting stuff. And now the next unfortunate contestant to head out of this competition is the Death Eagle. Say goodbye. You got a lot more fans today from the chats at home. The Death Eagle, wonderful stuff, wonderful job, incredible highlights, and that was incredible to see. All right, folks, they have been eliminated, but guess what? We have 2 folks remaining, and we're going to announce our winner. But first, why don't we bring them up? Why don't you come up here and join me in the middle of the stage here? Yeah, we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. This is good. This is good. All right. All right, folks, come on down. Let's put one of you. Yeah, we'll have you here, over here. Excellent. All right. How we feeling? Time to relax? Still amped?
So many emotions running through my head right now. It's crazy.
All right, folks. Well, this was a wild journey. And after 5 games, you 2 hold the highest scores, which means one of you will be moving on into the next round, and the other is unfortunately going home for now. All right. Without further ado, the contestant with the highest score today is Roby 100. You are moving on. Thank you, sir. A big round of applause. A handshake today. Really appreciate it, 3J. Hey, you did great stuff. Get in here. Whatever we need. Wonderful work, my friend. We'll see you soon. All right. Again, 3J, thanks for all your hard work. This has been an incredible journey, incredible performance. But today, Roby, you just entered your top 4. Are you ready? You're going to be in it.
I'm excited. I'm so excited. I mean, like that last round, like it all came down to that final game. Like, so everyone was so close. Like, I was like, bro, that was the most stressful game of Doors I've ever played in my entire life. Like, bro, I was shaking the whole time. I was just so locked in. That was the only thoughts going through my mind were Doors, hide here, hide here. Oh, there's a thing coming. Hide in here. I was like, bro, it's actually. But yeah, it was. I'm really excited. I'm really excited for the final.
Well, that was incredible. You already hear the most stressful game, the most stressful mode, and the most stressful performance. But guess what? You made it. Take a deep breath. You've got a whole new world of competition ahead of you, and 3 other challengers await you in the back. But for now, incredible stuff. You showed amazing perseverance today. And again, that's a big time. How'd you prepare for today?
I played a lot of games. I honestly, I practiced Doors the most. So that really came in clutch there at the end. I was like, after the mode came out, April 1st, I just played it for hours until I had to leave to California. And that worked out in the end. So I'm glad I did that.
Do you typically win when you play online with all the other folks just in the general Roblox population?
I hold my place. I do fairly well. Yeah, I was really close to edging out those few other rounds, and then right at the end, yeah.
All right, incredible stuff, Roby 100. Thanks you again. You're going to join your fellow competitors in the top 4, and we'll let you go and do that because we're going to get ready for the next round. It is exciting. It is a competition that is just heating up. But wait a minute, I just got word that we've got a surprise guest. I think they're going to share their thoughts. Maybe we can jump over to our correspondence team and see who we've just got.
Thanks, Jay Party. Joining us to give his analysis is content creator, Doors expert, Creekcraft.
Hello. Hi.
Hi. How are you doing? Those were exactly my words.
Yeah, it was quick. Have you ever considered like what it might be like to play a game of Doors with all these added features to it? Because now you've got attacks, you've got bombs, you've got weapons. You've got extra attack. Now you're playing against people instead of just playing it to win it. How do you approach something like that?
Before I saw them play, I was like, you know what? I think I'd be pretty good at this. And now it's like, no, I'll let them play. I'll just sit over here and watch from the sidelines.
No way, Jose.
So are you saying you would not play against any of these guys?
Yeah, definitely not for money. We'll say that. Like for funsies, maybe, but money on the line, ain't no way. None of them. Nah.
You think you can handle that pressure?
No. I'm feeling the pressure here, and I'm not even in it.
So who do you think's going to win?
Oh, that's tough. I don't know. I feel like the fan favorite right now is Roby. But I don't know. They're so good. I guess we'll see what happens next.
For sure. Sorry. Go ahead. Okay, so I want to know, how did you feel? Because, you've been watching.
Chiama l'800 326 326. Dental Pro. Scegli.
Up to this point.
Watching Blade Ball was crazy. I don't think I've ever seen someone so good at that game in my life. Like, it just constantly winning every round. Like, impressive. Super impressive. I'd never want to go up against him in my life.
Whose dress to impress outfit was your favorite?
It's funny because I'm kind of bad at the game a little bit. So I was just watching it and I could tell that it probably wasn't their number one game on Roblox. So like I was I'm like, okay, I see what's happening here. I gotta go with man, I don't even know. I think the second round, I think Iron Mouse said this. I think the second round they did a lot better than the first round. They were a little bit more like acclimated with the game, a little bit more prepared, knew where everything was at. So I don't know any specifics. The one with the double wings, who was that?
Yes. That was
Death Eagle.
Eagle, yes.
Death Eagle, Deagle. Yeah, him. That one was probably my favorite. Deagle's his new name. Round they did a lot better than the first.
I think everybody really did like that one. That was a huge hit with everybody watching.
Yeah.
Who do you think would do better in a racing game?
Ooh, that's a good question. I feel like the more like twitchy movements of like Blade Ball and like Doors would probably be a little bit like helpful. So I'm gonna go with Antarell on that one.
Interesting. Yeah, I would say Antarell or Roby myself.
I was going to say the exact same thing because the way that Antarell's reflexes worked for Blade Ball really worked in his favor. But then the maneuvering that Roby, applied to get through doors, even when it seemed like, we didn't know how that was going to go. That's definitely going to work in their favor for the racing one.
Yeah, they all survived like really long too on that. I was playing a little bit of the Doors game mode since it came out. And like typically they go kind of fast, but they were hanging in there. Everybody did like a really, really good job. Came down to it.
So what was your favorite part so far of this entire competition?
Ooh, it was okay. Probably the back and forth in soccer, Super League Soccer was crazy. That was very exciting to watch. And then of course slap battles because it's such a funny game. Just people just slapping and farting all over the map. Right. But there's $1 million on the line, Right. So if I had to pick, I'd say slap battles.
Slap battles. All right. So how would you approach that if you were, in that slap battles? Because now you have to factor in the level kind of being destroyed as you go. Do you think you could have handled that?
Look, I don't really play slap battles that much anymore because every time I do, I get destroyed by a bunch of 8-year-olds on their iPads, and it makes me so sad. So I probably wouldn't even make it to that far in the competition, to be honest with you.
Okay, I have a question for you, Greek.
Uh-oh.
Who's more likely to open a cursed door, me or Geach?
Ooh. That's a good question. Deech, you said you haven't played Doors that much, right?
No, I've definitely played it. It's played me more than I've played it for sure. But yeah, I've got a little experience with it,
I'm gonna go with Sabrina. I feel like you're a little bit more unlucky in games like this.
What? Listen, I beat pressure, okay? I beat the mega token. Come on.
That one was that you said that was your hardest one, right?
Yes, it was. It was my hardest one. But I also have gotten further than her indoors.
Allegedly.
But I'll take it. I'm the one that'll probably open the curse door. You were probably correct.
I will say though, although I haven't played a lot, I haven't gotten very far indoors. It only took one cursed door for me to never do it again. And that was way in the beginning. So I'm just saying, you know.
It even is a cursed door.
Oh, so now you don't know. She doesn't know what a cursed door is, you guys. No, so for those of you who don't know, you know, indoors, you have to find the correct door. The cursed door is when you happen to step into the incorrect door. So if you're on the wrong floor, you think you're going to 16, but really you've already done 16. You go into the 16 door, you're insta-kill. That's it for you. Game over. So yeah, like I said, it only took me one time.
You get jump scared. It's not a fun time.
Oh, listen, I'm so easily jump scared. That's the problem. See, my nerves, my anxiety is so bad, but I love horror so much, so I can't help myself. I don't know what it is, but yeah, those jump scares.
What about Creek? How many times have you screamed at doors?
Oh man, I remember when the cursed doors, I think they're called the mimic doors. They first came out, and I didn't know what it was yet. And that first time, it like really got me. I like to think I'm a little bit better at it now, but see, the problem is remembering what door you're on. And I have the memory of a goldfish. I don't know if it's just because I'm getting older or not, but like I get really bad at that, and so it's not a fun time for me.
Dang. Well, I'll make sure we have you playing more scary games.
See now I want to see what it's like for you to play this new level, this new version of Door. I want to see you do the competitive mode now, because even though you were like, oh yeah, you know, that in the beginning, you know, it kind of got me a little bit. I just feel like you're too comfortable. So now I feel like you got to really push yourself and get into like the new modes and see how you can hang with the folks throwing grenades at you while you're sliding under a wall and also trying to ward off a screech.
We'll see. I'll reach out to one of these guys at the end, and maybe we can arrange something and see just how I see how I do. I'll probably die in the first 5 seconds, but we'll see.
Do you have a favorite entity / monster?
Oh, see, okay. From looks, I gotta go. This is about to be the most long-winded answer of all time.
Take your time.
Yes, do it, please. Let's hear it.
So I like Figure because I think he's probably like the most iconic in terms of like villains for doors. My favorite entity though is probably got to be the new Sally window entity that I think was like a few updates ago. They added Sally in. My least favorite though, got to go with Ambush. Hearing Ambush come, it like my heart drops. What about you guys?
I don't know. I hate Screech because he's just annoying. But a favorite, I was saying Rush earlier because I just made up a stupid reason because I would never mind. Don't even listen to me.
Because you would rush?
Okay, so I asked her, I said, if you could partner up with one of the entities, which one would it be? Yeah. But thank you so much, Creek. Entertaining as always. Appreciate you for joining us, man.
Thank you. Thanks for having me. And keep up the good work. This is awesome.
All right.
Thank you.
All right. So we're going to throw it back to Jay Party. Come on, Jay Party. Tell us where we are.
All right, my friends, we are back. Creek, always a pleasure to see you. I hope we hang out again soon. But folks, we're going to keep things moving and kick off the round of 4, which is, of course, a double elimination challenge. Win twice, you're in. Lose twice, and you are out. And all 4 players will play both Driving Empire and Rival.
Okay, you're good to go. Thank you.
All right, folks, get ready for some adrenaline. Off the round of 4, which is, of course, a double elimination challenge. Win twice, you're in. Lose twice, and you are out. And all 4 players will play both Driving Empire and Rivals. So you'll be getting some driving and some shooting in to see who's the best. All right, folks, get ready for some adrenaline pumping racing action, because Driving Empire is going to start our round off with the final round of 4.
6, Driving Empire. There are 2 matches in a 1-versus-1 format. Whoever crosses the finish line first wins. All 4 contestants will advance to the next game.
All right. We're in for Driving Empire. Folks, how familiar are you with Driving Empire, or maybe driving in general?
I haven't known to drive here and there in real life. Driving Empire, though, not so much. I think I have played it once before for a different event, so not too familiar with it.
I don't have a car in real life, but I've played Driving Empire a fair bit. It's a really fun game. It's cool. It's one of those kind of special games. You have a ton of licensed cars. You have a ton of options to choose from. Today, all our contestants are going to be rocking the same vehicle to put us on a level playing field. But it's definitely an intense one. Going head-to-head in a race against one other contestant. You make one mistake. You turn slightly too much into a corner. You collide with one thing, and that could set you back for this entire race. And now no one's going to be eliminated in Driving Empire, but if you lose Driving Empire, you lose your opportunity to be the undefeated player into the $1 million round, which is an absolutely huge advantage there.
All right, let's check out some shots and remind the folks at home who exactly is in this Final Four competition. And here they are. We have rearranged the studio. You're seeing Shafe and Roby here. Roby coming off an intense win indoors to secure his spot as the 4th finalist here. Exciting stuff. I know Shafe's had a bit of a break now. He's been able to breathe, collect his thoughts. Here we are in the new studio, thinking things out, getting set up in the game. It's exciting stuff. I know, Roby, a big fan from the chat out there. Hopefully he's got his fans still supporting him now in the top 4. And again, Dudadud and Antarel, the first 2 to qualify, they truly just cleaned up in the initial rounds.
And if you were playing, would you rather have qualified early like someone like Antarel or Dudadud, or would you rather come in hot after playing through every one of the qualifying round games?
I mean, it is a little risky, but I definitely would have loved to be in Roby's position just because he had played a more larger variety of games and definitely warmed up and got the adrenaline going. So I see him doing some good work in the next few rounds.
All right. We'll see if that momentum can keep him moving forward or if the pause will be too much. Anyway, it's time to get things going. We're moving into Driving Empire. Let's kick things off with our first round. We're going to see who the top 2 racers are. And again, this is a 1v1 race. They'll both be driving the 2024 GT Mark II around an exciting track, and there will be no collision on. Truly a time trial against one other player to see who's on top.
Well, it's the green car versus the light blue car. Roby against Dud in our first round here, and they're revving up their engines, ready to go and get us off to the races here.
All right, we are underway here, right on this bridge start here. This is going to be 3 laps around this arena, and this is an interesting course. There actually is a handful of shortcuts throughout it as, we see some stuttering on that first turn there, and then we see our first opportunity for a shortcut not taken by the blue player. Roby falling a little behind. A lot of race to go, though.
The risk with the shortcuts is if you don't land them perfectly, you can end up flipping your vehicle or kind of veering off in a weird way. So you really have to consider, and you see the second shortcut. The blue car takes that. That's Dudadud now pulling ahead here, but catching up with a lot of speed is Roby on the overtake. He's out in front again.
Yeah, that was an interesting one. You saw the shortcut take, but again, going through the dirt there is going to slow your car down on that attempt for a max speed maneuver. But, this dangerous turn. We've seen this cost a lot of players time here, and they kind of weave their way through it with Roby actually getting in the lead there, taking a little bit of a tiny shortcut, but still neck and neck.
Very close competition. It's 3 laps around the course. We're about halfway through our second. Shortcut taken for Dudadud, and that's going to get him back into the lead here. But just around the corner, they're very close. I think right on each other's tails here.
How important you think map knowledge is compared to actual cornering skills and speed?
Yeah, I think the map knowledge is incredibly important because that's where you got to apply your skills. And again, with the high speed shift, if you look at those mile-per-hour drops, it's huge. People are dropping almost 0 on some of these incredibly tight turns, and it's an important part of it.
Well, just around the corner from each other, Roby is trailing. He won that last round, the final player to qualify to this top 4, and he's falling behind in this race. Dudadud, he takes the corner here. How close is that green car? Does he have a chance to catch up? Because Dudadud is doing this one perfectly through the finish line. He'll take this home in first place as Roby rounds through in the second place of this round. And for Dudadud, an opportunity now to head into Rivals as a victor in the first round, maintain his second life, and for Roby, it's going to be last chances here when he heads to Rivals.
You know, true Roby style, he's got to keep it entertaining, taking a quick loss here in his first elimination. He's still in it. We want you to know that clearly, but he's only got one more chance to stay alive because, again, he keeps the drama flowing. But an exciting win All right, folks, let's check out this Final Four leaderboard and see where we stand. This is how we're going to go through the double elimination here with Dudadud taking the win and Roby taking the loss.
So this might look a little confusing. It's as simple as an O means they won the round, the X means they lost it. It's all 1v1, so you'll only ever see 2 players represented per round. You have to win 2 before you lose 2, which means at maximum, you'll play 1 round of Driving Empire and 2 of Rivals. The win here for Dudadud, as we're mentioning though, it means when he heads into Rivals, he'll have 2 matches and 2 opportunities to qualify.
Yeah, definitely. And I was just taking a look at the chat here while you were talking. We put up a vote on who will win this round, and it looks like the fans were supporting Roby. So hopefully he makes his comeback going into Rivals.
Well, we appreciate his drama. All right, 1 match down and 1 more to go. Coming up next, we've got Antaral and Shafe heading in with the orange and gray car. We're going to have Shafe
orange color.
In the orange. Yeah, it's a good color. We appreciate them matching their jersey colors for this competition. And here is the warm-up. Let's see who will get first off the gun here. Exciting times. And all right, across the bridge they go. No initial mistakes from either player. Coming into this first bank, this is where we see the people going a little too quick, hit this rock wall and take a huge loss, but no, clean for both of them.
Very nice cornering from Antaral, the player with the most Roblox experience. 16 years since he first played a game on the platform. Still looking strong in this one.
Yeah, they've come a long way, I'm sure, from what his first game was that first week of the platform. But hey, still going strong.
No one's electing to take that ramp.
Oh, there's a crash there. I think Shafe might have just fallen, or Antaral, that is, might have just fallen behind. Yeah,
wow.
Antaral had the opportunity, and unfortunately, he falls into a trail position here.
Yeah, huge mistake there. Flies off the course and loses a ton of time. But that's what shows you it's still anyone's game within this race. Yeah, he's going to need those shortcuts. Now's the time to put it all on the line and just take every shortcut you can.
Shafe, he had a job opportunity in New York City. He put off his orientation for that job to take the risk. Come here, compete for $1 million. Truly putting important things in his life on hold to put it all out there for us. And at least thus far, getting rewarded. We're heading towards the final lap, and it's still a good lead for Shafe, but one mistake, and Antaral will be right on him.
That was a great backstory. That almost had me in tears.
Well, so far looking like a good choice as he is in the top 4, and that $1 million signing bonus could be a thing. Although for now, this race is looking a little rough as he still falls further behind here. Shafe has taken a dramatic lead. We'll see if he crashes. That's kind of what he's relying on at this point as he comes through one of the final banks here before the straightaway across the bridge, and that is a good high-speed moment for them.
We're coming up towards the final corners, and Shafe, he hasn't made a mistake yet. He'll round the corner and take things home.
Oh, man. Good thing he clears that.
Into the water. He hits the final checkpoint, and Shafe wins his round. He'll face up against Dudadud in the 1-0 game when we head over to Rivals. It really goes to show that in Driving Empire, one mistake, that's all it takes to lose out. Antaral was looking great, but crashes once and he's out.
Yeah, I mean, how long did each lap take? Like under a minute?
Yeah, that's a fast game.
A lot of time to catch up.
You know, in true racing style, we appreciate the Driving Empire folks. But hey, I think it's time to check out this leaderboard and see the results of this match.
And there it is. Shafe with a win. Dudadud undefeated as well. So Roby and Antaral, they'll be facing elimination in Rivals.
An exciting game. Roby, keeping it dramatic as always. We'll see who can do it. Antaral, the defensive player of the early game soccer, coming through here in the shooters. We'll see if he can keep it going.
I think every viewer is foaming at the mouth to watch Rivals coming up next.
Hey, but first, let's check in with our correspondents, Team All-Stars. Geesh and Sabrina, what's going on, you two?
Oh, my gosh. I need to catch my breath. That was some high-speed, high-stakes racing. Sabrina, what did we just witness?
We witnessed some intense racing. I thought that, like, at first it was going to be really close, and then at the very end, like, Shafe got really in front.
Yeah. It seemed like it kind of happened that way with both races, too.
They were just neck and neck for, like, most of it until the very end.
Right, because you figure the first race, you had, who did we have? Dud and Roby, which I was really sad to see them go against each other because I wanted to see them go a little further together. But, excuse me, y'all. You know, I kind of been watching both of them, and, you know, they've both exhibited such high skill level as it's come to all of these games. And we even talked about with Creek, you know, who did we think would have more of the advantage when it came to the racing game? And then we had, you know, Roby with the maneuvering, and then we had Antaral.
Like going off the edge and like doing the really quick turnaround.
Right.
It was like pretty, it looks like they practiced that map a lot.
Right. And then also Antaral with Blade Ball, being so quick on the draw and, just that same, level of maneuvering. And both of them got beat.
Yep.
I didn't see that coming. I mean, shout out to you guys. You did it. You did the thing. But
and some of them still have chances. So
yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
I think it's going to be pretty fun to see how this goes moving into Rivals now because, you still, with that at this point, you got to have like actual skill. You have to have, game IQ. You've got to have the quick reflexes. You've got to have, the movement, you got to be quick, so.
I'm not good at that.
I'm not either. That's why
I'm not in the top 10.
Me too. Yeah, me too.
I got a question for you though. So they've done some interesting brand collabs in this game. Which one are you most impressed with? McLaren, Porsche, or NASCAR?
Oh, honestly, I'm impressed. I'm super impressed that anybody could get McLaren on board. You know what I'm saying? That's really dope. So yeah, I think that's I'd have to say that one.
Okay. Well, we're going to give it right back to J Party and look at the score.
All right. Thank you and welcome back to our competition here. Things are just heating up and we're going to get this next round underway, folks. So if I understand correctly, coming up, it's going to be the intense elimination matches happening on Rivals. Mimi, what do you think?
I mean, I just think that was such a good time to start already in Driving Empire. But Rivals was the match that I was the most excited to get into here. I think this is going to be just a true test of reactions, of game knowledge, and the way that you position. There's a lot to think about when you're going into Rivals.
Well, yeah, in my personal opinion as well, a 1v1 in a first-person shooter is the true test to see a gamer's true skills. So definitely very excited to see that.
Great, folks. Well, Doodadud and Shafe are one win away from advancing. If you thought things were already intense, get ready, because Rivals is coming up next.
Game 7, Rivals. There are 3 matches in a 1-versus-1 format. Contestants must choose their weapon, then kill their opponent to win. 2 contestants will advance to the final $1 million round.
Here we go, our first match of Rivals where we will find out our first contestant making it to the $1 million round. It's Doodadud and Shafe taking stage. Let's hop into our first match here. When we're talking about Rivals, guys, there's really a lot to think about. I think first and foremost, as the players are working through it now, is the item bans. You can choose what map you're going to, what weapons you're taking away, and try and strategize early on.
Right, yeah. I mean, not just aiming and reaction time, but gun selection is very key in the 1v1s.
Yeah, it absolutely is. He's going to go over and get ready to receive our winner who makes it to that top 2.
You're leaving us.
We're going to be finding out. I mean, he's got to greet whoever wins this round, but it's first to 5. Our map is selected, and we are just about ready to go.
First round in construction.
What are we looking for in this map, Enya?
I think that moving a container box in the middle is a very good way to distract your opponent. A lot of head glitches, I feel like, on this map, so hopefully the players use that to their advantage.
Interesting. In the blue there, going to be the minigun selected. A little different from what we've seen before. Let's see if we can hop into one of our players' POVs and really get a look at the action here. Down in the low ground is Shafe trying to find connections. Low ammo on that weapon, and he'll find the reload. Has to dip out and find cover. Again, damage on both sides. Minigun trying to find the connection. He's spamming away. Both down to 1 HP, and Shafe gets the first round on the board.
Very well done. I wonder why Doodadud there gave up his hike round there for a second. Not sure, but they're better than me, so I'm sure he made the right choice.
AR, good damage. Going through, bursting out of ammo, switches to secondary. Wow. One shot straight to the dome.
Always love seeing revolver kills. They're very satisfying.
Shafe up 2-0 now. Remember, it's first to 5 in this round of competition. More headshots landing for Shafe. He has been so precise in this match thus far. And Doodadud has to rally here. Reflections onto the minigun fire, but it's Shafe yet again, going huge for 3 NU.
That is it. This might be turning out to be a blowout. I would hate to see it. See if Doodadud can make a comeback.
Shafe, you see him good with the movement. Gets the drop on his opponent, but eats some damage back. Katana on the reflection. No shots received off of it, but that's good. Lots of damage exchanged on his first burst of the AR. Finds time for a reload, and did he fall off the map? Oh, that's a fumble you can't have at this point in the tournament.
The self-sabotage. That is sad. That is very unfortunate.
And that's when the pressure gets to you.
Oh, using the
One
environment?
little mistake. Another chance. This could be the closeout. Trying to use the slingshot of all weapons.
Interesting choice.
And trying to stay alive here for Da-Da-Da. And make it as that undefeated contestant to the obby.
You'd wonder if that's a secret weapon or if he's giving up on the competition.
You know he wants that $1 million more than anything. You know what this means to these contestants. He's really trying to bait Shafe into the low ground. Shafe, though, not taking the bait. He wants to hold his strong positioning up top and force his opponent to go on the offensive. Good damage, and finally Shafe falls. A chance here,
right?
But a slim one. He'd have to run it all the way back.
He's got to get 4 more in a row, which is very difficult.
Shafe back to his same position. Finds his opponent in the center. That's good damage. Finds a space for a reload. He's 1 kill away from the $1 million round. Good damage on a Da-Da-Da. Can Shafe do it? His opponent's on 1 HP.
Wow.
And with the revolver, Shafe closes things out. He's the first player to make it to your $1 million round.
That was very impressive. And Da-Da-Da was actually the first to advance into the top 4. So it's sad to see him lose here.
A tough one for him indeed. He'll have a second chance down in that lower bracket in the 1-1 game here, but that's huge for Shafe. It means he's going to be heading into the obby with 2 opportunities to win. His opponent would have to defeat him with a bracket reset. And let's check in with that leaderboard, show you guys how we're doing. Of course, 2 wins in a row. That's good enough for Shafe.
Definitely. And just looking at the chat votes here, Shafe also had the popular vote. So it looks like they had the right idea on who was going to win this match.
Truly an impressive player, Shafe. I think back to some of our earlier competitions, he only got 16 points in DTI, but won every single round of Super League Soccer, earning 60 points there, 25 then in Blade Ball, and rallying back right at the very end. A big congratulations to Shafe here. Let's see if we can maybe check in with him, and as we see him moving his way on into that $1 million round. A great moment here for Shafe.
It's a huge sigh of relief.
Very impressive from him, but we're ready to continue. We still have more matches. So I believe now we're going to head down to our 0-1 round, which means it's Roby and Antarel. They're playing for their lives in the tournament at this point.
This is definitely elimination. So if, as you said, one of them loses, they are completely out of the tournament. No other chances given to them.
And this is where the pressure really starts to mount. It's a game of inches, of a little bit of damage going either way. And when the pressure's on, when the stakes are this high, it's easy to make a mistake. I mean, we saw Da-Da-Da, I think, falling off the map in that last one. Little mistakes like that can lose you a life-changing sum of money.
Right. Well, that's the thing about Rivals, right? The movement speed is very fast. It's almost like parkour, but you can use that to your advantage, but you also got to be very careful, especially a map like Construction.
What did you think about the gun selection in our first one? Because we went a little unconventional there with Da-Da-Da, and I don't think it paid off.
I am a little bit surprised. I do like the minigun because I'm in the business of spraying and praying. But yeah, no, definitely not the right choice in hindsight.
Well, the players are banning weapons into our lower rounds here, making careful consideration of what they want to compete against. Anything that you would want to ban away if you were a competitor here, Enya?
I would probably ban the assault rifle.
Really? It is the one where a lot of players like to play. When I'm playing this game, I almost always lock the AR.
It is the favorite. So if the assault rifle gets banned, people have to get a lot more creative, and that will make for some interesting matches. But doesn't look like that happened.
And it's the tried and true. Here we go. Elimination match. Antarel facing off against Da-Da-Da.
Oof. I am sweating, and I am not even competing.
Antarel gets the first lick of damage. A bigger map that we're playing on here. Wide open on the crossroads. Up top, Antarel a bit stuck in this lower down position, trying to find his opponent. Still, not getting any information. Nade goes up. That'll catch a little bit of damage, trying to find the headshot. Jumping in the air. They're both low, but Roby on the revolver. The sidearms proving clutch yet again.
Yes, because, I mean, the magazine, the assault rifle is pretty small at 20
bullets, yeah.
Yeah, so you got to really use your secondary to its full potential there.
Roby was our last qualifier. Played every single round heading into this one. And already a good exchange of damage going both ways. They're both down to half HP. A reload found for each of these players. The utility off the Molotov. Doesn't find a connection. Over the top he goes. Melee in hand. Spots his opponent, but the shot's not landing. Roby in the air trying to find a connection, and he does it again.
Well done. One shot away from death. Roby clutches up.
Very nicely played from him. I think Roby thus far has had some impeccable movement in Rivals.
And it looks like the votes are in, and the viewers are voting for Roby as the favorite. So let's see if he could pull out these next. Whoa, there you go.
Got another. Yeah, we're up to 3-0 now. I want to focus on Antorel this round because we're starting to get to dangerous territory. This man has got to turn this around when the pressure is high, when he's against a strong opponent.
And this is what I mean. Oh.
That damage, it's just incredible. He hasn't even received a lick of damage, and Roby's beamed him almost down to 0 HP. It would take an impeccable clutch to bring things back, but from mid-air,
amazing movement. Wow.
Roby off the top rope decimates Antorel. And we're on the verge of a sweep.
Oh, man. I would be so nervous if I was Antorel. And like I was saying earlier, this is where the 1v1 FPS shooters is where your skills really show.
It's all about mechanics in the 1v1. And again, Roby at range is dishing out the damage. Antorel, his last chance at $1 million, trying desperately to stay alive. Low health. A nade to try and connect.
Oh,
that's good damage,
beautiful
but
Molotov.
Still needs to find the shots at the end.
Looks like Antorel is electing to go with the ADS, with hipfire, even at long range.
They spot each other, though. Antorel trying to find this connection. The spread on the bullet's just a little bit too wide to be able to take his opponent down. That's a good nade, but doesn't quite find its mark. Antorel now moving back through. This is Roby here as well. Trying to look for an opportunity. Antorel!
Wow.
He's back with at least one round, Enyu.
The dreams stay alive.
That was an intense one. When it gets close like that, this map plays a lot differently. There's way more opportunities to hide, duck for cover.
Yeah, it's a very big map for 1v1.
Oh, lots of damage going both ways here. This could be the end for Antorel. He needs another round win in a row. And to even build more off of that. But he's taking damage. Spots his opponent.
Interesting reload time there. Not sure why he chose to do that.
Still, you always want as many opportunities, as many bullets you can. Any second, you want to get that reload through. And he's kind of lost. He can't find where his opponent is. But it's the same for Roby. We're watching a man on the verge of staying alive, of progressing, having a chance to play another round. And maybe make it to that million.
They both understand the map very well, and it shows in their movement.
Antorel. Low health. 63 to his name against 60 on Roby. Low time, and Antorel again.
Bad timing
really
there
run
with
this back?
Yeah, bad timing there with climbing up the stairs. Couldn't recover. Antorel spotted him first, so I think he could. Anything is possible.
Momentum's big. If not in the actual game, in the emotion. You feel like you have a chance when you start to score wins, rally through it. Range, Roby, he's been successful.
Like Jay Party said, he likes to put us in an emotional roller coaster.
Oh, he does. A couple shots missing. A little uncharacteristic of what we've seen from Roby thus far. A good nade. Doesn't do too much damage. Reposition. Antorel still stuck into the low ground. It's a danger to contest at this range, but the shots are good. He's connecting again.
Wow.
4-3. He's 1 away from tying this round yet again.
This is unbelievable. It did not seem that close from the beginning.
Certainly didn't, Enyu. And now you have to start to look at this from Roby's POV. Can he close this out? He doesn't want to choke this opportunity away and find himself eliminated from a 4-0 start to Rivals. Dives into the low ground, close quarters battle. It's coming down to the wire.
Did not turn around in time. Wow.
The game is tied.
I think Antorel's electing to stay in the low ground because he could just duck under the tunnels and move around and really lose Roby. It's happened a couple of times, so great strategy.
4-4. Everything comes down to this, but at range, Roby, he wants to close this out. Don't let the game slip. Don't let this be the one on your memories as you go to sleep tonight. Antorel, low again, but he's been clutch all game, trying to dip and dive. He'll get back to cover, the safety of the low ground where he's been successful all game.
This is so intense.
Antorel, can he do it?
There
down
he is
on
in the
HP,
tunnels.
down on chances, trying to rally this one back. Roby.
Amazing prediction.
Also sticking to his guns, he stays up top. Down below, gun's not out. Roby, he finds it and connects on through for his 5th round. Roby stays alive, eliminates Antorel from the competition, and has another chance in Rivals. That almost slipped him by on you.
It almost feels like he planned this because he always does this to us. Coming back, in the last second for the win, very impressive. And you could see with his reaction there, like he did the hand gesture. He knew how close that was. So great job performing under pressure. Was anybody's game there.
That is an intense one indeed. It feels like that map plays so differently because I think you saw Roby was always successful at these long-range fights. Antero was always winning at these close-range fights. But after that round, let's take a little peek at this leaderboard and talk more about it because that change-up in strategy from Antero was almost enough.
Right. And looks like Roby, his chance stays alive and going into the third Rivals match, he might just have another shot at taking over going into the final obby.
It would be him against Dudadud. All of these players said they loved the obby. It was one of their most played. Years upon years of experience across these players. But for Antero, the most experienced member on the stage today, unfortunately, that ends his competition. He had his moments. He almost brought it back. But today, Antero has to walk home empty-handed. Let's hear it for him, though. He definitely had skill on display. He really showed his worth in Blade battles, qualifying through early off of that. A player who put a lot out onto that field today.
Keep your chin up, pal. Well done.
Would love to see him competing again sometime, but today, unfortunately, it comes down to seconds. It comes down to one round, and he will not be moving on.
Yeah, it was a very, very close call. I'm still pumped.
Yeah, and I feel like you have to be as well if you're the player who made it through. Roby here, he has another game to play. And it's going to be against another competitor.
Yeah, this is it, folks. Last chance for Dudadud and Roby. Who will move on to compete for $1 million and who will be going home? Give us your answers in the chat.
Yeah, I'm interested to see what they say. I think Roby is, you got to look at him as a strong competitor, especially I think he showed great precision at range, the way he was beaming with that AR, but in the close quarters fights wasn't quite as strong. Dudadud, however, the biggest thing I'm looking at is a weapon change. Frankly, I don't think the minigun really cuts it against a strong AR player.
I totally agree.
If I'm going up against a minigun and I'm Roby, I want to play a longer range map and I want to just use the advantage of that weapon.
Yeah, I totally agree. I mean, maybe Dudadud likes the band assault rifle, seeing how great Roby is.
Honestly,
that could be part of the strategy.
Good call, yeah. I like that idea.
Yeah.
Of course, they're getting into the game now. It looks like they're starting to go through their bans. And it looks like we're going to be going to a little different map, Station. Talk to me about how this plays versus the other maps in the competitive pool.
Station, to me, is it going to be Station?
Oh, I apologize. It's actually Docks. It plays a little similarly. Another one of those maps with a lot of cover, a lot of buildings to get up in.
Right. Yeah. You know what? Docks is definitely one of the fan favorites. So great map to end this last round on. Yeah, like you said, a lot of cover, a lot of buildings. So map knowledge and movement will be key. Staying on the high ground, very important.
And look at this pivot. Dudadud is moving to the classic AR revolver. I think that's a good choice.
Great change in strategy. And the sniper rifle.
For the sniper, he's staking his chance at $1 million.
Wow.
On a new weapon. It's a game about movement and avoiding that sniper, and soon Dudadud will see that glint. He'll 80-80 strafe his way on through and deal a lot of damage to start.
I mean, I believe Roby, with his accuracy, the sniper rifle could be a good choice here.
Could be. Revolver always in his back pocket. It's a bit more cumbersome than the other weapons in the game. And I love this. He's playing to his advantage. Stays in the low ground. Doesn't want to give range to his opponent with the sniper.
Yep. And Roby, last round, did chase a lot, but this time deciding to stay on the rooftop and not playing too aggressive with a sniper rifle. Definitely the right choice.
You see the clock at the top of your screen. When that runs out, what's going to happen then?
I have no idea.
It is actually so rare that it happens in Rivals. I believe then it should be the player with the more health winning that. We'll see if we get there. It's kind of a rarity to see Rivals actually play this slowly.
Yeah, I hope it doesn't get to that
Close range revolver. How does he win it? That's the sidearm coming up on top for Roby.
Wow, very impressive.
I'm astounded. True precision from him.
And it looks like the votes are in. Over 3,000 votes. 77% going towards Roby for winning this final match. Let's see if he can pull off.
He nearly hit that midair. And it's almost devolving into a bit of a game of chicken.
Yeah, Dud need to stay under cover and try to move closer towards Roby. But that revolver shot is also very deadly, so he still needs to be careful.
The dash with the melee weapon equipped as well is a powerful tool to reposition into ways your opponent may not expect. Dud, he's just vying for information here, jiggling in and out of every corner. He spots out his opponent, dips away. Does Roby go in for the kill? Does he want the hunt here? He does. Close in, trying to switch to his weapon. He's got nothing out.
Oh.
And he loses this round. Game tied again.
Yeah, interesting choice there. Not sure why he pulled out the fists.
I think he was trying to throw a grenade. He thought he had more space, but then got kind of caught off guard and it looked like almost panicked a little bit with the util.
Yeah, it is always dangerous to play so aggressive with a sniper, so... Looks like he completed some tasks there.
Yeah, thus far he has not hit a shot with the sniper, but now he lands one. 70 damage onto Dud. But of course he needs more than just that. The damage is good. Beaming him down, switch the revolver. They're both on the secondaries, and Dud takes the lead.
All three gunfights have been close quarters. I wonder if Roby decides to change weapon at some point here. Sticking with the sniper rifle.
I believe you're locked in once you choose.
Oh, you can't change now.
So,
oh, wow.
Well, he is committed to that sniper.
Wow.
He made his bet. He has to lie in it now, and whether that's one that'll bring him to the $1 million round or send him home empty-handed, could it be the revolver to do it? Good utility with the molly, trying to find it. Dud wins out in the duel of the secondaries, and he's up 3-1.
Oh, man, but if we know anything about Roby, he could pull off some miracles with comebacks, so I would not be surprised at all.
He was in the pole position last game. Nearly let it slip.
Great movement.
He closed it out.
Deciding to not stay in the high ground this time.
Yeah, Dud staying inside these buildings. He knows his advantage.
Yeah, it's so silent in this room. I feel like I could hear a pin drop. It's so intense.
And you look over at the competitors. They are so locked
in.
They know what's at stake. If you were one of these competitors that made it within a hair's breadth of qualifying.
What was that?
I think just
you got a hit marker on that.
I believe that gives you one when you do break that. Not sure though. Could have even been a connection onto one of the barrels. Definitely wasn't onto Roby. He's still sitting at full health. Where is he though? They're both inside of buildings here. Bit of a slower game yet again.
30 seconds left.
Making a lot of steps here. Roby on high, revolver in hand. Down below, quick scope in, doesn't connect the shot.
That was so close.
And now with a lower bit of health, he has to win it out practically with just a revolver. But Dud's got the same. It's gonna be a standoff between these cowboys. Roby chasing down his opposition. Revolver in hand, the lower HP, and the time, that runs out.
Oh.
Unfortunately, that means with lower health, Roby loses the round and he's facing down the barrel of match point.
Smart move by Dud there, knowing that the time was running out to just hide away to not get hit by Roby.
A chance. Another shot connecting. He needs another, though, and he's whiffing out. Needs to find this connection. Third chance. Third miss. A fourth going wide as well. Now the big iron on his hip. It'll have to do. Both players locked into the revolvers. Dud this time can't rely on the time. He's sitting with lower health. And he's trying to just find anything at range here. There's a connection. More damage to even the score. A second shot landing as well. It'll bring things a bit closer. Roby on 1 HP. His life in his hands, but his opportunity missed.
That was so close.
His fourth shot with the sniper miss. He needs precision if he wants a chance at $1 million. Just barely spotting his opponent. Dud not giving him an inch. Playing off this time.
Yeah, he could also play it safe here this time.
Yeah, bounced into the air. He knows he's off the HP advantage, and Roby, with lower health, he has to make the play. The onus is on him. His life, it's in his hands. And this game will be decided in the next 20 seconds. A game practically of hide and seek at this point. And where's he gone? He's hiding. He's locked in towards the shipping container. He knows what's happening.
He knows what he's doing.
Roby, it's desperation. He's running. He's trying to find his opponent, but there's just no time.
The time is up.
Wow. He wins the round, and he's our second contestant progressing to the $1 million round.
Incredible. Very strategic. relying a lot on his smarts this time rather than his gun skills.
And for Roby, I think a brutal way to lose this one out. He took a risk picking into that sniper rifle, and it did not pay off today.
Yeah, I wonder if he regrets that decision. Maybe we can ask him later.
I imagine it'll be something he's thinking about for a fair bit of time. For Darida, though, I think he learned his lessons from the weapon selection mistakes in the first one. As we look at our final leaderboard from the round of 4, we, of course, get our 2 players into the $1 million round. It's Darida, the lower seed, and Shafe, undefeated, coming through the upper bracket with his opportunity to win in the Tower of Hell. Truly, truly incredible stuff from them. But unfortunately, that of course means that we are sending another competitor home. For Roby, he had a great rally in those final few rounds of the qualification phase. But today, in Rivals, it was not his day. And, well, he had a great showing. He'll head home without his million.
Sad to see a fellow fan of LeBron James go, but I was rooting for him. Very unfortunate.
A close showing from him, but that'll do it. It's how these competitions go, the nature of it. Just a round or two, one decision, that makes the difference. And honestly, it sets us up for such an incredible look ahead towards the Tower of Hell. What a match we have on our hands.
That's right. And with Shafe finishing Rivals and driving Empire 2-0, explain to us how that sets him up for going into the obby.
Yeah, so that means that if he wins once, he wins the $1 million. But if Darida wants to win, because he's coming from the lower, he would have to win twice in a row here. So definitely a tough one there. But we're going to reset. We're going to head our way into the obby in just a minute. And for the moment, let's go ahead and check in with our correspondents, Geach and Sabrina.
Take it away.
That was unbelievable. Everyone was literally running for their lives. It got me thinking, do I seem like a grenade launcher or a chainsaw type of person?
I don't know. I feel like, obviously grenade launcher would be a great choice, right? For safety. But with the jacket and the hair, I feel like to see the chainsaw, it would just like perfectly tie it all in together. That would be a
That's a really good answer. I do like grenades, though.
Oh, so you're definitely a grenade launcher?
I love just throwing grenades everywhere.
You do that for like in
your
free time?
In any FPS game, yeah.
Oh, I was gonna say you just
not in my free time.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say, girl, what type of life are you living? What about me? What do I get? What's my energy? Am I
chainsaw?
Chainsaw?
Yeah.
That's nuts. What about me gives chainsaw? I'm curious.
I don't know. You're independent, and I feel like independent people have chainsaws, and scared people have grenades.
I appreciate that. So let's talk about this match. These last couple of matches. Oh my gosh. I'm speechless, obviously.
You were screaming.
Maybe I'm just out of...
Literally, she was screaming. We were on the edge of our seat. That was so close. Like, all those different rounds, we were, like, screaming at it.
I mean, yeah, there was...
Except the last one.
Oh, yeah, I cried a little bit.
Yeah, last one we were just sad.
I definitely shed a tear or two,
And happy at the same time.
Little thug tear. But I gotta say, like, it was really, really exciting to watch Antarel's match because... It was so close. It literally came down to like the very last second.
Yeah.
It was so exciting, but it's like, man.
The match that was back and forth and they just kept like tying up. That's what they were screaming.
Yes. Well,
yeah. I didn't expect it to be that close.
Right. And then I gotta say too, watching Dud get a chance to compete again against Roby. I didn't know what to expect because, obviously, Shafe was a tough contender from the beginning. Like, Shafe did not come to play at all. That was that. He knew, this is mine. Y'all can go on and just, like, it was fun for him. Like, oh, yeah, I'll play your game, just to give you guys.
Very impressive.
To give you guys some content, since that's what you want. But watching Dud go up against Roby, it was almost kind of heartbreaking, like watching my 2 children fight or something. Because it's like,
those are the ones you're rooting for? The competitors?
They touched my heart. They found the softest spot right here in the beginning. And it's like watching the kind of underdog story. Well, not necessarily for Dud, because Dud was one of the first ones to play. But then, we sat here with him and he was just so happy and confident, and it felt like, he was like, yes, this is mine. And he did say, I'm not worried about these guys moving forward. This is easy. And he, I won't say he proved it.
It's definitely tough. It's a tough position to be in.
He definitely worked for that.
And then it was gone.
Yeah, watching Roby, oh my gosh.
This is brutal.
But I just would not have picked a sniper for that map. Did you get to see the map first?
Snipers are, like, if you're good with it, though, they're pretty OP.
I think the problem, though, is that map was just way too big.
It was really big for 2 people.
Right. It's huge for 2 people, and then you also have a sniper, but it's like, Dead kind of took advantage of all of those closed-in spaces, just kind of like Mimi said, it's a game of hide and seek at this point.
Yep.
And just to get, that close, oh gosh, I just want to go give Roby a hug.
Aww.
My feelings, my heart.
Okay, I got a question here for you. Rivals is fast. What's your secret to staying cool in high-stress rounds?
Oh, well, that's my secret, Sabrina. I'm always stressed. See how that works? I have no problem. I can do this because I am this. You see?
But like, how do you stay cool?
I just, pretend that, I'm just in the kitchen or something, think about food.
Okay. Well, with that said.
All right, we're going to go ahead and throw it back to you, Jay Party, and we're going to finish this up.
All right, my friends. I have returned. And what a journey it's been hanging out with some of our contestants, getting a first-hand perspective on the final eliminations. What a fun thing. Anyway, congrats to Shafe and Dudadud. They are the last 2 contestants standing. But who will fall? This is what it's all about, my friends. It is time for the $1 million round. With the grand prize at stake, it all comes down to one final game. The aptly named Tower of Hell. It's going to be
Game
epic.
8, Tower of Hell. The rules are simple. Climb as high as possible. Whoever gets to the top first or climbs the highest wins. But if an undefeated contestant loses the first match, a second will be played. Ultimately, the winner takes all.
All right. You heard it here, folks. The race to the top will begin shortly. Also noting, whoever gets the highest at any point, we will count that score. That encourages forward momentum in our players in a non-stop neck-and-neck race to the top.
Absolutely. And of course, it's also going to be an advantage coming in for Shafe as that upper round undefeated player. He only has to win once, but if Dudadud is to take this home, he would have to win, reset the bracket, and going into an even match, win it out again. A big task for him. We already saw a great comeback in Rivals, winning that second game after getting trounced in his opener.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like the odds are stacked against him, but clearly he's able to make these epic comebacks. And like you said, everybody having extensive experience in Obby's Tower of Hell, it must be the game that both of these players are looking forward to.
Well, it looks like we are ready to go. We started with 10 contestants to get into this one. Shafe, Dudadud, they're the only 2 left here. They're just getting in, making the final preparations to arrive. For these 2 young men, the pressure is truly on. When you're playing through this, it kind of felt too real. Still a field in front of you, but now only one player on the other side.
I know.
Is stopping you from $1 million.
I know. This is it. Millions and millions have tried to have a shot at the final $1 million. And this competition has been won for the ages. This is a double elimination, as you remember. So if Dudadud can win this, there'll be an extended set, but Shafe can take the money on this race right through the heart of Tower of Hell. And actually, we have a little quick, exciting announcement for you all. A game that has not seen an update in quite so long, guess what? Has released a brand new Tower Portions update, greatly increasing the difficulty of this competition just as a little gift for our final 2. They've not seen it. The world has not seen it. This is a brand new update. And I will say, I've seen the practice rounds. These guys are experts, and I think they need this. This is going to be a true epic race here as we're going to see some brand new sections of the course.
They're off to the races. 7 minutes between these players and $1 million.
Interesting word choice there, gift, Jay Party. I'm not sure if they appreciate this gift, seeing that it is much harder than it used to be.
Yeah, new sections. As we mentioned earlier, initially there was over 330 different sections of this puzzle, leading to over a quadrillion combinations that could be possible. So I'm assuming no one's ever seen the same tower twice. Well, that got a lot bigger of a number now with a whole new array of challenges.
Shafe, though, is out in front here and already building himself a commanding lead, but a fall back down. He'll catch himself, but that'll put him just a little bit further down. I believe Dudadud also fell too. So Shafe, despite his slip, still has the lead.
Yeah, I think we're going to see a couple falls here today, but thankfully, actually, Shafe had a pretty forgiving one. Did not hit an obstacle and fell almost on the same challenge he's on right there. So again, not losing a lot of time in the grand scheme of things.
Da-da-da is hot on the tails, though. You see him catching up already here.
And as you can see on the sidebar there, we can see each player's positions in the race. It looks very, very close. They're just neck to neck.
Yeah, this is still anyone's game here. To say someone has a lead is just really, the happen circumstance of a single jump here.
You see how close they are.
Oh boy, in this section, I'm not even sure I understand how to proceed here. I think both players getting a little confused there as we see a fall for Shafe.
Oh man.
Yeah, this is going to be a rough one. Smile on his face in good sport as he heads to the bottom, knowing he might be joined by a friend shortly here. And there we go. That was a wild section. Even with observer cam, I'm not sure I understand how to progress through that one.
It is definitely challenging, and I'd almost like to just see if we could zoom out and just get some context how far they really have to go to get to the win here, because they're still only down in the second section. You look at that right side of your screen. There's, 8 more sections more that you have to compete through if you want to actually win this challenge.
Yeah, and a rough early fall here. Nerves starting to get to him a little bit here as one of the players takes a knockout from that little plasma beam there, and we are getting back to our challenge section here. We'll see if someone can get past it. This is going to be a big checkpoint. Oh, and a quick slip down and fall. Wow, this is some uncharacteristic play. I will see. We've seen a lot of practices in this game. It's usually an undefeated flying through of the tournament, but here, Nerves getting to him.
It is funny. We had so many of our players that said that Obbies were their favorite, the game they had the most experience with. These are two of the players that, well, they've played Roblox for years. They definitely have experience in Obbies. They didn't necessarily say it was one of their strengths, but that's where this entire tournament, all 7 games previous, will get decided on.
Yeah, it is a challenge. You've got to be an expert in just so many things to compete here. So again, all right, Dud is back in this challenge zone. I assume he's going to wait a little bit and try to figure this puzzle out before he progresses.
For the first time ever, the polls are looking very close. 52% of the viewers going for Dud and 48 going for Shafe.
Another little fall there from Dud, but again, he catches himself. A little bit of luck on his side there.
We'll see. And again, the stump right here. Can we get presses? I think I see that they pop out of the corner there, and you got to catch that on the corner.
I can't even comprehend. My brain can't comprehend what's going on.
So it's definitely a last-second jump to the platform that's rotating out of the beam here. Oh, and he gets it. There we go.
There it is.
He's making the climb, slowly getting up higher. Oh, and there. Oh,
another fall.
Yeah, he's solving it though. So again, we're actually having to see people reason through some of these new challenges here, and I think Dud might be getting there, but Shafe.
I mean, you see the emotion every time these guys fall. They're reacting. They're feeling the pressure. I think honestly, more than even a battle against the obstacles, this is a battle about staying calm, staying focused under pressure, not rushing yourself, not letting that big timer at the top of the screen get the better of you.
Now, I can't be watching the time here. Just relax, just focus. Already we've seen this is a much slower competition here. There are puzzles to solve, and they need to spend some time. I think this zone has been a major stump.
Just relax. Easier said than done. My hands are soaked in sweat watching this.
Down goes Dud yet again.
Yeah, that was a rough missed jump there. Again, Nerves really getting the best of him. Obviously, such a funny climax of this entire event as a single missed jump is going to result in a complete reset. And here we are, neck and neck.
Back to the beginning. And you can't let seeing your opponent get the better of you. You don't want to rush anything. You don't want to make mistakes. One slip could be the difference, and there's a mistake. One of our players fell. Reset again.
And looking at the sidebar there, it looks like they've reached about, 20% of the entire tower so far?
If that.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a massive tower ahead here, and we'll see if we see another round, but this could be it here.
Dud is kind of in the lead, so he is holding on. But yeah, if Shafe manages to catch up in these next 2.5 minutes.
The critical thing is only 2.5 minutes left in this round. So Shafe, this run could be his last opportunity to get ahead. He wants to be so careful with each of these jumps. I believe this is the obstacle that no one has made it through just yet. Here's his chance. Good jump. He stays up in it as Dud is back down on the reset. And Shafe, I think he just fell.
I think we heard the oof. That means he's down. Oh, and there it goes again. Boy, it is a rough run for our players here. Not sure who actually got higher on that initial climb.
I believe they've both lost at that same obstacle.
Yeah, this actually might come down to a replay then of who made it to a block or a frame higher than the other person, because this is going to be rough.
Well, it looks like on the sidebar there, they do keep record of who reached the highest point, and so far it is Dud.
Oh, okay. Looks like he is leading. Good to know. Perhaps we'll have a redemption match.
Let's see if Shafe could maybe take his way up. Remember, if Dud wins this, he resets the bracket, brings us to a do or die final round of this very classic obby.
They're getting back to this section. Everyone's favorite.
And I just want to watch Shafe here, see his reaction, because this is the make or break for him.
Okay.
He jumps
can he
up.
Clear this.
He's making it deeper through this obstacle, but it's a challenge even to figure out how you want to move in this one.
Oh, and just like that, Shafe has cleared it. This has been the backbreaker with a minute left.
A minute and a half. Da-da-da has to rally back and make it ahead of his opponent, because right now, Shafe, he has this in the bag.
Oh, he's still going.
And he hasn't stopped just yet. Da-da-da is on a reset. He's back down in the blue zone.
I think Shafe has time to just stop here and end it all, but he's still going.
But remember, the highest point he makes is what the game remembers. And if he keeps going, it might just be over.
Wow. 50 seconds. Is that enough time to catch up?
Shafe, the player who flew all the way from New York. He had a job offer on the line. He was ready for his orientation for that opportunity. And if we can watch Da-da-da, this is his last chance, his last run to try and beat him out. Shafe made his sacrifices, but he was the undefeated player through our rounds to work into this one.
Oh boy, all eyes on the man in blue here. Da-da-da, his round to lose. Where's he at here? This is the moment.
He's made it up to the yellow. A chance
Oh,
to
he has cleared it.
Can he do this?
Is
20
actually above it.
It's possible.
He needs
It's
to
possible.
run
Oh, no.
That should be it. 60
Oh
seconds
my gosh,
on the
15
clock.
seconds. Da-da-da, his hands off keyboard. I cannot believe the pain.
He knows it's over.
Oh,
And
the
at
final
this point,
countdown, folks.
A victory lap
Wow.
for Shafe. He holds
4,
his position
3,
up high.
2,
and Shafe,
1.
he's the champion
This is it.
of the Hunt Mega Final.
We've got it. All right, folks. We officially have it. Shafe, my friend, you're still standing. An incredible run here. Well, we've got a little gift for you. Hopefully, this will ease your nerves here. Something a little exciting here. This will be your prize. So, Shafe, congratulations. I still can't believe it. This has been a fierce, fierce competition. A shout out to everyone. We thought we'd bring some friends out along the way. All 10 contestants are here. The skill, the smarts, the determination to make it here. It's been an incredible journey. Congratulations to everyone. But here, let's take a big shout out again to Da-da-da. He had an incredible journey there. That last jump, a painful fall in the last 10 seconds. But hey, it's time to celebrate everyone who competed in the Mega Championship for the Hunt. This was huge. You solved puzzles, tokens, looks, fought battles, outraced foes, conquered obbies, won shooters, earning you the right to be called the best. And of course, earning you the grand prize. Shafe, this one yours. Congratulations on $1 million richer. You've done it, my friend. All right, what are you feeling? How you feeling? Anything to say?
Oh my God, ecstatic, kind of all over the place. Dud, you did amazing. Oh my God, I was so nervous when you got to the, what was it, the yellow one? Oh, but I'm so glad that everyone's here. It was awesome. This event was awesome.
All right, my friend, any shout outs, any thank yous you want to give to the folks at home?
Shout out to Gagarg. Shout out to my parents. Shout out to Cobb. Shout out to Vepix. Yeah.
Awesome stuff. All right, my friend, what are you going to do? What are you going to buy first with $1 million?
Honestly, I'm going to help my parents. They're having it rough right now.
All right.
So, going to help them save for a house.
All right.
Figure out the rest from there.
All right, you heard it here, folks. Wonderful stuff. An awesome person deserving of wonderful things. Shafe, congratulations again. That was incredible. I know if I had $1 million, I'd spend that fully on floss. Why? Well, that's for me to know and you to find out. All right, my friends. This is it. We've done it. We've had an incredible show with an incredible crew. And my friends, I'd like to say a few thank yous. We've got someone $1 million richer, and for the rest of us, well, we've got $1 million worth of a rich experience, and that's all the award we need. But hey, maybe some thank yous would suffice. I want to say thank you again to the amazing co-hosts I had. Mimi, new to the Roblox universe. Where's my camera shot? There it is. Mimi, hello. Well, yes, welcome. I don't know. We're shaking hands now. Thank you again. And you, of course, Frace, you already know. And you, thanks again for all your work here, my co-hosts. You can even have a handshake. We're giving those away for free. Again, a huge thank you to Sabrina and Keach the Gamer. Fantastic commentary for saving us in the green room. Some wonderful stuff, hanging out with some cool folks. We couldn't have done it without you all. But really, the key here is all the incredible contestants who competed in an insane competition with millions and millions of folks and everyone who participated in the hunt. This was a massive community event, one of the biggest events we've ever had on the platform, actually. It was huge. It was absolutely incredible to see you all compete, and all leading to this moment. Again, I want to give an amazing shout out to the whole crew that makes this possible. You might not see it at home, but there are a lot of folks behind a lot of fun cameras and a lot of important switchers making this whole show come alive. So thank you all to the crew. It has been amazing. I want to give a big thank you to the talented creators. That's right, the folks who updated these games, the 25 hunt participants. Again, Roblox is nothing without its creators. Y'all developers make this stuff magic. I know almost each and every one of you who helped with these games personally, and it's been an incredible run. Thank you for all the gifts, all the additional work of updates that you have provided us, including that surprise Tower of Hell one for our folks at the end here. Again, incredible stuff. All right, well, thank you for always being insightful and entertaining to our live streaming content creators who joined us, some special guests. But folks, the most important person of all to thank, and that's not me like you may think. It's you at home watching. All of you, again, appreciate you tuning into the end. An amazing journey. Roblox is possible because of all the folks here, all the magic, the folks at home. Again, I can't say enough, but hey, I'm tired of talking here. It's time to celebrate. This concludes the Hunt Mega Final. So folks, I'm Jay Party, here to say we'll see you all next time. This has been a show.